and I am a personal care attendant, a PCA, in Tapville. I have been taking care of my son for the past 10 years. He was born with a condition called trisomy 13, otherwise known as Pateau syndrome, in which the 13th chromosome has 3 copies instead of the usual 2. Due to this, he has significant anomalies. He is deaf, blind, nonverbal, has cognitive disabilities, is tube fed, and is wheelchair bound. As his mom, I had to fight for his survival in the beginning of his life, just as I fight for him now. My son requires 24-hour care, yet I only get paid 8 hours a day. I make a little more than my fellow PCAs, but most PCAs make $16.25 an hour, which is far less than we need to live on. For example, in Connecticut, it takes more than $7,000 per month for a family of 4 to live comfortably in most counties, and more than $9,000 per month in the more affluent communities. And when I say comfortable, I mean to have a roof over your head, to put food on the table, to put gas in your car, to buy clothes for your children, childcare, and so on. But we are lucky if we make $3,000 per month. Not only that, but we have almost zero benefits. I am a cancer survivor as well as a COVID survivor, and yet as a PCA, I don't get health insurance through my job. Private insurance is too expensive, and I make too much to qualify for Husky. Also, without paid sick leave, I cannot afford to get sick or take a day off if I need to take care of myself. As this will be challenging for anybody, it is even more so for me, because as a cancer survivor, this puts me in an even more precarious position, as I need to remain healthy, yet the stress and fear of getting sick without health insurance and no paid sick leave is overwhelming. And if that weren't enough, who will take care of my son should anything happen to me? Why do we have to fight for what should be a basic human right? It seems to be such an oxymoron to have a job as a healthcare provider and don't have healthcare for yourself. Everyone deserves health insurance, sick time, and living wages. It's obvious based on the governor's budget that this administration doesn't want to give us a penny extra or even any new benefits. Please support House Bill 6537, a bill that will support PCAs and the people that we care for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pam. And I see Representative Porter has her hand up. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I just want to thank you, Ms. Hunt, for being with us today and for your testimony. I am in 100% agreement with all that you've stated. And I believe that we don't get to consider you all essential and treat you like you're sacrificial. And if we're going to call you heroes, we should treat you like you're heroes. So that is why we're here today. My co-chair and my committee, many of my members are on board with this because we understand that this is exactly what we've been elected to do, right? To be authentic in the way we voice for the constituents that voted us into office. And I can't even begin to tell you how Senator Kushner just really, the stories that we hear. I mean, it's a belly ache, it's a heartache, it's a soul ache, and it has to be more than that now. It's time to do something about bringing equity and leveling the playing field and making sure that we're taking care of the folks that are taking care of us. So thank you again for being here today. I don't have a question because I know what it is.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your comment.
Day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you. And Pam, I do want to note that I believe you testified did you testify yesterday at the Human Rights?
Yes, I did.
I remembered you then as well. I said that committee as well. And I think that you raised a number of issues we have the bill regarding sick pay here, and so your testimony is very much on point with that bill. But I do want to encourage you to keep fighting for all the other issues that will be before appropriations this year, because there are many of us on that committee that also heard your testimony, and it resonates with us. It's important testimony. So best of luck to you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you for all you do. Thanks.
Well, I do want you to know when we have these long, terribly long days of testimony, but we actually are paying attention. And so when we get to see someone 2 days in a row, it's good. Remind us, it's reinforced.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go back to, is it Terrell or Terrell? Terrell?
Hello, yes, I'm Terrell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and all other members of the committee. And forgive me, I just got the call from Allied, the robocall, confirming my payroll, but it was actually doing the opposite, confirming that I'm not getting paid. Just to throw a little bit of light on an issue that we've been talking about for a while now. And this is the timesheet from last paycheck that I was supposed to get. So just to show you that, you know, it is real, the stuff that we're going through as, you know, as workers and things of that nature. Sorry. So my name is Terrell Williams. I'm a home care worker from New Haven. I have 3 consumers all over, one in Hamden, one that lived in Bridgeport, one in New Haven. And this is a job that I really am passionate about. I really love doing because it, you know, when you go to work for 8 hours or whatever, you're leaving your loved ones. And you're leaving them because you need to provide for them. So doing the home care work, I started caring for my mother, who was, you know, becoming ill, and she was on the program. And I learned that I love to care for people, and that when you leave your house to go and add purpose to someone else's life, it kind of takes away that burden of leaving your loved ones. And ultimately, you become family with all of your consumers anyway, or at least that's how it's been for me. One of the issues I have is because I have to have so many consumers, and I need to make so much in order to survive, it makes me ineligible for state insurance, which, you know, for a while I was able to manage with. I just kind of would will myself not to get sick. But of late, it's becoming an issue. There was a situation when the pandemic first hit where I lost 2 consumers because of the pandemic. And I actually was able to, my income was so low that I was able to get Husky insurance, Husky D for a while. Eventually I started working again, and I was kicked off of that program. During about 2 months ago, I had a period where I was really, really sluggish. I knew something was wrong, but couldn't put my finger on it. I got some blood work done, and the doctor called me and said my blood sugar was 837. And I laughed because when I first found out I was diabetic, my blood sugar was 393, and I was hospitalized for a week because they didn't want to let me eat or anything. So I was functioning, going to work with the consumer I had for about a month, just trying to will myself through it at 837. And the doctor told me I must have built up a high tolerance for it or whatever, but it was just the mindset of, I need to go take care of my consumer, you know? And I'm often the type of person who will ignore his own needs to care for, you know, the needs of the others. A big issue that recently happened, I'm sure you all see, I have such a beautiful spouse, so please forgive the missing teeth I have. I found out recently that I have a condition, I don't know the name of it, but it basically converts to weak tooth enamel. And one day I bit into a bagel and heard a crunch. And I was like, this isn't supposed to be crunching. And it was a tooth that had came out in the bagel. I went to the dentist, and he told me that, first of all, Husky does not cover dental. Second of all, this procedure out of pocket would be $1,500 starting. And they basically just put me in the awkward
Thank-
position.
Thank you, Terrell. You have 3 minutes of conclude. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, I will. So just to wrap up, I'm here to support House Bill 6537 because it would give workers like myself a chance to figure out how to get health insurance, paid sick time, discuss retirement, and overall make this, make us caring for others, also giving us the room to care for ourselves. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Terrell. And I see Representative Porter, my co-chair, has her hand up.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you for your testimony, Terrell. You bring quite a bit of insight, not just on what you're testifying, but also to let us know that you actually had a call with Ally where you're not getting paid, which kind of really validates the purpose and the critical importance of what we're doing around that bill. But to bring it back to why you're before us with the paid sick leave, you were talking about your current situation, the condition that you have, and your dental expenses. So could you just speak to how this bill, if and when passed, how would that impact you, directly impact you as someone that's supporting the bill?
Well, with me, I'm having a pre-existing condition, the diabetes. It's just beneficial to have the workforce that you dedicate your time, energy into, and pay your taxes into, help you to cover things like health insurance. Health insurance, I mean, to me, it's a pretty standard thing. It's like a basic, I could work at Burger King and get some type of health insurance, So I think what we do, especially being considered essential workers, it should definitely be something that we have to deal with. I understand that this was a field that it had many different obstacles to overcome. They used to consider it women's work and all of these other things, but this is an essential workforce, and these are some of our needs. So I thank you for your support and bringing attention to these issues, helping me bring attention to them.
Thank you for that response. And I do know, I have a sister that does this work at one of the nursing homes here in New Haven. And I've heard her say that, males get preference in some of this work because they are able to do the quote unquote heavy lifting, right? We know that this is a very labor intensive career that you're in. So I just want to thank you for bringing more validity to the reason we need to do this. And I want to thank you for your time and testifying before this committee today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Porter. And I don't see any hands. So thank you, Terrell, for being with us today. And next up, I am going to check and see if Deb McKenna is here now. I don't see her. So next on my list is Judith Paz here. Judith?
Judith, ¿podrías activar tu micrófono y dar tu testimonio?
Sí, ya un momento.
Yes, just one moment, please.
Estaba esperando tanto que ahora que me toca no estoy preparada.
Okay, she's been waiting all day, but she's ready now.
Okay, adelante.
Gracias por la oportunidad, senadora Kusher y demás personas que están en la reunión presente.
Thank you for the opportunity, Senator Kushner, Co-Chair Porter, and members of the committee.
Yeah. Yo represento la comunidad sin fronteras de Norwalk.
I represent Communities Without Borders of Norwalk.
Estoy acá para dar mi testimonio como trabajadora del hogar.
I'm here to give my testimony as a domestic worker.
que necesitamos que apoyen la ley SB 943, HB 6537.
And we need your support today for the law 943 and also for HB 6537.
Yeah. Tengo un pequeño negocio de limpieza de casas. Somos 4 personas, incluyendo mi persona.
I have a small business of house cleaning. We are four workers, including myself.
Yeah. En la pandemia nos vimos afectados económicamente. No tengo ningún beneficio, días de enfermedad, pago de vacaciones, aumento de salario.
In the pandemic, we were impacted economically and we had no benefits, no sick time, no social security or safety net.
Pero gracias a Dios hubieron clientes generosos que nos pagaron, otros que no. Y así pudimos ayudarnos yo y las muchachas que trabajan conmigo.
Luckily, we had some clients who still paid us. There were some who couldn't, but there were some who didn't, but some who did. And I was able to sustain my employees in my company.
Yeah. Tengo casas que trabajo varios años con ellos. No me dan aumento por la limpieza de la casa. Ellos tienen más hijos, más mascotas. Eso significa más trabajo.
There are different houses where I've worked for many years without any raise. These are households which require a lot of work to provide care to numerous children, sometimes numerous pets.
También otra cosa es cuando voy a una entrevista, dicen lo que quiere que yo limpie o haga en la casa. Les doy mi precio y ellos se quejan que es mucho dinero.
Also, when I start a relationship with the household to do house cleaning, they tell me what they'd like to be done. I give them a price and they tell me that the price is very high.
Yo no soy la única que cobro como una compañía porque no estoy como con todos los requisitos de la ley, ¿verdad? Y esto a veces me frustra porque no puedo brindar ningún beneficio a las muchachas. Pienso que deberíamos de crear conciencia también con los dueños de las casas.
I'm frustrated that I cannot provide benefits to my workers, and I wish that the clients had more awareness of our situation.
A veces me siento como abusada porque me contratan para hacer ciertas cosas y al final de los días o de las semanas ya empiezan a agregar más trabajo sin dar un extra beneficio.
Sometimes I feel used because I'm asked to do additional work, but I don't have access to overtime.
Esto es una cadena. Si yo recibo un beneficio, recibo aumento, yo puedo dar esos beneficios a las muchachas que trabajan conmigo. Igualmente yo me veo afectada en cuanto a si yo quiero ir de vacaciones unos días o tener días de enfermedad, no puedo porque tengo que cumplir el día que tengo que ir a limpiar la casa.
This is a chain that not only is impacting me, but also my employees who don't have time off.
Bueno, gracias por este tiempo y esperamos que obtener un beneficio.
Thank you for your time, and we hope that we can have more benefits.
Thank you. And I will now recognize my co-chair, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Senora Paz, for your testimony. I'm really, I can't say I'm surprised to hear what you're saying, but what I do want to say that's already been said, legally, they should be paying you minimum wage and overtime. So what I will ask from you and any other folks that are in your network, in your circle of communication, is if that is not happening, to please contact myself and Senator Kushner, because it is that is our job, to make sure that these laws that we have passed are being enforced, and we know that DOL lacks the capacity to do that right now. So we are willing to bridge that gap. So just going forward, if you are working and not getting paid 15, well, not 15 yet, 2023, but if you're not getting paid the minimum wage, if you're not getting paid overtime, please bring that to our attention so that we can address them and hold them accountable for that. Thank you, Megan. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora Paz, por dar su testimonio. No me sorprende, pero sí me da rabia que hoy en día todavía hay trabajadoras del hogar que no ganan el salario mínimo o las horas extras cuando trabajen más de 40 horas a la semana. La ley dice que hay que pagar el salario mínimo y las horas extras cuando una trabajadora del hogar trabaja más de 40 horas. Les invito a hablar conmigo si es que sepan de casos en donde no se está aplicando la ley, porque nuestro trabajo es asegurarnos de que se aplique las leyes laborales, y sabemos que el Departamento de Labor no tiene los recursos suficientes para aplicar las leyes de salarios, y por eso este proyecto de ley cambiaría la situación para que nosotros hagamos nuestro trabajo como el Estado para aplicar la ley de salario mínimo y de horas extras. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. And I don't see, were you finished, Representative Porter?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands, so thank you, Judith, for being with us today. I am going to call on the next speaker on the list, but before I do that, I do want to say that I'm going to ask Senator Cabrera, our Vice Chair, to take over the chairing. And next up on our list is Georgina Nieves Aponte. Is Georgina here?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Georgina Nieves Aponte, and I am a PCA here in Hartford. I have now worked as a PCA taking care of my sister for over a year now, and my experience with Allied Community Resources has been a nightmare. I love my job and enjoy providing care for my sister, but unfortunately, the way Allied has treated me in the last year have made providing care for my sister very difficult. Taking care of my sister is hard enough without the disrespect that Allied shows me. Every week, I am emotionally stressed as I get anxious and frustrated about if I will get paid on time. At least 3 times now, I had not been paid on time. In the last month, I have missed 2 paychecks, and I am still waiting to receive those payments. Allied doesn't even respect me enough to call or text me directly to let me know what the issue could be. In one of my recent pay issues, I filed my grievance with the PCA Workforce Council. I filed my grievance and the PCA Workforce Council did the investigation, and in their response to me, told me the reason I was not paid was unknown. I asked how many of you would feel if you miss a paycheck after working hard all week just for Allied and the PCA Workforce Council to tell you that you missing payment occurred for an unknown reason. Does that sound right or fair to you? I love my job. I love taking care of my sister, but this injustice from Allied is taking my will and motivation to keep going. It is time that they stop abusing us. It is time for us to stop being treated by the state like we are expendable and invisible. It is time we are treated like we are essential. It is time to respect us and pay us on time, every time. Please pass Senate Bill 942 so that workers like me have the ability to hold Ally accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Georgina, for your testimony today. Any questions? Not seeing none. Thank you so much for coming to testify today. Move on to the next speaker, Alexis Burns. I don't see her here. Burns here. Okay. We'll move on. Is Mr. Carlos Moreno here? I don't see Mr. Moreno. Eric, could you? Eric, are you here? I see your screen. Hey, Eric, how are you?
I am well, Senator. How are you?
I'm good. Please proceed.
Absolutely. As you said, my name is Eric Getty, here today on behalf of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and unfortunately, here to express some concerns about 5 of the bills. HB 6475 regarding arbitration agreements. Despite the title of this bill, I'd just like to point out that these agreements are in no way forced, but rather mutually agreed to by both parties. Further, arbitration is a far cheaper method of dispute resolution, which is far better suited for those without legal training. This bill seems less about these agreements and more about the Private Attorney General Act, which is unnecessary as our state's Attorney General's office is the largest law firm in the state and more than capable of bringing public enforcement actions. This particular style law has been heavily abused in California, which to my knowledge is the only state that has enacted such a law. And further, the data shows that it has not been used to protect the interests of employees, but rather to further financial interests and political goals of third parties and attorneys. I'd also like to oppose Senate Bill 906 regarding non-compete agreements. I think we can all agree, and I've testified to this before, that non-compete agreements are inappropriate in certain industries. However, SB 906 invalidates agreements of all hourly employees, all salaried employees making less than 3 times the minimum wage, which would be $93,000 at $15 an hour, and all independent contractors making less than 5 times the minimum wage, $75 an hour. I think these are unreasonable limitations that will have an impact on a multitude of industries. And I believe the courts have already heavily restricted non-compete agreements to ensure the appropriateness of not only scope, but geography and duration. Unfortunately, and it also, I think, fails to consider the risk of loss of an employer's most important assets, which is their proprietary information. Also on HB 6474, the Collateral Consequences Bill, I am here to oppose it, but CBIA actually does support the overall intent of the bill. In fact, CBIA has been recognized by the state for its work facilitating the return of incarcerated individuals into the workforce. Unfortunately, I just think this bill provides little guidance on the requirements of the self-assessment required to review a job applicant with a criminal history. And then I know I'm probably running short on time and there are many people still waiting to speak behind me, but also do oppose HB 6537 on the paid sick leave expansion and HB 6536 regarding reimbursement. Although I have offered in prior public hearings to certainly work with the committee on reimbursements related to data plan usage. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if I'm allowed.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Getty, for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Ruttigano.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, Eric. How's it going?
Great to see you, Representative.
I just was curious to know at what level you would support or the CBIA would support. Where do you think that non-compete language could or should be?
Yeah, I would, if minimum wage is to be used as a threshold, I would probably to lower that threshold. I think right now, or excuse me, raise that threshold. I think right now we're eliminating far too many industries where that is important. So, or I would consider identifying certain industries where these just have no they just don't belong at all. A couple times today it was talked about like retail establishments, fast food jobs. I 100% agree with the committee that these non-compete agreements do not belong in industries like that. So, happy to work with the committee if that's a direction they'd like to pursue.
So I got a couple of calls today about a few industries that I didn't even know that non-competes were important, because I'm generally not 100% supportive of them, but I'm sort of getting an education. I didn't know if you could speak to which industries that maybe we're not familiar with that use these or need these.
Yeah, I've been hearing from a number of different industries. One that came up that was actually surprising to me as well were hair salons. A lot of these salons, they hire, individuals right out of either trade school who have just received their license, take them on, give them a spot at their salon, and provide them with multiple clients. And without a non-compete agreement, it's very easy for those folks to open up shop literally next door and steal a lot of those clients from them. And that obviously would impact the business, which is why the non-compete agreements in that particular industry tend to be very limited in scope. I mean, usually it's maybe 1 year in duration, but with a 10-mile geographic range, that type of thing. Heard from a lot of others, like the clergy, for example, one church competing against another in this. And then we've heard from, golf courses, for example, and when they're trying to hire pros. Again, all of these are very limited non-compete agreements for a lot of these, especially the lower wage industries. But of course, the ones that are obviously of concern are higher wage industries as well. A lot of engineers, software developers. These people have access to very important information of the employer, and obviously it would be very concerning and very problematic for those businesses to have that information go to the nearest competitor.
Well, you had me with the financial services and possibly some engineers. I didn't anticipate hairdressers. I think you might even lose people from my perspective, my persuasion, when you get down to those lower end jobs. But I appreciate the answer. Just one final question, because I know it's a long day, but since I had you here, I didn't know if you had heard the discussion about the employee, I can't think of the proper word to use, where they a mechanism for helping employees buy the company they work for. If you had, or the CBA has any perspective on that whatsoever.
I've been listening all day. Certainly think it's a very interesting concept. I did not submit any testimony on it one way or another. And I guess I'm just as interested in learning more about it as you have expressed you were all day long.
So it's not an immediate, I have a reason why we don't support it. You're not immediately opposed is what I'm saying, asking.
I mean, it sounds like from what I've understood throughout the day today, that this could be done on its own without any sort of state involvement. Perhaps there could be some guidance at the state level, but there's nothing stopping these sort of arrangements now, to my knowledge.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Anderson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a quick question, Mr. Getty. These are some complex bills that you testified in opposition to. I didn't see any written testimony, so I hope you submitted some and that we'll be seeing that.
I did check last night, and it looked like the clerk had submitted or had posted my testimony. He's usually very quick with that. He does a great job. So I thought I did see it, but I will certainly check again, sir, and I can email it to you directly.
I'll check again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Any other questions for Mr. Getty? I'm seeing none. Mr. Getty, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Good day. And is Ms. Flattery in the room?
I'm here.
Hi, sorry,
nice
I
to see you.
accidentally skipped over you. I apologize.
That's okay. Fortunately, I was able to send a message to somebody else on the committee and say, what happened?
Okay.
Been waiting
The floor,
to
the
talk
floor
to
is
you all
yours.
day. So to all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, I want to thank you so much for 6474 concerning collateral consequences of a criminal record. I think we all know people who have had to interact with the criminal legal system because they didn't get the services and supports they needed, and therefore have that record, and that really poses barriers to them in the future. For the record, my name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. We provide civil legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. But my other testimony, which some people may be surprised to be getting from me, but there's a reason that I want to explain this, is I am opposed to 942, an act concerning on-time payment of wages. And what kind of ghoul would be opposed to people getting paid on time for their work? Because everybody who works deserves to get paid in full on time every week. The problem I have is that this approach is not the way to address the issue, I don't believe. It comes from my experience serving on the PCA Workforce Council for the last 6 years. And I also would point you to the written testimony of Alex and Sam Bodie and Sheila Mulvey, who are consumer employers in the PCA program, because it's a program that relies on self-direction of the consumer employers. They are the employers. Making and referring, it's always a fight to make people understand that Allied and Sunset Shores are the fiscal intermediaries. They are not people's employers. So I think passing any kind of bill that says that even for a limited purpose, we're making them the employer is just a really bad idea. And I also want to give you a sense of the numbers that we've been dealing with. I heard Deirdre testify earlier that she got thousands of calls. But since October, the union has only filed 387 step 1 grievances, 359 of which were found to be without merit. Of the 28 that did have merit, so like 28 did have merit, 22 of the 359 that were denied went to step 2, and only 2 were found to be substantiated. There was a huge incident earlier this year where a bunch of people didn't get paid because of a bank error. But if this bill had been in effect, Allied would have been punished and fined for an error that was People's Bank's fault. You guys know me. I do not defend state agencies. You know, I am not here defending Allied. What I am here defending is the concept of the self-directed program and the autonomy of consumer employers. I think there may be ways to address the problems with Allied. Allied also has 4 times the number of PCAs than Sunset Shores does. I don't know if that contributes to the difference. I'd also suggest that maybe you have the state auditor looking into it. If there is a legitimate question about their books, I know there are other state contractors who we question their numbers all the time, because if you look at their reports from month to month, the numbers are different. So I think there are lots of ways to fix this problem. I just don't think this bill is it. So I would encourage you to continue to work with folks to figure out a way to solve this problem, because people do deserve to get paid. And it's not a lack of respect for the PCAs. You hear their stories and it's absolutely heartbreaking. They do valuable work. They do necessary work that allows our folks to live in the community.
Thank you so much. Senator Kushner?
Thank you, and thank you, Kathy. I've known you a long time, and I've known you've been a fighter for workers, and now you're a fighter for persons with disabilities, and so I know you as an advocate. So I was a little surprised when you started out talking about this bill about on-time payroll. I know we had testimony about how there will be S language, substitute language that will clarify that this bill is not intending to make the consumer the employer for purposes of the on-time payment of payroll. So I think
that I understand, and the problem is what I think what I'm trying to say is that, one, making the fiscal intermediary, the employer for purposes of payroll, is problematic as well. And I also think that it potentially jeopardizes the Medicaid reimbursement that the state is getting for this program. And that's something I think we all need to be very cognizant of, because those are federal dollars that are coming into the state. And, you know, when they have to verify that timesheets are accurate and they're not paying two people at the same time and that they can read the timesheet, there's a reason that that's like that. I'm hoping, even though I joined a lot of people in pushing back against instituting electronic visit verification because I think there were some real privacy issues with it. I'm hoping that that may lessen some of these problems. I mean, I know for me, being home, having to scan paperwork when you're not in an office, it's a mess. So there's got to be a better way. I would love to see the substitute language, and I hope that you'll share that with people, because that may get past the problem, but that's not really the issue.
I appreciate that. Your clarification helps me to understand that you don't want to give allies more authority than number one would jeopardize the program, but also because of your advocacy for the self-directed consumer. And I now better understand that, but at the same time, there has to be a way to fix this. And we've just heard from too many people. You know, you cited some grievance numbers, and I appreciate that, and that maybe only 28 had merit. A lot of times in my experience, and I'm sure you had this experience as well, that grievances were withdrawn when the problem was remedied. And so sometimes if you got paid a week late, you might withdraw your grievance because it's more time and expense to pursue a grievance than to just withdraw it because you've gotten your paycheck. So I mean, I would be a little careful of the interpretation of that, those numbers. What I'm more concerned about is that I've heard consumers today, as well as, well, we heard one consumer who, was very articulate on the issue, and another representative from this committee who happens to have a family member who is a consumer. And so it's a problem that has been going on before COVID, and it's a problem that needs to get resolved. And I think our interest is finding a way to have repercussions if a payroll is not made up in a timely fashion. And frankly, I've been through this myself. I used to work in the payroll department of a big university. We had 38,000 employees. So we had, and this was way back before technology when I was a child. We had systems in place to run special payrolls when somebody wasn't paid, when there was a mistake made. And so a payroll company like Allied certainly should have a mechanism for a special payroll when someone's paid, whether the mistake was the PCA or the consumer or someone within Allied. It doesn't really matter. There are always going to be mistakes in payroll, but there have to be mechanisms that are in place that a person doesn't have to wait a week, especially a low-wage worker. So I think that's what we're trying to address. I think we're happy to share with you. I know I am happy to have more conversations with you, as I'm sure Representative Porter is, about getting this right from the point of view of the consumer and protecting the Medicaid waiver system. So I don't think, we don't want to mess up with that. So I think we'll be able to find some resolution, but it seems like something that we have to remedy now. It's just been around too long.
I cannot dispute the fact that the problems have been going on prior to COVID, but I think they've also been improving. My understanding is they were put on a performance improvement plan. I'm not here to defend them. They're not paying me. I am here because I represent people. I was appointed to the PCA Workforce Council to represent the issues of people with developmental disabilities who are consumer employers in the PCA waiver programs. That is why I am here. People, all workers deserve to be paid, living wage on time. But I just really think that you want to be careful in how you respond to the situation. And I don't know that this bill, perhaps the substitute language does address the concerns that departments have, but I don't work for the state, as you know. I do not work for Allied, but I am here because when we saw the bill, various members of the PCA Workforce Council were concerned about the unintended consequences of the bill.
Well, it's very good to hear, and I won't ask any more questions, but it's good to know that you're there. I didn't realize that before, so now I know somebody I can go to when there's an issue that's raised with us, because I know you well, and I know you to be a true and honest, hard-working fighter for everyone. And so I feel very comfortable coming with you. The one thing I will say, though, and this has been raised, is that we are aware that the contract with the Allied has got to be renewed, and that it expires in June. And I would be very reluctant to encourage renewal unless we're absolutely 100% sure that these problems and backup methods are in place so that this doesn't continue to happen. Because I can't imagine us going down that road with them again if they haven't solved these problems. And several members of our committee on both sides of the aisle, it's not a partisan issue, have expressed concern about what we're hearing about payroll issues. So, we have a little bit of time, not a lot of time, but if we get to work, I think we can find a good solution. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think straight up, there are a lot of companies making a lot of money from the state of Connecticut, which means via our tax dollars. And if the state is paying them to do a job, they ought to do it. Agree with you 100% on that.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for Ms. Flaherty? I don't see any. Thank you very much for testifying today.
Take care.
Next up, we have a public senator, Karima Pimento. See your name here.
Adelante.
Please proceed.
Ok, la cámara no se quiere activar, pero ok.
Te podemos oír. I can hear you.
Perfecto. Estimada representante Robin Porter, senadora Julie Kushner, miembro del Comité de Trabajo y empleados públicos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kushner, and esteemed members of the committee.
Mi nombre es Karime Pimentel, vivo en Waterbury, Connecticut. Estoy a favor del proyecto de ley 943 del Senado, una ley relativa a la educación salarial y relacionada con las trabajadoras domésticas.
My name is Karime Pimentel. I live in Waterbury, Connecticut. I am testifying in favor of SB 943, a law concerning wage education relating to domestic workers.
Quiero compartirles la experiencia de uno de los miembros de nuestra organización, Naga2 Valley Project.
I want to share with you the experience of one of the members of our organization, Naugatuck Valley Project.
Después de varios meses de trabajo, Juana, cuyo nombre no es real, recibió un cheque por el trabajo realizado en 2 semanas.
After several months of work, Juana, which is a pseudonym, received a check for the work done in 2 weeks.
Cuando trató de cobrar el cheque, la institución bancaria le informó que su empleador no tenía fondos en su cuenta.
When she tried to cash the check, the bank informed her that the check was without funds.
Juana se puso en contacto con su empleador y este le dijo que le pagaría la próxima quincena los 2 pagos completos.
Juana contacted her employer, who told her that in 2 weeks she would receive full payment for all 4 weeks of work.
Otro cheque se le entregó a Juana y este también rebotó.
Another check was given to Juana, and again the check bounced.
Ella habló con su empleador y él mismo le informó que le pagaría en efectivo el día de pago, las 6 semanas que había trabajado.
The employer told Juana that she would pay her again for the 6 weeks of work in cash. But 2 more weeks went by, now 6 weeks were owed, and there was no cash or check for Juana.
Cumplido el plazo, no había dinero ni en efectivo ni en cheque para Juana. Cuando Juana llamaba por teléfono a su empleador, este no contestaba ni devolvía los mensajes que se dejaban en la máquina contestadora. Estamos hablando de 6 semanas de trabajo realizado por Juana y no pagado.
When Juana called her employer, the employer did not answer the phone or return messages. We are talking about 6 weeks of work for which Juana was not paid.
Hablé con Juana para hacerle saber que podíamos presentar una queja ante el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut contra su empleador.
I spoke with Juana to inform her that she could file a complaint against her employer with the Connecticut Department of Labor.
Desafortunadamente, ella se sintió intimidada debido a su estatus migratorio indocumentado. Y el consejo que recibió de amigos fuera de la organización de que podía arriesgarse a una deportación si intentaba recuperar su dinero.
Unfortunately, Juana was intimidated because of her undocumented immigration status, and her friends told her that she could risk deportation if she tried to get the money that she was owed.
Juana no creía que el Departamento de Trabajo pudiera ayudar a una trabajadora que fue engañada con varios sueldos.
Juana did not believe that the Labor Department could help a worker who was cheated out of a paycheck, regardless of her immigrant status.
Su miedo le impidió luchar por lo que trabajó tan duro para ganar.
Her fear held her back from fighting for what she had worked hard to earn.
Las circunstancias de Juana no eran únicas, pero tuvimos que dejar el caso como estaba, así que el empleador se quedó con las 6 semanas de trabajo de la familia de Juana.
Juana's circumstances were not unique, but we had to let the situation be dropped, and the employer held on to 6 weeks of Juana's family's money.
Apoyamos la educación, que es base de este proyecto de ley. Las trabajadoras domésticas son personas reales, como nosotros, pero también como ustedes, nuestros representantes.
Let's approve this law to educate domestic workers about their rights. Domestic workers are people like us and like you, honorable legislators.
Por favor, apoyen el proyecto de ley SB 943 para proteger la dignidad de estas trabajadoras.
Please approve SB 943 to protect the dignity of these workers.
Para que se les pague en su totalidad por cada día que trabajan.
So that they get paid fully for every day that they work.
Para que ellas sean capaces de pagar los costos de vivienda.
So that they can pay the rent.
Poner comida en la mesa de su familia.
Put food on the table for their family.
Y permitirse el lujo de poder educar a sus hijos.
And afford to educate their children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Rep. Porter has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. And I will just say what I've already said, just for the record. Would you please, Megan, let her know that we are pushing to get this bill passed so that we can educate domestic workers, but in the meantime, in between time, Senator Kushner, myself, and other members, I will even volunteer Senator Cabrera at this point because I know he is with us. We are here. Please reach out to us when these kind of violations are occurring so that we can take action on your behalf. Thank you.
Yes. Gracias, Karime. Quiero que usted sepa, por favor, que estamos en pie de lucha para aprobar este proyecto de ley. Y mientras tanto, también nos comprometemos a apoyar a cualquier trabajadora que tenga un reclamo de robo salarial. yo me ofrezco, la senadora Kushner se ofrezca y yo creo que el senador George Cabrera también se ofrece. Si sepa de algún caso de robo salarial, cuente con nosotros para tomar acción. Thank
Muchísimas
you.
gracias. Se los agradecemos.
Thank you very much.
I see, I see Representative Vargas has his hand up. Representative, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask her, and I'll ask her in Spanish, but what I want to ask her is, do they have other people who are undocumented workers who have been successful at the Labor Department that can serve as witnesses and help people overcome their fears? Si la pregunta mía es a Karime, si ustedes tienen un grupo de personas que ya ha pasado por el proceso, indocumentados que han pasado por el proceso del Labor Department y que han podido recobrar su dinero, que ustedes pueden usar para servirle de testigo a estas personas que tienen dudas si pueden hacerlo o no.
Realmente no lo hemos hecho legalmente porque las personas escuchan más lo que le dicen sus amistades y por fuera que lo que realmente uno le explica, que aunque en otras áreas sí les hemos dado apoyo y ellos ven que lo que le decimos eso es y que mantenemos la confidencialidad de su información debido a su estatus, pero estamos trabajando en eso, en que cuando le digamos algo, realmente nos crean y de hecho con unos abogados, aunque es para el área de inmigración, estamos haciendo unos trabajos, queremos incluir eso también.
Gracias, Karime.
Yeah. So we have not yet been able to convince any undocumented domestic workers in our organization to file these legal complaints. And that's why we want to work together with the Department of Labor and to make sure that we are providing legal assistance and support so that workers have the confidence to speak out and claim their rights. Thank you.
Pues que en el futuro ya sabes que cuentas con nosotros, los legisladores, para decirle a los trabajadores indocumentados cuáles son sus derechos y como representantes del Estado podemos asegurarles a ellos de que los vamos a proteger. Gracias, Karime.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
You can count on us. You can count on us as state legislators to support you and to help undocumented workers come out of the shadows and claim their rights. Thank you, Karime.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Karime?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Karime, thank you very much for testifying today. Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes. Que tengan buenas tardes.
Up next, we have Hugh Baran. I see Hugh. Good evening, Hugh. Welcome. Floor is yours, buddy.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera and Representative Porter and Senator Kushner for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hugh Barron, and I'm a senior staff attorney and Skadden Fellow at the National Employment Law Project, a nonprofit, nonpartisan research and advocacy organization. NELP strongly supports HB 6475, which would allow workers to file civil actions in the name of the state to enforce their rights under Connecticut's employment laws. Forced arbitration requirements deny workers the right to go before a judge and jury when their employer breaks the law. They are not, as you've heard from the business community, voluntary or bargained for agreements, particularly for workers in low-wage jobs. Employers unilaterally impose these requirements on workers when they start a job or at any time after they've been hired. Under current law, employers can refuse to hire or fire any worker who refuses to be subject to forced arbitration. Making matters even worse, class action waivers incorporated into these requirements prevent employees from banding together to challenge employer lawbreaking. Black workers' employers, women workers' employers, and employers of workers in low-wage jobs are the most likely to require forced arbitration, including up to 2/3 of workers in low-wage jobs. Forced arbitration heavily favors employers in several ways that are outlined further in my written testimony to the committee. Faced with the reality of proceeding alone and against their employer in a stacked forum, Academic research has shown that 98% of workers whose claims are subject to forced arbitration simply abandon their claims. As a result, we estimate that in 2019, forced arbitration helped employers keep over $97 million in stolen wages that were owed to low-paid Connecticut workers, specifically from private sector non-union workers earning less than $13 an hour. Forced arbitration is also used to prevent workers from pursuing cases of sexual harassment, racial discrimination, and other employment law violations. While the Connecticut Department of Labor is not restricted by forced arbitration requirements, it lacks the resources to deal with the wage theft crisis enabled by the use of forced arbitration. Connecticut can act to address the state's lack of public enforcement capacity by passing HB 6475. This bill would allow workers to stand in the shoes of the state and seek civil penalties for wage theft and other violations of the state's employment laws. Importantly, it would also allow representative organizations, such as worker centers and unions, to pursue these actions to enforce state employment laws. And that would take the burden of pursuing these actions off of workers who, as you just heard from Karime Pimentel, often fear retaliation and harassment and firing for exercising their rights. Because a majority of penalties recovered in these actions would go to the state, the bill would actually also generate millions in new revenue for the Department of Labor, the Attorney General's Office, the Commission on Human Rights, and other state agencies charged with enforcement of employment laws, which would allow them to in turn increase their staffing levels and expand their enforcement capacity. In written testimony to this committee, the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities has suggested the bill needs to be amended to provide that the commission be given notice of actions under the state's discrimination laws and to intervene as of right. NELP very much supports the commission's critical role in enforcing the state's discrimination laws, and this bill is actually designed to complement that. In fact, as drafted, the bill already requires notice to be given to the commission, and it permits the commission to proceed with any investigation upon such notice and to intervene in any action as of right within 30 days of filing. So that maintains the commission's institutional oversight of enforcement in this area. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it or about forced arbitration in general.
Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony. I particularly, my ears perked up that you called this a wage theft crisis, which I agree with you. I think it's way underreported. You talked about enforcement of state employer law, like enforcement of the law, and that you believe that this bill would give the resources necessary to actually enforce the law?
Yes, and I can say, so the first thing it does is it lets individual workers as well as representative organizations file civil actions to pursue civil penalties on behalf of the state. So standing in the shoes of the state when they do so. In California, and so the mechanism then is if the workers win, 30% of the penalties go to the workers, 70% of the penalties go to the state. And that part that goes to the state then allows the state to invest in the kind of ongoing building up of enforcement capacity that it needs to. In California, which has the Private Attorneys General Act, which is this bill is modeled on, in 2019, those actions actually raised $88 million for state coffers. And so that shows, and not something like 90% of the cases that are filed under California's PAGA are wage theft actions, right? So that just shows this direct relationship between bringing these wage theft actions and pursuing these civil penalties, and then being able to bring money and both pursue justice for workers and bring money into state coffers to expand the state's enforcement capacity.
That's extraordinary. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just think the opportunity to raise revenue while enforcing the law is something we should be doing already, right? We should be doing that already, and giving our agency room to enforce and also investigate, basically. And wondering, you said 2019 was the law in California. Was that when it was first implemented?
No, it was, that law was first implemented in 2004 in California. And so they've had years to sort of refine and see kind of the lessons that have come out of that law. And so this bill is very much crafted with those lessons in mind.
Got it. So we're learning from other states, implementation, but maybe mistakes too. The final thing is I wondered, okay, so if it was started in 2004, has the wage theft crisis reduced because there's better enforcement, there's more penalties, there's, you know, more reporting, or is it still we're trying to just get away with the lowest wage workers and exploit them?
Well, I would hesitate to say that, you know, California has eliminated its wage theft crisis because of this, right? And there's many other developments that have accelerated increasing wage theft, in particular, the growth of service-based jobs, and you know, the sort of the very low wage floor that we haven't had federally overall. But I will say that in the past few years, this law has really demonstrated real results and growing results. So the amount recovered under PAGA in California has increased over time as more workers, as more attorneys have become aware of the law, and courts have sort of clarified what the law means and what is provided for. But part of why we're in this mess is actually because the Supreme Court and a right-wing corporate majority on the Supreme Court has blessed these forced arbitration requirements, right? Which prevent workers from filing, will otherwise prevent workers from filing actions in courts. And because arbitration is so stacked, it's so unfair, not talking about union arbitration, right? We're talking about individual employee arbitration, where you're up against your boss and you have no representative behind you, and you can't stand with other workers, right? So in that context, employees just walk away because and that's what these laws are designed to do. They're designed to make people think that, I'm sorry, what forced arbitration is designed to do. Companies think, oh, we are insulated from liability. You can't sue us. So you can try to file a claim against your boss for harassing you or for stealing your wages, but good luck, because we've got this forced arbitration and nothing's going to happen. And so it actually fuels a culture of non-compliance even further.
Wow. Okay, that's great. So do you believe that this bill will unwind that, you know, basically forced arbitration of insulation of folks to act with impunity to exploit workers?
I don't think it's going to do everything, right? I think it's a critical first step to give people the right to go back before judges and juries, right? That's what forced arbitration has done, is deprived workers and consumers as well of their constitutional right to seek justice before a court of law, before judges and juries. And the Supreme Court has said that states can't regulate in this forced arbitration. They can't directly limit the use of forced arbitration. But what this bill does is it creates a different pathway where workers stand in the shoes of the state. And because the state is not bound by forced arbitration requirements, because it's not a party to those requirements, workers can proceed with their actions on behalf of the state.
I think it's quite brilliant. Okay, thank you. This helps clarify a lot, and yeah, I'm a big fan. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Winkler, see your hand up?
Yes.
Please
So
proceed.
in the arbitrations that I am aware of, in the arbitration panels, the arbitration selection or whatever that occurs, like with state employees, both sides agree on the arbitrators. And they both pick arbitrators who are likely to rule based on the contract as opposed to anything else. And that's about the best they can do since they have to agree on the arbitrator. How are arbitrators selected when the employer is the one that's insisting on the arbitration?
Right. So this is what makes it so different than labor arbitration, right? In labor arbitration, there is a collective bargaining agreement, and the union has agreed to arbitration as a way to resolve disputes about the meaning of that agreement, right? Not about public laws and whether or not that their minimum labor standards are abided to, but about the meaning of that collective bargaining agreement. And they're on equal footing, right? Part of why that it's so different is also that the union is a repeat player as well as the company. So neither side has the built-in advantage of being the repeat player. If I'm an individual worker going up, for example, a Chipotle worker going up against Chipotle in an arbitration, right? They're the repeat player. They're likely to have other workers bringing claims against them. But I, as the worker, am likely to never see the arbitrator again, right? So the arbitrator has, so I'm at this sort of big structural disadvantage in that context. But then there's even this predecessor step, there's sort of is that when an employer decides to impose forced arbitration as a condition of employment, it picks the arbitrator in the arbitration provider. So the American Arbitration Association, JAMS is another one that people have heard about, but there are also many, many other smaller, less sort of established, less above board arbitration providers. And that arbitration provider has its own rules already established. So already the company has picked the rules, they picked the forum, they can, in many cases, pick the state. They could say that Connecticut workers have to arbitrate their claims in Arizona, right? Or Texas. And that's, it's not, they can, and they'll often try to impose other kinds of unenforced, unfair rules as well. For example, saying you have to file your claim within 6 months, even if a statute gives you 3 years to file a claim. So it's really a whole different ballgame than labor arbitration.
Who pays for the arbitrator in forced arbitration?
So the Supreme Court has said that in general, the costs of arbitration for a worker or consumer shouldn't be more than the sort of comparable cost in federal or state courts. That's what they've said. The reality is they've made it very difficult for workers to actually enforce that like cost limiting idea, right? In terms of being able to challenge agreements that will often say, and I represent clients right now where their arbitration provision says that they have to equally split the costs of the arbitration, which can often be tens of thousands of dollars that for a low paid worker, they simply don't have. And so is that worker going to take the risk of filing the arbitration and hoping that the arbitrator does the right thing and says that that provision is unenforceable? They may very well not. And there are many cases where and again, I know about these cases from experience where arbitrators have said, oh no, this is a matter of contract, costs are getting split. And because arbitrator decisions are generally not appealable to a court or to any other body, it's basically, those decisions are almost always unreviewable. So even though there's supposed to be this protection against overburdening workers with costs, the reality is that that protection is extremely hard to enforce, and workers can often be saddled with high costs in arbitration, but even the fear of those incurring those costs will mean that they just don't file claims.
So Connecticut is an employment at will state?
Correct.
So refusing forced arbitration is not a protected class, so they can fire you if you refuse.
Correct.
All righty. So when you said 30% go to the workers and 70% goes to the state, I assume that the workers' unpaid wages are at least covered.
No. So it depends on the action in the particular claim. So under the bill as it's currently written, workers can recover civil penalties that and they get this 30% portion of the civil penalties. And again, this is what's critical here is what workers are not pursuing are their personal claims, right? They're pursuing the state's claims. The state can assess civil penalties. Those are generally under, and right now, if you're a worker and if you're able to go to court, you can't get those civil penalties. This bill allows workers to get civil penalties, injunctive relief, declaratory relief, but what that 30%, so the 30% in some cases will be more than their wages, right? Because for example, if you're right now, there's many cases where employers use these sort of 1,000 cuts ways of stealing wages, right? And so for example, shaving an hour off of every worker's paycheck a week, right? And so if that's a 1,000 workers, at $15 an hour, that's significant money to the employer, but it's very little money to the worker, right? Which also creates another sort of structural disincentive for people to pursue that. The civil penalty that the bill creates, if the law doesn't already have a civil penalty, it creates a $500 per employee per pay period civil penalty. And so that $500 might be significantly more, and the 30% that the work goes to the workers might be significantly more than the direct monetary harm to the worker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. Barone? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir, for testifying this evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I see Ms. Lynn Zimmer. Ms. Zimmer?
Hello.
Hi. How are you? The floor is yours.
Hello. I'm here for a employer of Allied Community Service. First thing, I suffer from aphasia. And my caregivers, sometimes I notice that they don't get paid. They tell me the bank, Allied has told them that the bank has a problem, which I can't believe. And my one caregiver, she, every other week, Allied calls me because she doesn't put the right date on. Even though they call her, they call me. I don't know why, but they say, can they change it? Well, yes, just pay her. I'm from Washington State, and when I first had my stroke, I was assigned a caseworker. She took care of everything, including getting me a caregiver. I didn't have to put an ad up, which my kids did, and they put an ad up, and they had a lot of people respond, but when they were told that they would have to work for Allied, they said no, thank you. And I couldn't get a caregiver here for almost a year. And because of Allied and Allied reading, I was told by the nurses in Yale, if you have to get a caregiver, don't go with Allied. They're horrible. But Allied was the only place I get one because I'm on the waiver program. I was a psychotherapist for 30 years. And when Allied is not professional, they call me and they talk down to me because I'm disabled and I don't speak well. And that really irritates me because I was always a professional. I've worked with the state of Washington as a counselor to foster kids. So I had to be professional. These people are suck. That's all I can say. They suck. Because you don't do this. You don't talk to people like this. I worked with caregivers and caseworkers for 30 years. But now I can't. But Alan, you have to get a new company. This is ridiculous. This is unreal. Yeah, that's all I want to say. My caregivers are the life. They make my life easier. I don't know what I'd do without them. My kids are in Philadelphia. My daughter-in-law is going to University of Philadelphia, and I'm very proud of them, but they can't be here. So my caregivers are all I have, and I'm waiting for a heart and a kidney. So I have to be close to Yale. Not that I want to.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Thank you so much for, by far, you're my favorite testimony so far today. So we'll see how others can fare. I don't care what Ally says. I want you to know that we understood you and that you speak very well.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Representative Winkler?
I'm sorry.
Accidentally? Okay.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
You said exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the state of Connecticut has a lot to learn from other states. This is the democratic state. I don't have a caseworker. I have nothing in DSS. It's like they don't care. And it's sad that they don't, because I worry about other disabled people, mostly children. What did they do? What did their families do? If Allied has anything to do with it, it sucks.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions from Ms. Zimmer? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Hughes. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also see Chairman Porter's hand is raised. But I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Zimmer, and echo that how our contractors treat our citizens is a reflection on us. And if we do not want anybody speaking down to you or any of our citizens or treating any of your primary caregivers with disrespect, because that's disrespecting you. And I just find it's unconscionable on our watch. Just to clarify, you said you're on the waiver program, therefore you have no choice about whose services you get. Is that true?
Yes, we were told we had to get caregivers from Allied, and all the nurses at the hospital, which I have most of my time at Yale, I live there. They said, oh, I'm sorry, they were trying to find me caregivers from anywhere else, but you know, I'm on Social Security, and Allied was what I had to do. And don't worry, the neurons in my brain took my speech and my everything, but different neurons, I can swear really good. So yes, I don't have the problem cussing people out.
Okay, well, Ms. Zimmer, I'm going to call on you then as we move this through. I'm going to call on you to follow up, and we're going to make sure that we change policy or change contractors and certainly change behavior towards our residents. Thank you so much.
Right. I used to be an activist in Washington, but the stroke took my voice. But I'll be with you all the way.
Well, you're being heard loud and clear right here, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to join in thanking you for taking the time, the energy that it took you to give your testimony today, Ms. Zimmer. You are speaking very well, and you are being heard very well. You know, it came up earlier, a point was made, oh, well, isn't Allied, you know, Allied isn't the employer. Well, you're the employer, and you're calling Allied, and this is the way they're treating you. So you brought a different perspective to what has been presented up to this point, which really, you know, really deepens the belly ache that I have around the fact that we've had people testify today that have actually said this has been going on for years. And I believe that Allied has been, you know, they've gotten away with it because they were able to get away with it. But now that it's been brought to our attention, right? Because you can't fix a problem unless you know there's a problem. Well, Houston, or should I say Connecticut, we have a problem. And we're going to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. And I think what really disturbs me about your testimony is the point that you've made about yourself being disabled, but also about the disabled children and their families and how this is impacting them. And I will leave my comment here because you made me think about something that Mahatma Gandhi said, which rings really true in this instance. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Shame on Allied. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions from Ms. Zimmer before we let her go? Seeing none. Ms. Zimmer, thank you so much for taking the time and the energy to speak to us tonight. Your testimony is one we won't soon forget. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, we have Ms. Sharon Thorstensen. Ms. Thorstensen? The floor is yours, ma'am. Good evening. I see you, but I think you're still muted.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yep. Okay, I figured it out. Okay.
There you go.
Sorry, I've been on here all day and I had to put my phone on the charger, so I'm gonna put it back sideways so I can put it in my little holder on my lap. Okay, can you see me okay?
Yes.
All right, okay. I'm sure you have my written testimony. I testified yesterday before the other appropriations committee, and honestly, I really feel insulted after yesterday, but after today with your group, it's like a whole different ball game. So I'm very grateful, and so thank you all. I know it's been a very long day. I'm exhausted, but there's been a lot of great testimony, and that last Ms. Zimmer, I share with her. Allied sucks, bottom line. And I was thinking, even prior to, there was an individual who had spoken on behalf of, I forget what organization she is with now, but she claimed she also was assigned to or had worked with the Workforce Council. So my wheels were spinning as I'm listening. And in regards to holding people accountable, and her paraphrasing the Workforce Council's rendition of, oh, it's not allied, and that, oh, a percentage of the grievances only resulted in 28 or whatever. Well, let me give you my experience. In the past 4 years, going on 5 that I've had this program, I had wonderful PCAs in which I have lost so many. I've lost count because of the lack of reliability, because of them not getting paid on time by Allied. The process is ridiculous. The wait time on hold on the telephone, to all the excuses in the world, it's just, bottom line, it sucks. So the other people who should be held accountable, I believe, are the Workforce Council. I think there should be delved into that, because I remember a year ago, I attended, there was a meeting up at the SEIU up in Hartford. And so because my PCA was on duty, I attended with her. And so I got to participate and listen in on the Workforce Council having their meeting in regard to the electronic verification system. And the union was going back and forth with negotiations and all the other stuff. Well, I witnessed firsthand of the Workforce Council assuring that they were going to make sure every PCA and every consumer was trained. Well, you know what? I have not gotten even a notice about the electronic verification system. My PCA has, but I haven't. Have I gotten trained? No. There was an email that stated that, oh, the electronic verification system is mandatory and it needs to begin by January 17th. Well, by golly, where the hell's my training? We have nobody to turn to. And when you go through the Workforce Council, it's not easy, because they make it difficult for you to file a grievance. You've got to go on a special server through the, or whatever it is, the technology of DSS, and oh, it's like it may as well be the CIA, for God's sake. And the password that they assign you, it doesn't work. Then it takes like upwards of a week to 2 weeks just to get back a hold of somebody, because you get dumped into voicemail. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's why there's probably only 28 grievances that have finally gone through, because the other 6,000 of us have given up because they make it so damn difficult. We don't have the energy and the strength We have disabilities. We are disabled. We are sick. We have immune deficiencies. We've got doctor's appointments. We've got so much that just to take care of ourselves is a full-time job.
Thank you, Ms. Thorstensen. Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. So that being said, what happened? I see a black screen. Am I still
You're
being
still-
heard?
You're still
Oh,
on.
okay, I saw a black screen come up.
No,
Okay.
we see you and hear you.
You can
All
just
right,
wrap
I-
up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so bottom line, I really think that the accountability needs to be spread amongst the Workforce Council, whom are the cheerleaders for Allied. And really, I honestly believe that another intermediary needs to be put in place because it's a nightmare.
Thank you.
And people should not go without pay. They work hard. They work very hard. They've got families. They've got children of their own, and even some that have children with disabilities of their own.
Thank
And
you.
they're just trying to make a living.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking time to share your thoughts tonight. Any questions, comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for taking time to testify tonight.
Okay.
Have a good
All right.
evening.
Thank you.
I see that Ms. Catherine Newton-Jones, I'm going to just go back a bit, is here. Hi, ma'am. How are you? Please proceed. The floor is yours. There you go.
Okay, good afternoon to the senator and the representatives also, and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Jones Newton, and I am a consumer in the Medicaid waiver program. That I lived in New Haven, Connecticut. In 2020, I broke my hip and in a bad car accident, and my mobility has been limited. Since then, I have been able to stay in my home and live as much as a natural life, thanks to the help of my home care workers, which I was in the hospital for 6 months and in the rehab for 6 months. That took a whole year. But I thank God for the help of my home care workers who are paid. Can you see me? Who are paid by Allied Community Resource. I am here to testify in support of canceling the state contract with Allied. Being able to receive service in my own home has had a great impact on my ability of life. My ability of life. After being in the facility for 6 months, I know the difference that it makes. It makes a difference for me to be in my home, where I feel comfortable and secure and happy. My home care workers help me in every part of my life. They help me move around, shower, reminds me to take my medication, clean, grooming, and etc. That I may need things to get. They also go out and get those. My PCA workers is very close to me, and I'm very close to them. For example, Allied had paid my home care worker has been paying my home care workers for the past 8 years, and I'm here to in regards to the program with Ally is getting worse. Last year, for example, I faxed a timesheet to Ally and kept the fax confirmation. And on that day before the payday, they called me and told me they couldn't find the timesheet for one of my workers. So they had to send it back in and put an hour on it. And it took them 2 weeks to get paid, which is not fair to do, not fair to the workers due to Ally's fault. I had to lend one of my workers money to pay her bill, and her account was overdraft due to money that was not there in her account from Ally. This made her want to quit, and I don't blame her. I have took a lot of time and effort in finding my PCAs, training them and building trust and rapport. In return to make me feel secure and comfortable and happy in my home. But they can't be secure and comfortable and happy if they can't pay their bills and support their families. And I do not want to lose them over someone else strategy, incompetence over the home care workers. They work very hard and they deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Are any questions? Comments? No. Representative Winkler, floor is yours, sir.
Yes. Do you use a fax machine to send information to Allied?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do hear you. Do you ever have the experience where Allied's fax machine says that it's received your fax, but they call you and tell you they didn't?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a constituent who has that problem too. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Comments? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us this evening. Really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Up next, we have Mr. Mark Kosnoff. Mr. Kosnoff?
Yes.
How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you. How's everyone this evening, I'll say. Representative Porter and Senator Kushner, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mark Kosnoff, and I am the Executive Director of United Action Connecticut, a faith-based organization that advocates for social justice causes. I would like to address the committee tonight in support of two bills, Senate Bill 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers, and House Bill 6537, an act concerning paid sick days expansion and domestic worker coverage. Let me begin by stating the importance of domestic workers. They really are essential workers. They are needed to keep our ever-aging population in their homes that they love, give young parents the opportunity to do their jobs, and be the stable factor for others that simply need a helping hand. Domestic workers are often viewed as simply housekeepers, but they're much more than that. Besides cleaning, they may provide childcare, food preparation, transportation, help with personal hygiene, physical support, and in some cases, medical assistance. This is really the profession that makes all other work possible. Unfortunately, in the past, domestic workers have not been treated very well. For archaic reasons that date back over 100 years, they were not considered the same as the rest of the workforce and did not enjoy the same basic rights and responsibilities that most other workers enjoy. In 2013, the Department of Labor issued rules that guaranteed minimum wage and overtime for domestic workers, but many workers and their employers still do not know about these rights and responsibilities. Even today, domestic workers, the majority being immigrant women or women of color, are subjected to mistreatment, abuse, discrimination, unsafe working conditions, wage theft, and sexual harassment. Senate Bill 943 can help fix that. This bill will create a program within the Connecticut Department of Labor to educate workers and their employers to their rights and responsibilities and ensure that domestic workers are earning the wages that they deserve. Similar programs have been successful in California and cities such as New York, Chicago, Seattle, and San Francisco. We must also remember that domestic workers have families of their own, and House Bill 6537, if enacted, would allow them to use paid sick time to recover from being ill or care for a spouse or child that is sick, injured, or suffering from a health condition. The need for domestic workers continues to grow, and you, as the leaders of this great state, need to ensure that these workers are treated fairly and paid properly. So I implore you please to support Senate Bill 943 and House Bill 6537, try and make them become law. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Koznoff. Are there any questions, comments? Seeing none. Mr. Koznoff, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this evening.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. And next up, I don't know if I see Karen Duval. I don't see Karen Duval in the room. No.
Mr. Chair, we do not have Karen with us right now.
Thank you. We'll move on to Wendy De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Wendy De La Cruz.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hi, how are you? My name is Wendy De La Cruz, a New Haven resident, member of Unidad Latina en Acción, ULA.
Ok, sí, lo dijiste bien. Wendy De La Cruz, residente de New Haven, miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, en proyecto de ley. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Wendy De La Cruz. Gracias, estimada representante Robin Potter, estimada senadora Julie Kosher, miembros del Comité del Trabajo y servidores públicos.
Testimony in favor of SB 943, wage education for domestic worker, and HB 6537, paid sick days. The representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kosher, and a member of the Labor and Public Employees Community.
Este testimonio es porque soy trabajadora del hogar y quiero dar el testimonio de lo que he vivido en esta pandemia. Esta pandemia para mí ha sido muy difícil porque como trabajadora del hogar y como madre soltera, tengo 2 hijos y me he visto muy afectada en mis finanzas y en mi salud.
I am a domestic worker and I want to give testimony of what I have experienced in this pandemic. This pandemic has been very difficult for me as a single mother with 2 children and a domestic worker. I have suffered severely in poverty in my health because my children and I got COVID-19. I was out of work, and every day that we don't work, we don't have a penny. Wendy.
Nosotras las trabajadoras del hogar tenemos que hacer, bueno, no tenemos que nadie vea por nuestros derechos laborales, ya que muchas de nosotras vivimos con este estrés de no tener trabajo, que se hayan reducido nuestras horas de trabajo, que algunas de nosotras no tengamos un sueldo fijo. Debido a esta pandemia, la mayoría de las personas no quieren que limpiemos sus casas y de esa manera nuestro trabajo bajó drásticamente, llegando a un punto donde estamos en cero. Sin tener para pagar las cuentas, sin tener para pagar la renta, las utilidades, no contamos con un seguro médico, ni que hablar de no tener un sueldo base u horas aseguradas, ya que a menudo hay una gran discriminación. Aún nos siguen llamando empleadas domésticas. Uno emplea utensilios o emplea herramientas. ¿Acaso somos cosas para que nos empleen. Domésticas, ¿acaso somos animales que hay que domesticar? ¿O somos una especie de esclavos salvajes que necesitan ser domesticados? ¿Somos las domésticas de los amos blancos? No, señores representantes. Somos trabajadoras del hogar y como trabajadoras somos merecedoras de derechos laborales. Que existen leyes laborales que nos protejan. Solo por el hecho de ser trabajadoras.
Wendy, tu micrófono se apagó. Ya. Traduzco.
Okay.
Due to the pandemic, most people do not want us to clean their houses, and it would, in that way, our work drastically drop, reaching a point where you have zero income, without money to pay bills, without money to pay rent and utilities. We do not have health insurance, not to mention not having a basic salary since our work is undervaluable. They still call us domestics, as if we were things and not people. Are we animals that must be domestic, or are we kind of savage or slaves that needs to be domesticated? Are we the servants of our white masters? No, honorable members of the community. We are domestic workers, and as workers we deserve labor rights and labor laws that protect us. Without labor rights, we continue to be unfree, just as our grandmothers were in the era of racist segregation and slavery in the past centuries. You puedes seguir.
Las trabajadoras del hogar hemos tenido que aceptar trabajos con menos sueldo, ya que a raíz de esta situación de salud, los sueldos han caído demasiado. Y tengo que trabajar para pagar la renta, la comida y las utilidades. Ninguna factura esperan. Me ha tocado casos que me llama la gente para limpiar las casas y en el último momento me cancelan, y eso es algo desagradable, ya que algunas veces he cancelado a otras personas para cumplir a la primera y al final me quedo sin trabajo. La inseguridad laboral es mucha, ya que no tenemos leyes ni derechos. Que me cancelen es frustrante. En otros, si alguien cancela un contrato, hay una garantía por incumplimiento. Cuando vas al dentista y cancelas la cita sin aviso, al último momento, al igual te cobran la cita. Nosotras tenemos como cobrar nada. Nosotras no podemos cobrar nada. Sin las leyes seguimos como en la época de las secreciones raciales y esclavitud de los siglos pasados. Concluyo diciendo que por favor pongan un poco de consideración en las trabajadoras del hogar, que somos tan indispensables como olvidadas.
During this pandemic, the importance of paid sick days is clearer than ever. Latino and Black communities are dying as if we were slaves in this pandemic. For every white person who dies in this pandemic, a Latino and African American dies. This reveals the stark truth that we are laying the dead. We are giving our bodies and our lives as essential workers so that this country does not collapse in the face of the pandemic. Your silence is complicit, and your legislative inaction shows the little respect for our lives. Wendy, ¿ya no vas a decir nada?
Sí, voy a decir otro testimonio pequeño.
Okay.
Dame un segundito, por favor.
Okay. One moment, please.
Wow.
Lo siento, es que estoy en la calle y no tengo suficiente internet.
Okay. Está bien.
She's on the street and she doesn't have a lot of internet.
Okay.
Thank you. And the time has expired. Please conclude your remarks.
Bueno,
Dice que el tiempo está pasando.
Bueno, está bien, ese es todo el testimonio. Muchas gracias. Y gracias por haberme escuchado y por su atención. Y les pido que, por favor, ayuden a todas las trabajadoras del hogar y que vean por los derechos y que vean que nosotros también tenemos ganas de que alguien vea por una paga para nosotras segura, por médico, por horas que no nos pagan a veces, por cuestiones de salud principalmente, de que a veces nos enfermamos muchas de nosotras y no tenemos cómo llegue un cheque a la casa, de que nos enfermamos muchas de nosotras y no tenemos laboralmente un derecho. Entonces, eso sí me gustaría mucho que pusieran un poquito de énfasis y que por favor ayudaran a todas las trabajadoras que somos muy indispensables y necesarias para todos. Gracias.
Today you have the opportunity, you have the power and the courage to change this reality that show how unequal the system is. It will be us, the people who work in the fields, in the supermarket, who clean the hospitals, who take care of your children and the grandparents. It will be us who will remember you as a heroes or titans. Please consider the life of domestic workers. We are indispensable, but we are forgotten.
Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Any
Gracias
questions?
a ustedes.
Any questions, Ms. Dela Cruz? Comments? No? Okay. So I'll be, for informational purposes, I'll be yielding the chair to my good friend, Rep. Porter, but we'll take the next witness, Micah Josephy.
Good evening. Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of proposed Bill 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. I'm Micah Josephy, the Executive Director of the Cooperative Fund of New England, also known as CFNE. We're a 46-year-old regional community loan fund that finances and provides technical support to cooperative businesses across New England and upstate New York. We manage a growing $25 million loan portfolio that has supported the creation and retention of thousands of quality jobs, and we currently have $11 million committed to 47 worker cooperatives. As you know, cooperatives aggregate the economic power of regular people to meet their economic needs. Just like credit unions, who build economic power of low and moderate income households to access quality financial services, worker co-ops allow workers to democratically own and control their workplace through a voice in governance and a share of the business's profits. We're seeing the business owner retirement crisis threatening critical jobs and businesses. So just like ESOPs are a powerful vehicle for employee ownership in larger businesses, worker co-ops do the same for smaller businesses. One of our clients is a landscaping company just west of Boston. After 26 years in business, the owner was ready to retire in 2013. She thought her only option was to sell the business to a competitor who would have laid off most of the 20 immigrant workers. Thankfully, some of the workers had heard of cooperatives, and with financing from CFNE, they successfully organized to buy the business from her, allowing her to retire and saving their jobs. Since then, the co-op has doubled their revenues, increased wages rapidly, and hired 14 more workers. But the small business community is largely unaware of co-ops as an option. In other states, state centers support small businesses with critical education on cooperatives and connect them to co-op service providers. As a result of this work, we've been able to deploy over $7 million to finance workers to buy and run 22 converted businesses. Our funding has also leveraged millions of additional investment dollars into these businesses. So with the recognition of a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership, we could more easily bring our loan capital and technical expertise to support Connecticut's workers and small businesses. So thank you for your consideration.
You can see I'm confused. Thank you for your testimony. I'm raising my hand, forgetting that I'm actually chairing now. I wanted to touch on what you said about you've been able to deploy over $7 million to help with these efforts. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So our role is we take investor money from hundreds of individuals across the region. build a loan capital pool that we can then deploy to finance. We have over 100 co-ops across the region in our portfolio. So the 22 that we've helped convert, we've been able to bring our money and technical support in to help the workers test feasibility that their ownership of the business will actually create a valuable asset that they'll own. We're not interested in transferring failing businesses to low-income workers, to low-wealth workers. But to make sure that it's feasible, to make sure that it's actually going to benefit the workers. And then we can bring our lending operation to help buy out part of the selling owner's value in the business. And then there are usually some other pieces of financing that come in to make the deal whole.
Wow, that's quite impressive. I just want to say thank you on a personal note, because we know that our small business is really what drives, our economic stability here in the state, in any state for that matter. So being able to make sure that they're sustainable goes a long way. I do see we have a hand raised from Representative Aurora, who I will acknowledge at this time. You have the floor, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Josephy, for your testimony. I just had a quick clarification question. I'm just trying to understand. This definitely seems fascinating. So do you end up owning small or large parts of the businesses eventually, or do you actually loan to those businesses? What is the end goal for someone like yourself? And do you, as a private investor, then offload them to others? Or how does it really work out on the long run?
Sure. So we're a nonprofit CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. We make loans to the co-ops. We don't do equity investing. We don't own a piece of any of the businesses.
Point well taken. No, that's a great service, because I'm assuming in transition they might need some funding, so as to say. And so when you buy out some employee who wants to leave, or now an owner who wants to leave, then in sense the co-op borrows and then hopefully pays it off. So it's kind of the remaining owners end up owning more of it.
Yeah, so in a co-op, what happens is each owner owns an equal share in the business. Depending on how long they stay and how profitable the business was during the years that they work there, then it's called a capital account in the business will grow or possibly shrink if the business is losing money because they're an owner in the business. So when an owner needs to leave, then there's usually a payment plan where they will get paid out over a series of years, that capital account, to make sure that it doesn't create cash flow issues for the co-op. Certainly if it does, then we're available to help finance that through working capital lines of credit. But that's not the norm. That's not a frequent issue.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Representative. I don't see any further hands, so I will thank you for your testimony and for sharing that pertinent information with us this evening. And thank you for your patience and for hanging in there.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well. All right. So up next, we have Diana Creamer, UUSE, I believe.
Yes.
Hi, Diana. You have the floor.
I thank you all for hanging in there too. Okay. Senators and representatives and members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to express my support for something that I feel is very important to all of us. SB 943, the act concerning wage, education, and enforcement relating to domestic workers, and HB 6537, an act concerning the expansion of sick days and domestic worker coverage. My name is Diana Creamer. I'm a resident of South Windsor, a retired school teacher, 31 years in Hartford, and a member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I feel compelled to speak to you about the plight of domestic workers, which has been worsened by the pandemic, which has always been difficult, precisely because they have historically been excluded from federal and state fair labor statutes. Now, in the middle of a pandemic, domestic workers must leave their residences to work and thus expose themselves to the possibility of contagion. In addition to that, without paid sick days, they are either forced to work when sick, which increases the risk for everyone, or to go without pay until they recover. Appropriating funds to increase education to domestic workers in order to prevent wage theft and expanding paid sick leave law to include domestic workers are two things we can do as a state now, so that domestic workers are treated more fairly. Please remember, these workers are mothers, grandmothers, daughters, wives, and spouses. They deserve the basic rights so many of us take for granted. They are helping to maintain the economy, and they help us with so many duties. They deserve more than we are giving them. What does it say about our society if we don't take care of those who take care of us? So that's why I urge you to support SB 943 and HB 6537. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer, for your time and for your testimony. I do not see any hands raised. I'm going to give it a second. Okay, so there are no questions. I will just thank you again for hanging in there with us this evening, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy, which is very much needed.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, you have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, due to an oversight on my part, my apologies. We do have Mr. Anderson Curtis in the room, who is the policy advocate for ACLU Connecticut. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
We can't hear your audio, Mr. Curtis.
Still, there you go. You're unmuted now. Can you speak? Okay, it seems like we're having a little technical difficulty. So what we'll do is give you an opportunity to work with Devin, our clerk, to get that fixed. And we will call on, do we have Rosalba Montoya, Unidad Latina en Acción?
Hi. She's not going to give her testimony, so it's okay if you skip her.
All right,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kathy Hopperstad, are you available? Okay, give it a second. That was for a call for Kathy Hopperstad. All right, moving along. Next up, we have Maria Soto, a PCA with Local 1199. Ms. Soto, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my testimony. My name is Mari Soto. I live in New Britain. I've been in home care for over 30 years. And for the past 3 years, I've cared for my dad. When my dad qualified for services, I almost wanted to turn it down, the chance, because there are so many problems in this field: not enough hours, no paid sick time, no vacation, no retirement, and we have constant payroll problems. I've always had to work 2 to 3 jobs to cover all the things lacking in home care. I have a dual degree, bachelorette in business administration and finance, and a second degree in business management. And I was hoping to find a more stable career. But prior to that, my dad had been in 3 different facilities and his health was really going downhill. I knew that if I didn't pull him out, he wouldn't survive. So I had to take a deep breath and continue to deal with the shortcomings to make sure my dad was home, that he had quality care. So I still have 3 jobs. I care for my dad full time. I'm a school bus driver part-time, and I do administrative freelance work for property management company. I go to work as a bus driver, and at 5 a.m., I'm home by 8 a.m. to care for my dad until 2 p.m. Then back to the school bus and home at 5. Then care for my dad until he goes to bed anytime between 10 and 11. It's exhausting. I wouldn't have to do this if we had all the benefits that are long overdue: health insurance, paid time off, a living wage, and a payroll company we could rely on. Ally frequently tells us that they didn't receive our timesheets, even though I send them 2 different ways. I email it as a PDF and I fax it. Because I work 3 jobs, I don't have time to add a 4th job with no pay, which is chasing Ally to make sure they do their job. Every time I call Ally, it's about 1 to 2 hour ordeal of hold times, getting transferred from person to person or getting hung up on. I used to set up auto pay for my bills, but you can't trust Allied. I accumulated hundreds in late fees and overdraft fees before I finally took off all my auto pay payments. Dealing with Allied is a nightmare, which only makes the struggles we face with low wages and no benefits more challenging. For decades since this job existed, we as predominantly Black and Brown women have struggled and suffered. We are asking for your support to right these historical wrongs and make this job that truly acknowledges our skill and professionalism in caring for another human being. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
You're very welcome, Ms. Soto. Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any.
I think you can hear me now.
I'm sorry, I actually do. I need to go back to my panelist list here. Senator Julie Kushner, you have the floor.
I just wanted to comment to Maria that it looks like you're in the same place as Representative Porter. You guys have the same background tonight.
Oh, wow.
Might be here in the same room. I'm only kidding, but thank you so much for your testimony. It's great that you waited today and that you could be with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sanchez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maria, thank you so much for your testimony. And I will gather your information offline. I am in New Britain as well, and I want to be a resource and to be as helpful as I can to you and your family. But again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further hands. So thank you again for hanging in there with us this evening. Thank you for your testimony. And we look forward to continuing this work on your behalf.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I did notice that Mr. Anderson had sound a few minutes ago, so we're going to go back to Mr. Anderson Curtis, policy person with ACLU Connecticut. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Senator Kushner, ranking and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Anderson Curtis. I'm the policy advocate for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6474. People involved in our criminal legal system who finished their sentences have paid their debt to society. The American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut believes in a society where all people, including those who are justice impacted, have equal opportunity to live their lives in Connecticut communities without barriers to building successful and fulfilling lives. Of the over 550 barriers to full civic participation that are written into our state's laws, the large majority are related to employment. These collateral employment consequences can create a daily nightmare for people with records just trying to find work. These barriers are why the 2018 unemployment rate among formerly incarcerated people was more than 6.5 times the Connecticut overall unemployment rate. The employment barriers faced by people with criminal records have worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Placement agencies for people with records report that compared to 2019, only half as many job seekers with records were able to find placements. Experts say that people with criminal records will likely be the last to see unemployment rates lower after the pandemic abides. These harmful employment effects are not distributed equally across society. Racism in Connecticut's criminal legal system is replicated when people return home from incarceration. When people with records cannot find work, it hurts more than just individuals. More than half of incarcerated people in Connecticut are parents, meaning these barriers to reentry also harm Connecticut children. These barriers make no sense. Since we all benefit from robust employment opportunities for people with records, employers might benefit the most. In fact, one of the nation's largest employers, the U.S. military, has found that Enlistees with felony records are more likely to be promoted to sergeant than those with no conviction history. Another survey found that 82% of managers believe that workers with criminal records are equally high or higher quality hires than people without criminal records. Despite efforts by this committee and other elected officials, Connecticut has failed to eliminate employment barriers altogether. This bill would help by extending the existing statute that requires the state to consider people, not their record, when it's making hiring decisions. Under section 46A-80, the state may only deny employment because of a person's record if an individualized assessment is conducted. House Bill 6474 extends this requirement to all employers, not just the state. Under this bill, employers could not deny employment based on a person's record unless they conducted a straightforward, individualized assessment that showed the person's record was closely related to the crime, the person's record was closely related to the job, insufficient time had passed since the conviction, and there wasn't evidence that the person had been rehabilitated. Representative Vitigliano asked earlier if people on probation or parole will be subject to the bill, and the answer is yes. Their supervision status could be considered under the second and third parts of the test. House Bill 6474 is not just the right thing to do, it's also supported by a large majority of Connecticut voters. Let's work to build stronger individuals and stronger communities by eliminating barriers to employment for people living with a criminal record. Myself and the ACLU of Connecticut strongly urges you to pass House Bill 6474. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. And we've seen you so frequently in the halls of the LOB and the Capitol fighting for justice, and really appreciate your advocacy. There was another question earlier today from, well, it was something posed by CBIA, by another person testifying here today, about whether or not businesses would be able to conduct the individualized assessment. There was some concern that there wasn't enough guidance about that. But my question too is, I'm assuming if this is standard practice amongst, the state and public employers, would there be assistance readily available for private sector employers to be able to conduct these individualized assessments?
Yeah, the EEOC says employers ought to be doing this already. And, it creates opportunities for employers to look again at the person and not the record. And again, this individualized assessment is about the time since the release or conviction, a person's crime related to the occupation of the job. So their ability to perform the job, and then also how much time has lapsed and how much they have done to rehabilitate themselves. I myself went to school to earn an associate's degree in addiction counseling, and I still face employment barriers, even with an associate's degree. So for people just re-entering, this bill will go a long way to creating opportunity again to make Connecticut stronger and safer for all of us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for participating and helping me to understand these issues since I've been in this position. You've been there to guide me along the way, and I've relied on you heavily for information, for education, and I appreciate not just your advocacy, but you're willing to sort of break it down for people like me that need to understand much better than I did prior to being in this position. So thank you.
You're quite welcome, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for your testimony. I really wanted to take your time here to basically say that we definitely need more. We need to learn more on this topic as to how to do this right and to make sure reentry is done right and we do all we can to make sure it happens without creating barriers on one side and making sure that everybody it's a right process on the other. So I really appreciate your testimony, And I would like to kind of encourage you to have more discussions with both sides of the aisle. You know, it's one body, and I think we all need to learn more about this to make sure we can have a constructive discussion to help and move this forward. And just as Senator Kushner mentioned, that that you have been very helpful in getting aspects of this very important issue. I do encourage and request to you to provide more information and to engage more with all of us and provide us more information to help us do this right. Thank you very much.
Representative, consider it done. I'll reach out by email tomorrow morning, and whatever information anyone from the committee needs, I'm more than willing to provide it.
Great, thank you. I think that'll be very helpful so that we all understand, how to understand the whole process, the challenges, and, communicate, because that's the only way. This is not a topic, a partisan thing for one side or the other. This is something we need to get right because, the costs of getting it wrong are much larger for both the individual and the society, right? So getting everybody productive as fast as we can is in everybody's interest. But as you know, there are challenges which everybody faces in different quarters, and employers, public, and the individuals themselves. And we want to learn from you and to take your input. And I thank you for that.
And I'm glad you mentioned the cost, because the cost is just not dollars and cents. The cost is also about humanity, dignity, and hope for families and communities all across the state of Connecticut. So I welcome the opportunity to engage with you. Thank you, Representative.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, for the second time.
I apologize for coming back, but I think it would be helpful to the discussion to note that one of the things that I found useful in my community, and this really is, I know we don't usually engage in back and forth between committee members, but Representative Aurora, I found out there was, because of my work with Mr. Curtis, with Representative Porter on the issue of collateral consequences, I realized there was an opportunity in my own community to participate in the reentry roundtable. And these occur in most communities where professionals are getting together to discuss barriers, to discuss opportunities in our community to address reentry issues. And I just started going to them on a monthly basis before COVID, and now I try and join virtually. And I think that has really helped as well to inform me and to give me a better idea of what's happening on the ground in my own community. And so I know there are many ways we can educate ourselves, and I appreciate everything you do, Mr. Curtis, I really do. But I know that there are others in my community that have helped me as well. So thank you so much again for being here. And thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to comment like that. I know it's a little out of order.
No problem at all, Senator Kushner. I do not see any other hands raised. I will just thank you as well, Mr. Curtis. We've done a lot of work together. I thank you for your advocacy, and I thank you for your lived experience really being the driving force behind that advocacy. And the only thing that I'll state at this point is that this is so important because we tout ourselves on decreasing, our prison population by 50% in this state. I would like to be able to tout about that 50% being put back to work in livable, sustainable wages with benefits and retirement plans. I think that's what we really should be aiming for at this point. It's not just a matter of releasing people, but it's a matter of releasing them and providing them with a pathway to prosperity. We all stand to gain from that, and we certainly could use the revenues from putting folks to work that have been justice impacted. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your continued advocacy.
You're quite welcome, and I will be reaching out to all of you. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
I know you will. Thank you. So get ready, Representative Aurora, because he will be reaching out in the morning. All right, up next, let's see who we have. I'm going to go back because I was told that we actually have Lynette Dockery, a PCA with Local 1199 on the phone. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Please proceed.
Oh, okay then. Yes, well, good evening to the committee. My name is Lynette Dockery. I've spoken at the Capitol a couple of times before. I am with 1199. I also am a home care provider out of Meriden. I've been doing home care, home health aid for over 20 years. I started out because my grandmother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So I wanted to give back and take part in being able to help those that are home and unable to do for themselves. And it has been a pleasure for me to be able to be in this field. One thing I'm here to talk about today is Ally Community Resources, our payroll company. I'm quite sure you have heard some overwhelming stories today, but our issue with Ally is that we're constantly having issues with Ally. Recently, about a month ago, I missed my paycheck. I got to wait 2 weeks in order to receive a paycheck. At this point, I am putting in my timesheet 3 different ways. I am faxing it twice, I'm PDFing it, and then Ally still say sometimes that they did not receive it. You cannot call Ally and ask any information about did they receive your timesheet? Will you be getting paid? Today is Thursday, and to be honest with you, we said here on Thursday evening, we're supposed to receive a call that states to us that we'll be paid tomorrow. Well, it's after 6? I haven't received a call yet. So my thing is that I don't even know if I'm going to have a paycheck tomorrow morning. I think it's very unfair that we get up every day and we go to work. We serve a purpose. We take care of those that need us, that depend on us to get them up in the morning, to have their everyday activity of living and to be able to be comfortable in their home. But every Friday, you don't know if you're going to get paid. And then we turn around again on Monday morning, even if we didn't get paid, scrape up gas money, and we make it back to that job again because that person depends on you. We are at our point where we're just tired of Ally. The state doesn't seem to want to let them go. They are doing a very horrible job. They don't care about us. They say at this point, I have my consumer to call. My consumer, they express to her, they're not able to tell her if they received the timesheet. They're not able to give her any information until Thursday. We get paid on Friday. So at this point now, we are just at the point as a union and as home care workers, as PCAs, doing the home care for our consumers and caring about them and taking care of them. We need to be paid on time all the time. We have families. We have families. I am the head of my household. My bills don't stop coming. When my money don't go into the bank tomorrow, whatever is due to come out of my checking tomorrow, I will get fees. If 1 or 2 bills come in tomorrow, that's 2 $35 fees. On top of, I got to wait a whole week to get paid again. This is just ridiculous. It's not a way to live. It's not a way for anybody to have to get up every day and be proud of themselves and give all 110% of what they do in life to be there for the person that needs them. You don't want to go to work with a bad attitude because you didn't get paid. Your consumer did everything that they could do for you. They signed the timesheet. We sent it in. Now Ally is coming up with what they call the EVV. You
Thank
have
you,
to be
Ms. Dockery.
verification.
Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, well, my conclusion is that with this new EVV, we are very worried that we will not be getting paid on time as we have been with the timesheet. So we are really afraid about what's going to happen now. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dockery, for your testimony. Could you just expound a little bit on what you're talking about when you talk about this new EVV that you're referring? Exactly what is
Well,
that?
this is the new EVV is that we have to verify when we come into the consumer's home. We have to sign in and we have to sign out. We have to, at the end of the day, we have to give a list of the tasks that we did for that consumer for that day. Now, as Ally can't accept our timesheets, how are they going to, and how are they going to do when it comes to the EVV? And it's making it to a situation where the consumer eventually has to go in, make sure that everything that you did for that week is correct in order for you to get paid. And if the consumer doesn't do that, then our pay will not be presented to us. And at this time, they're stating that if we don't all get on the EVV by the end of March 31st, a lot of us are going to start missing our pay. So that's, again, is very scary for us.
Well, thank you for putting that on the record for us. We will definitely be looking into that process. Senator Kushner?
Yes, I want to thank Lynette for being here by phone. I know it's not always easy to connect, and we appreciate your testimony and the fact that you brought up the EVV. We did have conversations with your union and with some of the other chairs of committees of cognizance from the Human Services Appropriations about EVV, and I do realize that that is a federal program that was implemented, and so that it's being required by the federal government, I'm pretty sure. So we can look into it, but I think your concern about going to EVV at a time when they're having a hard time paying people on time would give me cause for concern as well. So it is an important issue that you raised. Thank you so much for putting that bringing that to our attention.
And not only that, Ms. Kirshner, I want to also say we deal with a lot of consumers that may have Alzheimer's, early dementia. Some of them have disabilities. We're trying to understand how are these people are going to be able to go in and do this now like they're doing payroll. That's a concern that we have. We understand, I've done it through the agency, but the agency, they do all that. But you have a consumer, we're doing one-on-one. Maybe somebody that's not in their right mind, and not to say that they're crazy, but early dementia, early Alzheimer's, maybe have a disability, maybe don't have a computer to go into the portal to straighten out the information to make sure that their PCAs are being paid. That's a big concern for us.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, and I do not see any further hands raised, so I would just like to thank you, Ms. Dockery, again, for being with us and for your patience and for your testimony and just shining even more light on why it's so critical for us to move on this issue. You have a good evening.
You do the same. Thank you both. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Up next, we have, who do we have? Minister Josh Pollack from Unitarian Universalist. I'm tired, Pastor.
You've been going since before 10 o'clock. So
I think I'm getting ready to turn this over to Senator Kushner for a few minutes, but you have the floor. Welcome, and it's always great to see you.
always great to see you too, Representative Porter and Senator Kushner and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to testify, and this evening to testify in support of SB 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers, and HB 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. So again, I'm Reverend Josh Pollack. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a leader with the Recovery for All campaign and a longtime participant in Connecticut's domestic worker justice campaign. I'm a resident of Glastonbury. I live in the 31st district. I want to say just a little bit about my faith because it frames my comments. Some of you may know this. Unitarian Universalists gather our congregations around a set of 7 principles. Our first principle is respect for the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Our second principle is justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. I have long participated in Connecticut's domestic worker justice campaign precisely because more often than not, we as a state fail to honor the worth and dignity of domestic workers. We've been hearing that all day long. And more often than not, we as a state fail to extend justice, equity, and compassion to domestic workers. We've been hearing that all day long. Domestic workers are a highly vulnerable workforce made up of mostly women of color, a large number of whom are immigrants, some of them undocumented, They already have minimal rights in the workplace due to historic exemptions from federal and state labor statutes. They are easily exploited, easily marginalized, easily ignored, yet they are essential workers. As so many have said, they are the workers who make all other work possible. So I support SB 943 because it would create the capacity within DOL to educate domestic workers and their employers about domestic worker rights and thereby more effectively prevent wage theft. I am concerned that wage theft is far too common experience among our state's domestic workers. I've met many domestic workers over the last decade that I've been involved in this campaign, and the vast majority report experiencing wage theft at some point in their work history. SB 943 would make funding available for DOL to partner with nonprofits who work directly with domestic workers. That has proven in the past to be a highly effective way of communicating with domestic workers and educating them about their rights. I support HB 6537 for the general reason that it will make paid sick leave more broadly available to many more workers in our state, and for the specific reason that it will make paid sick leave available to domestic workers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, access to paid sick leave is more critical than ever. There are too many stories of domestic workers becoming infected with the virus and then having to face quarantine without income. This is one of the lessons of the pandemic. Paid sick leave is critical to essential workers, many of whom still don't have access to it a year after the pandemic started. I hope we have learned this lesson. SB 943 and HB 6537 offer important pathways for Connecticut to recognize the worth and dignity of domestic workers and to treat them with justice, equity, and compassion. Please support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Pastor. And I have heard you speak at so many, both in public hearings, I believe ours and others, as well as at other gatherings. And you always speak so clearly and so well on behalf of those who need our assistance. And it is really, it's really very, I don't know, I want to say criminal. If somebody wage theft, is criminal. It's just such a huge problem. And unfortunately, we've heard today how many feel they can't pursue a claim because they're undocumented or
Exactly, yeah.
fear. So I really appreciate your testimony because we know that you're one of the advocates that will actually go to work and help people, assert their rights. So we appreciate it. I appreciate you being here with us to testify, even though it's been a long day. I do want to recognize my colleague, Representative Winkler has a question.
No question, actually, just a comment. Even though my district ends just before your church, I've always been a real fan of you and your ministry. We had another of your parishioners.
You've had two, and you have one more coming. I'm very proud of them today.
And I've been to several progressive workshops at your facility. And I'm just a real fan, and it's good to see you. And it's good to see somebody who works so hard for the undocumented and the people who really need somebody to stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our building is in the 12th, but we are 50 yards from Michael Winkler's district. So we're very aware of that.
Well, you've just told me something, but unknowingly that you're very close to where my kids live because they live in Michael Winkler's district.
All right.
Thank you for being with us tonight. I don't see any other hands, and so have a great evening.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Next up, we are going to go to Kathy Hopperstad. I think we missed her. She's here with us now. Kathy?
Yes. Hi, good evening. And thank you. I'm just representing myself. So, dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, I really don't want to go on my video if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right. All right. Sorry. I oppose SB number 908, an act concerning the right of a public employee to join or support a union. I have been a public employee for my entire working career, first as a municipal recreation director, then in the United States Army, and lastly, I'm a public school educator. In two of those positions, I was required to join the union. Personally, I do not support unions in the public sector, and the only positive aspect of them is the fact that they may eliminate political appointees, but politics is still involved on both sides. But my reason for the lack of support is that I do not look at the taxpayers of this country as an adverse foe, and I believe that we work for them and in their best interest, not ours. But more importantly, I do not support any portion of my dues, which in actuality is taxpayer funds, going to support political candidates that I do not support. In 2017, after the 2016 election, when I became aware of how much money the AFT is, which the union I'm a part of, donated to the Clinton campaign and Clinton-controlled groups, over 2.2 million over the last 5 years, according to DropoutNation.net. When teachers in urban areas struggle, I find that appalling. So when the Janus decision came down, I decided just to pay my agency dues. And I was thankful that I could then take 25% of my dues and use it for candidates and charities of my choice. However, right after the Janus decision, union representatives approached all members to have them re-sign their union card, which I refused since I signed it upon employment. And I'm glad I did, because there was a revision within the cards that we were not made aware of. Then the union gave a presentation to its members, which gave misinformation about those who just paid their agency dues. They stated that those who did such would not be protected, but that was in direct violation of our contract. At that point, I decided to leave the union completely. I do not support this bill for the following reasons. Municipalities should not be required to provide personal information to the union. In addition, the legislation does not state that it will be protected and not sold to third parties. New employees should be made aware of both sides of the union issue, to join or not to join. This bill gives the union a monopoly on access to public employees at all times and locations. Those in opposition do not have that same access. A decision to leave the union should not be cumbersome. An employee should have the right to leave the union at any time. If public unions were truly working for the best interests of public employees and the citizens of this country, then they would be transparent, work to resolve issues, such in my case, 6 schools, lack of technology and supplies, violence in schools, overburden of state mandates on teachers, and securing our pension without additional burden on the taxpayers. In Sal Luciano's, the president of the AFL-CIO, in his written testimony, he stated after Janus, less than 1% of its members left their unions. And if that's true, and which I see in my own district it's true, then why is this legislation even needed in the first place? So I would support a bill that would prohibit public unions for donating any funds to political action groups and use the dues for its members' pension security, and truly support teachers in their ongoing struggle to work in a clean, healthy, safe, and resource-rich environment for themselves and their students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathy, and Representative Winkler.
Yes, just a quick question.
Yes.
You would support banning labor union contributions to candidates. Would you ban corporations and businesses from giving to candidates?
No, I would not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do not.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Representative Aurora.
Can I just respond one more time to Representative Winkler? The
Yes,
problem I have with public unions donating to candidates is that that money is taxpayer money that pays my salary. And then those union dues are really paid by the taxpayers. And there's no choice. If I had a choice of which candidate to donate my dues to, okay, but there is no choice. The union makes that decision for me. And I believe I should have that right to make that decision. They can charge the agency fee and allow me to make the 25% donation to go somewhere else. Same thing with corporations. It's their profits, it's their decision, but the employees have a right to make their own decision on where they put their contributions. And a lot of of the private unions, from those few people that I've spoken with who are in private unions, their unions take those union members' dues and put it toward their pensions, not to political candidates. So I have a real problem with public unions taking our due money and supporting primarily Democrat candidates. I am a conservative. I don't want my money going there. So you give me the option to choose.
I have a disagreement with you in that when we pay you, that money is yours. And if dues are deducted, that's not state money, that's your money. So we have a fundamental difference there. And finally, I find that corporations and businesses are overwhelmingly Republican, and they flood the market with their money because corporations have the same free speech rights as individuals, and money is free speech according to the Supreme Court. Now, if you were willing to say, okay, no labor unions, no businesses, no industries, not all of that money will be out of politics, you and I might be able to see each other.
And
But
I'm saying
if you want to handicap one side and not the other, no, I'm afraid I can't agree with you.
you're not handicapped. I'm talking about public unions, not in the private sector, public. We work for the public, the taxpayer. So even though that money is mine and is still being paid by the taxpayers, they are paying my salary. And those union dues are going to a entity that then takes 25% of that money and supports political candidates with it to make policy decisions. That's unfair. Let me choose. Let the 25% go. Let me put that money to whatever candidate I want then. But you're not giving me the choice of which candidate to support.
And I buy things in the store, and then the corporations take that money and they give it to their political allies.
And
should I demand that they give that money back to me so I can give it back to the politician of my choice?
You can boycott that company and not spend your money there. That's your choice.
Thank you.
That is
Thank
your
you, Madam
choice.
Chair.
I don't have that choice.
Thank you.
Thank
Kathy,
you.
there is another hand up, and before we proceed, though, I want to make one correction. I know that you did not state this necessarily as fact because you said you heard it from someone in a private union. Just for the record, it is illegal for a union to take union dues and put it in their pension. So that is not happening in the private sector. So that was I just want to be sure that no one in the
one of the is the custodial union in my school, and the custodian told me they take part of their dues to support their pensions.
Well, I would find that very hard to believe in a private. Well, you're talking about a school that would be.
Well, this is a school which is public, and then on Amtrak, one of the other unions was an Amtrak employee, and again, their dues go into their pension support.
Yeah.
So I would go out and to find out.
I just think that Kathy, you might want to, and I'm not going to get into a huge debate, but that is an issue that you better research a little more thoroughly because there are very strict laws about how dues money can be used, and there are real solid. There has been years, especially under Republican administrations at the federal level, there have been huge investigations and lots of resources put into making sure that dues money is not misspent. So I would just caution you to research that a bit more, but I don't want to get into a debate. I did this work for 42 years. I was subject to those laws and to those rules, and I'm very familiar with them. But I would like to recognize Representative Aurora, who has his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for being here and providing the point of view. And, you know, as from our side, we wait for someone like yourself to come up, have the courage to provide that point of view, that insights, you know, and I really do thank you very much because it requires a lot of courage. It requires a lot of courage to come and say that, and especially in a committee which you know how it goes. Now, let me ask you a question relevant to what you just testified. Do you think that there is, relevant to this bill, do you think that there is a lot of pressure once, you know, of various kinds, once your details have been provided and access has been given to folks who are on the union side, do you feel a lot of pressure, or do you feel that it's not comfortable when that happens? And is that something which you worry about?
Many people, and I'm in a very small school now, many people would like to leave but are very afraid. They're afraid that they will not be protected. And like I said, I was willing to pay my agency dues, but when they were not being transparent, I left completely. but majority of people are afraid, especially if you're a conservative or a Republican in a school system, to speak your viewpoint or to leave the union. And they're afraid that they will not be protected. And my answer to that was, if you're a good teacher, you should not have to worry. But people don't feel that way, because honestly, if you do your job well in a union environment, sometimes that's a negative, because a lot of people do not like to have that standard raised and then expected that everyone has to come up to that same standard. What I don't like about this law, if I want to talk to people about leaving the union, I can't access their emails. I can't put flyers in their mailboxes. I think one of the most egregious things I've seen in the last few years was Ned Lamont's campaign commercial with a teacher in a school with students. I don't have that ability to go in a school, film a commercial, and make a statement. That's capturing that entire audience, and that's for political gain, and teachers should not be for political gain. You're there to take care of the students, and I don't have a choice of a union. I prefer to be in the CEA versus the AFT, because I think the CEA really tries to focus on teacher issues a little bit more than the AFT. So I don't have a choice of union. I don't have a choice of who my union well, you can vote for union representation, but I can't choose my union. So the argument I heard you earlier, Representative Aurora, about that's not fair if you benefit from the union and don't pay the dues. Well, I expect my union to be transparent, honest. I expect them to support all teachers. I expect them to make sure our schools are safe, healthy. We talk about clean schools and deep cleaning when we came back. No, I don't expect to have political pressure put on me to espouse a certain political viewpoint or to keep quiet about a political viewpoint. It's very difficult. So to be a conservative in a public union is very difficult this time, especially in education. So yeah, you do get a big X on your back. And especially I ran for office, that on top of it made it even more difficult. But I have excellent evaluations. And again, I'd be more than willing to pay my agency dues, but I would like my union to be upfront. And they did two things that were underhanded. And I said, that's it, I won't do it. Other people are happy, but there is a lot of pressure not to resign because they're afraid that they will get fired.
Oh, wow.
And that they won't have any legal, that they'll have to pay for their own legal support. And when I was in the union one time, there was an issue. I ended up having to get my own legal because the union lawyer couldn't be bothered. So there's a lot of pros and cons with unions. It depends on which union you're in, where, and things of that nature. Some unions are really good. Like you heard Frank Ritchie, he ran a great union. That's what every union should have. But again, you should have a choice. And I understand that you all benefit from it, but I would like to have the choice to choose which union I even join. And I know that can't happen because you're all in one place. So it's all about freedom of choice.
No, I thank you very much for that opinion. But we never hear this described in terms of it can get so oppressive, because I'm sure based on number, even with the public sector employees, also there's folks who have conservative values, and they're really, really good people with conservative values. But it appears to me that they are just being discriminated against and pressurized in a very hostile manner, but they cannot come out because there would be consequences to them. Is that a good characterization? And should we, as we are everybody's reps in sense of those who are in any party, should we be doing more to make sure that such discrimination and oppression is stopped?
If you pass this bill, it'll be worse. So just work very hard to not pass the bill. But I'll be honest with you, you have to know it's there. You have to assume it's there. And I saw one of the testimonies too. This past summer was very difficult with Black Lives Matter, and people were asking teachers and asking candidates to agree and take a knee for something they did not believe in. I only kneel for one person, that's God. And there was a lot of pressure, and there is a lot of pressure to support and believe in things that you do not. And there's things that are nothing to do with the curriculum, nothing to do with the students that do not belong in the public school system. So I think you should be more aware of what's happening curriculum and that fact, and the unions do support that. So
Thank you once again. I do intend to follow up on a.
that's right. If I'm not at work tomorrow, but you'll understand why. But no, I'm just teasing. I have a very good superintendent. I'm at Middletown. My superintendent is very supportive. I wrote to him when I was running. He's in my classroom, so I hope he becomes our next Minister of Education. So thank you.
That's good to hear. Well, thank you once again for your time and for being here.
Thank you. No, thank you for listening. Thank you.
I do intend to follow up offline, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I do see that Representative Anderson has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hopperstead, so I asked union reps earlier what access that they have to employees right now, state employees, was negotiated. But what we're talking about is giving access to municipal and other public employees by statute, using the strong arm of the law. So I wonder if you can describe, and that would give access to a lot of their personal information and work time and workspace. I wonder if you could describe what level of access the union has to now, and if this law passes, how that would change. Thank you.
I think the law would just make it, they have all that information. So I don't know why the town must provide, or why the municipality must provide it to them on a annual regular basis. They have all my personal information already. They have access to me via email, both personal and school. Teachers are different than, say, the municipal side. I understand what some of the town managers are saying. When I was hired for Manchester and North Haven, you're the only person there that day. You get hired, you start this date, you're once. And the union person's always right there with you anyway, because you have to fill out your card and they give you your union contract and they talk with you. But I didn't like the part about, certain meetings. Nobody wants to be bullied into making a decision. So the union already has that access. So I don't know why it's required again, unless it is to, I also can't get the information of who in my district left the union. I have no idea who else may have left. I have no idea. I can't contact anyone because I don't know who they are. All I know there's 4 and I'm one of the 4. So why can't that information, if requested, so I at least know who my colleagues are? But the union has all the information. There's no reason for that to be reiterated back out like that. And there's no, like I said, there's no, there's nothing in the statute or the proposed bill that would state they can't use it for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Haverstead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your testimony. And up next, we
Thank you for being here so late. I almost canceled out. I gave you a lot of credit. It's a long day. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for hanging in there.
Have a good day.
Have a good
Thank
evening.
you.
You're
too.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I believe we are on number 73, Claire Martin, PCA with Local 1199. Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Claire Martin. I live and work as a PCA in Middletown, Connecticut. I come before you today to ask you to pass House Bill 6537. These services are critically important, and PCAs like me deserve to receive quality benefits. I've been working as a PCA for 15 years. I enjoy this work because I enjoy the connections and relationships you build with your consumer. You're in their lives every day, so you become like family. That aspect of the job is incredibly rewarding. While I do love my job, it does not love me back. PCAs are not paid much of anything, and we have no paid sick leave. We're not offered insurance on the job, and we have no retirement. In 2020, I found myself out of work for medical reasons no less than 4 times. When I cracked my rib while transferring my consumer, the workman's comp benefit we fought for the previous year was my only help. For the other 3 trips to the hospital, I had nothing to help me financially, and I had to rely on, for several weeks, asking my friends and my roommate to support me, from rent to, ironically, health insurance. Without paid sick leave, PCAs don't have any good choices when we fall ill. Throughout the pandemic, I have had to watch my consumer's daughter, who oversees her care, break down because of staffing trouble due to illness or potential COVID infection. And PCAs have to choose between 2 bad choices: to work sick and potentially infect others, or to leave our consumers until we are better. My consumer's well-being is threatened every time I fall ill. This inhumane system that has been imposed on essential workers is even more dangerous due to COVID-19, yet essential services are being prioritized while essential lives aren't. Passing House Bill 6537 would mean that PCAs wouldn't have to be paid more and receive quality benefits. If this happened, I would be so much less vulnerable. When you make low wages and have no sick leave, you always have this feeling of desperation because you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. But with higher wages and paid sick leave, I could be more in control of my life and future. Please support home care workers like me in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your testimony. And thank you for hanging in there. It's been a really long day. As I'm sure you know, we've had several testimonies given on this bill. So that's probably why you don't have any questions, but your testimony is important, and we want to thank you for providing us with that this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Ray Rasamando, and he is Director of Policy Research and Government Relations with Connecticut Education Association. Mr. Rasamando, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's nice. That was very, very pleasant. Thank you. And I don't have to explain who I am now. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor Committee. I come from the Connecticut Education Association, which represents educators in about 1,000 schools across the state. I'm here today on behalf of my colleague, Melanie Kolig, who serves as legal counsel for CEA on matters relating to workers' compensation and other matters. Attorney Kolig could not be here today. We thank you for raising SB 902, an act concerning working conditions. As the committee considers final language, we respectfully ask that the bill include air quality among the standards for working conditions that are under your consideration. We believe indoor air quality in schools is especially important, given the presence of children and the risk posed to all from poor conditions. And in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've all learned so much about the role ventilation plays in the spread of infectious disease. As ever the case, the working conditions in schools are also the learning conditions affecting our children. Moreover, over the course of at least the last 4 years, we have seen a spike in the number of workers' compensation cases of educators being exposed to mold and other environmental toxins in their schools and classrooms. The incidence of exposure appear to be increasing as the 2019-2020 school year was by far the worst in terms of numbers of teachers falling seriously ill due to their school conditions. Interesting that in researching the regulations of such conditions, we were surprised to learn that we have maximum temperatures for dog kennels and pet shops, but we have no minimum and maximum temperatures for school classrooms. With temperature, humidity becomes a factor, feeding the growth of mold. Students simply cannot learn in environments that are too hot or cold, not to mention the serious health effects of learning and working in these conditions. As Senate Bill 902 receives further bill language, we ask committee members to include standards for indoor air quality and HVAC maintenance, repair, and improvement. To that end, we draw the committee members' attention to SB 288, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools that is under consideration in the Public Health Committee. In that bill, we do reference some standards that are existing already in the industry that could be considered by this committee for the Commissioner of Labor. We believe that some of the ideas being discussed around SB 288 are very relevant to the work being done in this committee on 902. This is a fundamental issue for state students and educators, and it requires urgent action because it's just getting worse, particularly with the aging schools we have in Connecticut. It impacts school districts, wealthy, less wealthy, urban districts, rural districts, and interestingly enough, some of the most severe problems seem to be happening in the areas of the state that are more humid along the coast, but it is statewide. And some of you are familiar with indoor air quality and other public buildings. That is a concern too. We want to, we're just drawing your attention specifically to the experience that we have in schools and its impact on workers and ultimately on students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any questions or hands raised. So I will just thank you again for your testimony and thank you for driving home the point, the importance of air quality. Myself and other legislators have actually been visiting schools as they had planned to reopen, and that was certainly an issue that concerned us. So thank you for putting that on the record this evening. And I do see Representative Winkler has raised his hand, so I will recognize Representative Winkler. You have the floor.
One question. If I understand it correctly, and I could prove that the school was just a mold cloud, that the density of mold fragments and was just enormous. As far as I know, there is no limit on how much mold in the air you can subject somebody to. Is that accurate?
That is our understanding. That is our understanding as well, and quite often proving the case that the level of mold in a school has in fact caused harm to a teacher or student is a difficult thing to do. Yet we've been able to establish that connection in our workers' compensation cases, and certainly with input from specialists in the area. And there are standards that are developed by societies of HVAC professionals that do give some recommendations and thresholds that can be implemented in a understandable and measurable way. We'd be happy to share that information with the committee.
But they're all voluntary. None of them have the force of law.
Correct.
I'm aware of a statute, I don't know if it would work in schools, that establishes a minimum temperature of 65 degrees in buildings. There is no maximum temperature, but we should talk offline about minimum temperatures.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Okay, and I don't see any other hands. So thank you again, Mr. Rosamando, for your testimony tonight, and thank you for hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Thank you for all the time you're spending on this committee.
You're welcome. You have a great evening. Okay, up next, we have Louis Chine, attorney with Law Office of Lewis. You have the floor, sir.
Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, members of the committee, good evening and thank you. I'm an attorney who represents individuals in employment matters, and I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association in support of Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements. These come up a lot in my practice, and covenants not to compete basically make it more difficult for laid-off workers to find other work. That's particularly bad in the past year under COVID, when there's other reasons why it's difficult to find work. Covenants not to compete also make it more difficult for good and talented workers to get paid higher wages because they're prohibited from going out into the market and competing. And that's not good for workers. It's actually not good for the economy. They're also, covenants not to compete are also in most cases unnecessary. There are other measures, including non-solicitation agreements, confidentiality agreements, trade secrets protections that can protect an employer's interests without banning an employee in the market. SB 906 eliminates covenants not to compete for low-income workers, and this makes absolute and complete sense. Low-income workers are going to be the least able to have the resources to permit them to avoid, they say they have to move to avoid a geographic restriction. They're not going to have the resources or the nest egg that's going to allow them to survive an extended period of unemployment. There's just no business justification for imposing that burden on low-income workers. I want to address what I think is a significant omission in SB 906, which is, I think, relatively easier than easy fix. Another bill about non-compete agreements, RB 6379, was in front of this committee 2 weeks ago. I gave written testimony on that, as did a number of other attorneys. Under that bill, and again, the two bills are very similar, but under that bill, an employer was prohibited from enforcing a non-compete provision against an employee if the employer was the one who discharged the employer, or through some misconduct of the employer, or not misconduct, but like a relocation, a reduction in the employee's salary. The employee had the right to leave for good reason. Now, I had this last year, a lot of people were getting laid off because of the economic collapse associated with COVID. I looked over my client list, and I had 15 clients who had these types of non-competition agreements who got fired. And so in addition to having the problem of trying to get a job in a market and an inability to go look for jobs, they had these restrictions. Of these 15 employees, 10 of them were older clients, over 50, who were going to also have that difficulty of trying to find a job. 5 of them were long-term employees who had been there for over 20 years. And you'll see that when companies have to do these layoffs for lots of different reasons, the older workers are the ones who are going to get hit. 6 of my clients had school-aged children, another difficulty they had to deal with. I had one who was a 61-year-old guy who had worked for his company for 31 years. In 1995, he had signed a non-compete agreement. Nobody had a copy of it. The lawyer had to go find it in archives. They still enforced it. It was absurd to enforce that against the guy because his circumstances over 25 years changed.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Your 3 minutes are up. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. So look, this bill protects, gives that protection only to people who have an ownership agreement, and physicians also have this protection. It makes no sense to give these protections to employee owners and physicians and not give it to everybody else. So CTLA, we support 906. It's terrific. But there's a simple revision which I've added into my proposed testimony, written, which you have, which would fix this problem, which I urge you to support 906, which is a very good bill and important, but also added the revision that comes from the other bill, 6379. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we will certainly take a look at what you have suggested as a revision. I don't see any hands raised. I will just thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. And most of all, thank you for your input on this piece of legislation.
You're welcome.
All right. You have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. So up next, we have Shomit Singh Gupta with a PCA with Local 1199. You have the floor.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. First, thank you for saying my name correctly. That's quite an accomplishment. I live in West Hartford, and I've worked as a PCA and companion for 3 years. I come before you in support of SB 942 and HB 6537. DSS pays me $15.23 per hour, and the agency I work for pays me $12 per hour for this work. It's barely enough to live, much less to support a family or be able to save up for retirement. Adding to the burden of low wages, we don't get 6 days or cancellation fees. If I get sick or have to cancel for any reason, I lose out on an entire shift's pay. My clients don't even need a reason if they want to cancel. Many times, Clients have canceled at the last minute, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. My time is valuable too. I feel obligated to work even if I'm not feeling well, although this past year I've been more cautious due to the pandemic. I did call out a few times because I did not want to get my clients sick in case I was infected. Unfortunately, as PCAs, we're being careful and protecting our clients, and we end up losing income because we get no paid sick days. For nearly 2 months in 2020, I did not work at all. You've already heard from several people about Allied. I would like to confirm what they've already said and call for terminating their contract. Allied has a long track record of late and erroneous payments. DSS and Allied absolves themselves of any responsibility by blaming consumers. But while DSS blames consumers, they also classify consumers as employers and mandate that timesheets be completed by them. Why? Because, before my home care agency switched entirely to EVV, I was responsible for doing my own timesheets. The consumer would verify the hours and put a signature on it if it was correct, but it was my job to fill it out. It is my job to make sure it gets sent to the office at the end of the week. And I've never, ever had any issues with them. As if Allied's incompetence wasn't problematic enough, they make it incredibly difficult for us to get anything resolved. It always takes 45 minutes to an hour just to get a hold of someone, and when you do reach someone, they're rude and condescending. In addition, they have actually had language inserted into the PCA new hire training that instructs PCAs not to contact Allied if there's an issue. So they're incompetent, they blame consumers, and they don't want anyone to be able to contact them. So uncivilized. I strongly urge you not to renew Allied's contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony, Mr. Sengupta. I don't see any hands raised, and I know that's because we've been here a lot of this testimony regarding Allied. So I just want you to know it hasn't fallen on deaf ears. We hear you, and we will proceed with all that we've taken in today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a great evening.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have John Lugo. Unidad Latina en Acción. Mr. Lugo, you have the floor.
Actually, Chairwoman, he won't be testifying tonight, so we can move on. Thank you.
Really? Well, you tell John I said hello, and I'm disappointed that he's not here this evening.
Will do.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Danielle Delmonico, PCA with Local 1199. Danielle, if you're with us, you have the floor.
Good evening to everyone. Let me lower this. We have my mother, who is the consumer, Louise Consiglio. I'm going to let her speak. Yes.
Hi, my name is Louise Consiglio, and I am a DSS consumer employer since 2017 of March. My daughter Danielle is my PCA. I'm not willing to have strangers in my house, so I'm having my daughter care for me is perfect. Who better than my daughter to help me live comfortably and independently? From day one, we started having problems with Allied payroll. Now it's 3 years into this problem. We even have our own fax machine, but the CEO herself asked us to record our times in 5 different ways. Once through PDF email, once through telephone call in, call out, and to 3 different fax numbers, even submitting my daughter's timesheet 5 different ways. We still have problems getting paid on time. There have been many reasons given by Allied why there was a problem with the timesheet. Most often it's we never received the fax, but sometimes it's too light or it's too real, it's too hard to read. Other times it's too dark to read. The times when you do find out that our timesheet was not received, it's always Thursday after 4 p.m. through voice messages when it's too late to resend it in time for Friday payroll. If you call on Friday because your PCA didn't get paid, no one will answer with the phone call. It will ring and ring. If you try to get back on Monday, you will call and wait on hold at least 30 minutes to an hour. Then you finally get someone and you ask if your fax was received, only to be told, sorry, I can't tell you that. If Allied loses your timesheet, you have to wait at least 7 days to get it fixed. Every week, my daughter and I go through the same anxiety. We get nervous. I get very worried about whether she will receive her paycheck or not. We need another payroll company. Aren't you here to help me as a consumer and my PCA get treated right? She does everything a CNA would do and more. We deserve better, but we need your help to get it. I've been a nurse for over 25 years, so I know what it's like to go through these things. I find it very difficult to believe that this is still happening with this company. That's my opinion.
I thank you for at least taking this time today, guys. I mean, all of us have been waiting to, let you hear us speak. And it's been a very long day for you all to take this in. And I'm sure we're definitely giving this impact. My mom is correct. Allied, for the last 4 years, I have to initiate 5 different ways for just one timesheet. It's absurd to do this since the beginning of March of 2017, when I began becoming my mother's PCA worker. To me, to get personal with the actual CEO, Carol Bonnet, it got to a point where they were messing up so much that she actually personally asked me herself, would I mind faxing to 3 different fax numbers?
Crazy.
And yet, out of 207 weeks right now, I've had 53 mistakes, of course, of blaming either my mother or I. There has only been one time, and it was very recent, it was my mistake. I just didn't put it in time. But when you have until Monday at 5 p.m. to bring in your timesheet, that gives them at least right then and there from Tuesday to at least Thursday to at least talk to you, confirm something with you. And it's really sad that being in the workforce council meetings and seeing what has been taking place when my husband and I have owned even establishments downtown of New Haven for 15 years, knowing how to run efficiently or to be a good boss or to work with your consumer. I find that we know more about our consumer than the actual workforce. And even yesterday, sitting back and realizing where they stand on anything it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, because it goes to show there is some type of, they're okay with Allied. They don't want to shift anything. They don't want to change anything. I also was in on one of the audits, so I
Thank
could
you,
give
Ms.
my testimony.
Monaco. Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
I didn't mean to go over. I know we're late. So the one thing that we definitely do need to focus on is Allied and being able to find a better payroll company, because even holding them accountable, they're still getting away with all of this. Every day they get away with this. And if they don't pay me, the money don't go back to her. It don't go back to the state. It goes right back to Allied. So just thank you. I hope you heard us.
Oh, we have heard you, we have heard your mom, and we have heard so many others that came before you. So please know that what you're saying is being taken to heart and that it is not falling on deaf ears. That is the purpose of us bringing this legislation forward, because we have heard from so many people concerning this very disturbing issue. I tell you, it is criminal for me. And you can rest assured that we will be taking action. We want to make sure that we have all the testimonies necessary to do so on the record, and you have provided in addition to what we've already heard tonight. So thank you. I don't see any hands up. Just double checking. Nope. So I will thank you again. Thank you to your mom. And I just ask that you hang in there. I know it's easier said than done, but please know that we're doing our due diligence to address this issue. All right, thank you. Have a good evening. All right, up next, we have John O'Connor, who is a professor at CSU, AAUP. And Mr. O'Connor, I want to first apologize because I skipped over you inadvertently. And I mean, we've all been here, so you've been waiting a long time, and I just can't imagine how that felt. So please accept my apologies for the oversight.
Not a problem at all, Madam Chair Porter. Just the one thing that I have to do is I have to go to appropriations after this and testify there. But I'd like to say, Madam Chairs Porter and Kushner and all members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, hats off. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is John O'Connor, and I'm a professor in the sociology department at Central Connecticut State University. I've been teaching at Central for around 17 years, and during that time, I've been regularly offering labor relations courses. I'm an active member of my faculty union, CSU AAUP, and I would like to speak in favor of Senate Bill 908. Everyone on this call knows about the long decline in the union density rate nationally. We also know that unionization in Connecticut, compared to other states, is relatively healthy and stable. And while we cannot predict the possible emergence of a nutmeg Scott Walker, it is important to monitor any threats or potential threats to labor organizations. It is only labor organizations that speak to and speak for the interests of workers in our society. There's nothing else. Higher wages, safer work conditions, and greater equality all flow from the existence of organized labor. I work in a sector of the Connecticut economy that is constantly subjected to the forces of privatization and commodification. Within the public higher education industry, and it's increasingly becoming an industry, the source of its perceived crisis is not the lack of access or the lack of diversity, it's the power of organized labor. As many may be aware, CSU AAUP swapped contract proposals with the Board of Regents this past December. The BOR's proposals were extreme and they aimed to break our union. The BOR wants us to negotiate a contract in which the end result would be the gutting of our organization. CSU AAUP understands that when you deal with a collection of political appointees and anti-union lawyers and corporate cheerleaders, that the very idea of a university may be threatened. But it is our collective bargaining agreement that protects the principles of academic freedom, shared governance, and free inquiry. Those things that make a university a university. Senate Bill 908 would ensure that all public employees can join or support a union. It would prevent both Wisconsin-like assault on workers, but also the Janus decision salami approach to union busting, taking the union apart one slice at a time, and guaranteeing that the union would be given information about new hires, access to union representation during the workday, information about employee orientations, and payroll deductions. The public sector workers of Connecticut would maintain their rights, regardless of what management may want to do. The public sector workers of Connecticut, whose labor makes our state great, deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor O'Connor, and thank you for that testimony. I certainly do agree with all that you stated, and again, want to thank you for your patience this evening. I don't see any hands, so I'm going to let you get to appropriations so you can give your testimony there. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening after that.
Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, up next, we have Maria Lopez, PCA, who will give testimony through translation. Ms. Lopez, you have the floor. Dígame.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I can have better days, and I have better days.
Okay, so you're not going to need translation. You're speaking good English.
No, I don't need no translation.
Okay.
I can speak English very, very well.
All
Very
right.
well.
My mistake. You have the floor, madam.
No, I'm actually I'm actually really, really upset right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm upset because this is a constant thing with Allied. I take care of my mom. I take care of my mom. I take care of my mom. I live with her. I take care of her 24/7, Monday through Friday, 365 days a year. Okay. My mother right now is on oxygen. I have to pay electricity. I have to pay the bills here to make sure that my mother stays alive and fed and well taken care of. Now, what's holding me back and what's pushing me back is Allied. This is the worst. And I don't even know how they can continue to do the same exact thing that they're doing to absolutely everyone, not just to me, to absolutely everyone. They have no care in their heart for none of these patients that they supposedly care for. Because when they talk to us and they convince us that they're the best and that they're good and that they will never let us down and all this other stuff, and they did absolutely the opposite of what they said they were going to do and provide for us, period. Now, like I said, I have my mama oxygen. The only way I can keep that going is through electricity. I don't have it good. I wasn't raised with a silver spoon in my mouth. I wasn't raised with a large bank account. You know, I lived by the day. I lived by paycheck to paycheck. And I'm not the only one. I'm not speaking just for myself, but right now I'm speaking a little bit about myself because I'm upset. Now, this is the second week in a row, again, that I have not gotten paid. This is the second week. And I have to pay rent. I have to pay the electricity bill. I have to buy food in the house. I have to pay co-pays for my mother's medications. I have to do a whole lot, and it's just me. It's just me. I don't live in a basement, and I don't live in a house, but I live in an apartment where everything is separate. I don't pay everything together. This is not fair. I do what I do, and I do my job very, very, very well. Okay? My mother was in a facility for 3 years, right? My mother came home almost 2 years and only been admitted in the hospital one time and one time only. That means I'm doing a hell of a good job. So if I do what I have to do with pay or with no pay, I'm still going to take care of my mother. But at the end of the day, when I have bills to pay, that's a problem. It becomes a huge problem. And Allied has no care in their heart for no one and nobody. And it's not fair at all. It's not fair. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to the other PCAs. It's not fair to the other CNAs. It's not fair to no one. No one. We have families that we have to take care of. We have kids that we have to take care of. It's only right that we put in and they put out. And they don't do their part. They should not be a business under their name. They should be fired. They should be let it go. And everyone that works for them needs to be let go with them too. Because you know what? The same with the attitude that they give us and the communication that they give us, we give them a lot more than what they give us.
Thank you.
We
Ms.
provide
Lopez,
a lot
your
more than what
3
they
minutes
give us.
have finished. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm tired of Allied. Allied should not be a thing that should continue to keep going. I think that Allied should get fired. I think that Allied should be fired and closed down and just that's it. They need to be closed down. They are no good. They are no help. They are worthless. They are a waste of breath. They are a waste of life. They are a waste of everything. They need to be shut down. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that feels like that. I know that for a fact that I'm not the only one.
No, you're not. Several people have testified to and expressed that same sentiment. So thank you for your passion. It is well received. You know, this is what you get when you don't do people right. And I think the thing that has been made really clear here to me is that Allied is getting paid. They need to make sure that people that are going to work and putting in an honest day's work are also getting paid. And if that's something that they cannot do, which has been proven tonight, we'll make sure that we address this.
I mean, honestly, let me just say one more thing. Honestly, the money's not coming to us. We work, but the money's not coming to us. The money's not going to the patients. The money's not going to where it's supposed to be going. It's going right back to the state, and they hugging it. They hogging the whole money up so they can sit there and keep on getting people to work for them and not paying them. That's not fair.
It's not, and we will address this issue. As I stated before, you know, this is how this piece of legislation came to the committee. This is the reason why we're having this public hearing. And the purpose of your testimony is powerful. So thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to tell you to hang in there. And I know it's easier said than done, but please rest assured that we're doing our due diligence to address this very critical and pressing issue. All right?
All right.
All right. Thank you, Maria. You have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, up next, we have Laura Garcia, Chapinas Unidas. And I do believe that you are the person that will testify in Spanish, and it will be translated by a translator and interpreter. Laura Garcia?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, good night. I speak English, but I feel more comfortable speaking my testimony in my native language.
Yes, we would love for you to do that. So please proceed.
Estimadas copresidentas y miembros del comité. Buenas.
Good evening, honorable chairs and members of the committee.
Muchas gracias por prestar atención sobre mi testimonio de la importancia de extender la licencia por enfermedad para todos y alargar el periodo de días de enfermedad en los trabajos.
Thank you very much for listening to my testimony tonight about guaranteeing paid sick days for everyone and lengthening the period of paid sick days.
Es un tema de derechos humanos. Vivo en Norwalk, Connecticut desde hace 7 años, pagando mis taxes como cualquier ciudadana. Hoy estoy aquí no solo por mí, sino representando a varios miembros de nuestro grupo llamado Chapinas Unidas y Unidad Latina en Acción.
This is a human rights issue. I have lived in Norwalk, Connecticut for 7 years, paying my taxes like any citizen. Today, I'm not here just for myself, but also representing all of the members of our group called Chapinas United, and also ULA.
Me represento a mí misma como una víctima más. Represento a mi hijo Matías, que murió en mi vientre a las 39 semanas de mi embarazo por no ser escuchada.
I'm also speaking for myself as one other victim. And I'm also speaking for my son, Matías, who died in my womb at 39 weeks of my pregnancy.
Represento a esas mujeres que hemos sufrido discriminación por no contar con acceso a la salud, ni licencias médicas laborales. En noviembre pasado, mi hijo murió por no ser escuchada y casi pierdo la vida yo de igual forma.
I speak for all of the women who have suffered discrimination for not having access to health insurance or paid sick days paid by the employer. Last November, my son died because the health clinic refused to listen to my concerns, and I almost lost my life as well.
A pesar de eso, tengo que seguir luchando con el dolor de la muerte de mi hijo y con todas las consecuencias que derivado a una mal praxis durante mi embarazo, pues al no tener licencia por enfermedad, no pude dejar de ir a trabajar y reposar el tiempo adecuado, aún con las secuelas de la preeclampsia severa.
So despite the pain of the death of my son, I have to continue fighting. I suffered consequences due to medical malpractice during my pregnancy, and I had to keep working. I could not afford to lose my job. Since I didn't have paid sick days, I suffered complications due to preeclampsia. I did not give my body enough time to restore itself and to heal.
La preeclampsia que causó la muerte de mi hijo. No tuve tiempo para sanar ni mi cuerpo ni mi alma. Mis uñas siguen estando moradas debido a la preeclampsia. Mis uñas se me descascaran como papel y los dolores de mi espalda baja cada vez son más fuertes.
I haven't been able to take the time to restore my body or my soul. My fingers are still purple, my nails peel like paper, and the pain in my back, in my lower back, is getting worse.
Creo que si hubiera tenido esa licencia, hoy mi condición sería diferente. Quisiera que pudieran poner en los zapatos de miles de personas que muchas veces tenemos que fingir que estamos sanos por no poder tener esa licencia de enfermedad.
I think that if I had had paid sick days, today my condition would be different. I wish that you could put yourselves in the shoes of thousands of people who many times are forced to pretend that we are healthy because we cannot take time off.
Es tiempo que seamos valorados por lo que somos, gente trabajadora, gente luchadora y honesta, y que al final de cuentas somos quienes damos el pecho en esta pandemia.
It's time for us to be valued for who we are, hardworking people, people who are strong and honest. We are the ones who are breastfeeding during this pandemic.
Somos los que limpiamos sus casas, mantenemos sus jardines, construimos sus casas, cuidamos de lo más preciado que tienen, sus hijos.
We are the workers who clean your houses, who maintain your gardens, who build your houses. And we are the ones who take care of the most precious thing that you have, your children.
Merecemos ser atendidos de una manera digna, como seres humanos. Se debe dar la importancia de extender los días de enfermedad. Conozco mujeres que han tenido que dejar a sus bebés recién nacidos con 15 días de vida para poder regresar a sus trabajos y no perderlos.
We deserve to be cared for in a dignified way as human beings, which makes it urgent to guarantee paid sick days for all workers. I know women who have had to leave their newborn babies 15 days old to return to work so as not to lose their jobs.
Es hora de cambios.
It's time for a change.
Así como mi hijo murió, así han muerto muchos más en esta maldita pandemia. Por todos los muertos, por todas las familias que hemos perdido seres queridos, es hora de un cambio por amor a la vida. Muchas gracias.
Just as my son died, so many have died in this damn pandemic. For all of the dead, for all the families that have lost loved ones, it's time for a change for the love of life. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Kushner.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's so hard to share the story that you just, it's hard for us to hear your story. I'm sure it's very hard for you to share the story. And I want to say I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so hard for us. I think I need to share my history, and that way I can save more lives.
I understand. I appreciate that. And you know, I know that one of our next speakers is Maddie Granado, and she's from the organization that helped us with paid sick days, but also with the paid family medical leave. And when Representative Porter and I were discussing paid family leave, we felt it was so important to include every worker in the state of Connecticut, so that no one would have to go through what you went through. No one should have to go back to work when their child is 15 days old. We as a society really need to take care of the people in our country. We need to take care of the people in our state. It's an outrage. And So I appreciate I have no questions for you because I can't imagine asking you a question. You've been so clear with us in your message about what happened in your life, what you've seen in others' lives, and what we need to do about it. So all I can say is that my heart goes out to you, and I thank you for being here and standing up for everyone in the same position as you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I would just join in those sentiments. It's been really hard all day listening to these testimonies, especially as they relate to domestic workers. That within itself has a history that this country should be fully ashamed of, frankly. My condolences to you on the loss of your son. I've been there. I know what it is I don't know what it is to lose a child like you have, but I do know what it is to work without insurance and to have to figure out how you're gonna make ends meet and to push through the pain and just to show up and do the home remedies and hope you get better, and to have children that are sick and you have to end up in the emergency room because you don't have insurance. And you're right, it's time for a change. It's been long past due for a change. And it really is time for us as Americans to live up to what it is we say and who we say we are. It's time for us to take care of the people like yourself that take care of us. And yeah, it's really sad. But I want you to know we're here, we hear you, and we are working really hard to make sure that a lot of this legislation gets done this year, because time is up. There's no more time left, and we don't have time to continue to lose people, precious lives such as your son. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the work that you do, and God bless you.
He's
God bless
very
you.
proud of his mom.
Thank you. And thank you for translating, Megan. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You as well. Up next, we do have a champion for people that has helped us to do a lot of work to help people like Ms. Garcia. Maddie Renato, you're up, and I'm looking forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter. I can't do that justice. My heart feels so heavy right now for you, Laura. But yeah, so I'm here in support of House Bill 6537, an act concerning paid sick days expansion and domestic workers coverage. Sorry, I'm like emotional from that. In 2011, Connecticut became the first state in the nation to require certain employers to provide 40 hours of accrued paid sick time per year. Covered workers use paid sick time under the law to recover from a physical or mental illness or injury, seek medical diagnoses, treatment, or preventative care, or care for a spouse or a child under the same circumstances. Paid sick time can also be used to address needs that may arise if the worker is a victim of family violence or sexual assault. Since 2011, more than 20 states, cities, and counties across the country have followed Connecticut's lead and adopted their own paid sick leave policies, but have done so in a much more inclusive and accessible way. 10 years after the law's passage and in the middle of a global crisis that has wreaked havoc on the economic security of women and their families, improvement to our paid sick leave statute is past due. Connecticut's existing law only applies to certain service workers at employers of 50 or more. This leaves out a large portion of the hourly workforce employed by small businesses or who do not fit into the narrow definition of service worker outlined in the law. The law also exempts certain nonprofits and manufacturers, domestic workers, many of whom you've heard from today, the majority of whom are women of color, are also left out of Connecticut's paid sick leave law, even though they continue to work on the front lines of the crisis, putting themselves and their families at risk. As we continue to live and work through a global pandemic, we know that now more than ever, it is critical to stay home when you're sick. But for so many, like so many workers that you heard from today, staying home when you're sick just isn't a realistic option. Women, especially women of color, are disproportionately represented in jobs on the front lines of the pandemic, where they are less likely to have access to paid sick leave and face higher risk of exposure to COVID-19. For example, while women in Connecticut comprise 49% of the state's workforce. They make up the vast majority of healthcare, education, and food service workers, three industries that are most severely impacted by the pandemic, but even prior to the crisis, were less likely to provide paid sick leave to their employees. Without access to paid sick leave, workers are more likely to go to work while they're sick, putting their coworkers and their communities and their families at risk. Paid sick leave makes our workplaces healthier and more productive, which keeps businesses open and improves their bottom line. Healthy workers are fundamental to a successful business and a thriving economy now more than ever. As Connecticut continues to respond to and recover from the COVID-19 crisis, now is the time to examine and improve our existing policies that support workers who in turn keep businesses running and contribute back to the economy. House Bill 6537 is a critical step to further strengthen Connecticut's stance on paid sick leave and respond to the economic crisis just faced by too many in our state as a result of the pandemic. We urge the committee to advance this legislation this year, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Maddie. I'm just looking to see if we have any hands, any questions. And I do see Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you for being here tonight, Maddie, and thank you for everything you've done and you continue to do. We did work together diligently on the paid family leave bill, and your involvement there was critical to not just getting it passed, but getting it right. And so we really appreciate that. We heard many hours ago, I think one of the first people to testify, or I guess it was in the first hour, maybe it was Kate Farrar, Representative Farrar, and she had been with CLELF when you first worked on this paid sick days, I believe. And one of the questions I had for her, and I just wondered if you had any additional information, is we've really fallen behind, it sounds like, that we had started out in sort of, in ahead of other states in terms of how we addressed the paid sick days bill back when it was first passed, but now we've fallen behind, and that does deeply concern me. You articulated all the people left out, but I don't know if you have at hand some of the information about other states that are doing this in a more expansive way.
Yeah, so I think to your point, Senator Kushner, right, we set a real standard nationwide, in paid sick leave. We were the first. And just like we've seen with paid family medical leave, right, as we were working on that bill, we really looked at other states to see how we can improve, right, on our own law and be better. That competition, right? So I think a lot of states looked at our law and it was a start. It was really landmark in what it did for workers, but they realized they could probably get a little bit more in their own states. So I think states around us really have very few carve outs and who it covers, right? They cover small businesses. They have a inclusive definition of family as well, so that if a worker needs to care for their chosen family or someone who's not related to them by blood, they're able to do so. I do have a person who is testifying, a few people behind me too, from A Better Balance, who can really speak to what's been going on around the country too, and with paid sick leave policies. But yeah, other states have really made a ton of progress, and it's just time that we really take a look at what we can do better here too. So.
Thank you for that answer. And since you alerted us that there's other speakers that are going to be talking, I will hold my questions for now. Okay. And thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Maddie. Appreciate your testimony and your patience tonight, and all the help that you've given us as we progress throughout this process. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You're welcome. All right, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Sanchez, who is the Vice Chair in the House, and he will chair in the interim. Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Madam Chair, the next person we have up to speak is Brian Sullivan, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, and all the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Brian Keith Sullivan. I'm a leader with the ACLU Smart Justice Campaign of Connecticut. I am a father of 4 and also someone who has spent more than 20 years incarcerated. To be completely forthcoming, when I was originally sentenced in 1997, I didn't have a lot of hope that I would ever come home. Shortly after being sentenced, I became determined to do whatever it took to change the person I was into someone who I could look into the mirror and be proud of. I availed myself of every single program the Department of Corrections offered. If it was there, I became immersed in the curriculum. I held employment while incarcerated for 20 of the 22 years, working inside of some of the most sensitive parts of the prison. I was one of the first hospice volunteers in the state and sat with 20 men whose last breath was in a cell, most of who were not serving life sentences, but nonetheless died in prison. That experience strengthened my resolve that if the opportunity ever presented itself to have a chance at life outside of prison, I would continue to apply the same value and hard work I did while in prison. I developed a program inside called CHAMPS, which stands for Creating Healthy Attitudes in Men from Prison to Society. CHAMPS is designed to rebuild a foundation dealing with the issues that plague men from their youth and help us understand the why behind our poor choices and bad decisions. Also, to connect individuals directly with the resources available to help reduce the recidivism rate in our state. I am also a full-time student at Aslantuck Community College, where I am chasing a degree in human services. I recently graduated the ENET program at Goodwin College, where I am now a mentor helping the next class of students navigate the course. In 2019, after 20 years of extremely hard introspection and soul searching, after 9 denials, I was blessed with a sentence modification. With all I have done and am doing, the reality is every day I face discrimination based on my record. My conviction, although 23 years old, prohibits me from securing housing and gaining meaningful employment, something that utilizes the skill set I have, which is helping others. Technically, I am homeless right now because every time I apply for an apartment, the first thing they say is you cannot have a criminal record. I know so many people that have completed their sentences, paid their debt to society, and are trying to build their lives, but struggle with the barriers that exist due to their record. Being able to gain meaningful employment and secure housing is all we ask after completing our sentence. House Bill 6474, an act concerning collateral consequences of a criminal record, is about giving people a real and fair chance, utilizing their skills, their experience, and their talents, which in turn is not just good for them, but for society as a whole. I personally know and work with some men and women who, like those involved with Smart Justice, are motivated and determined to succeed and contribute to their families and their communities, and would be a valued asset to any employer if only given the chance. Since I have been home, I have done everything from digging ditches to collecting cans for a pay that barely allows me to pay my bills. And although I am extremely thankful, I would one day like to do something that encompasses the skill set I have. House Bill 6474 would allow me and others to finally be able to move up and on with our lives. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions in the room? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sullivan, and for hanging in there with us tonight. Quick question. I just wanted to ask you, as we put forward this legislation, this is the question that's been posed, and I just want to put it on the record with a response who comes from someone with lived experience. Why is this important after ban the box?
All right, so let's look at it and put things in perspective. 95% of those incarcerated will be released. We know these numbers. So if we know these numbers, don't we want individuals that are being released to come home and be productive members of society, contributing to the economy, not taken from it? So if we're given an opportunity to show and prove that we're about this change, that would help this. That helps push this cause. It makes not just better sense for us, but for society as a whole.
Thank you for putting that on the record. I absolutely agree. And I think the only other thing that I would ask you to speak to, you did speak to how these barriers have showed up in your life. Do you believe that this legislation would create are too much work for employers?
I don't really. I think that they already prejudge without giving someone an opportunity, right? And so passing this legislation would open up the opportunity for them to get to see the work that we really want to do. You're going to find some of the hardest workers are those who've demonstrated change and are willing to put forth the effort if only given a chance. And this would allow that to happen.
Thank you, and I absolutely agree. I don't think that people's past should define their present or their future. I think that you are a model example of why this legislation needs to happen and why people should be provided a real opportunity at another chance, especially when we're asking or mandating that they have housing and employment straight out of incarceration. So thank you again. I really do appreciate your time and you sharing your experience with this committee and all those that are watching. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Kushner.
I just want to also say, Mr. Sullivan, it's good to see you here tonight. You know, I've seen you so many times at the LOB and different demonstrations, not just on behalf of formerly incarcerated persons, but on so many important issues to our community. And I know you're always there. And I just think you're an amazing representative of what's very best can come out of the system that you've been through. And I think, I don't know how to tell you how much I appreciate not just your testimony, but your advocacy and keeping on these issues so that you didn't just, you know, go take care of yourself, but now you're really taking care of others. And it really is important for us to have a light shown on what the problems are. And so you've done that very well tonight. I just have one question for you. Do you believe when we pass this bill, are we doing something that will really make a difference in terms of employment? Will there be a concrete difference for you and for others?
So I'll give you a quick little story. So I mentored every program in the Department of Corrections. I worked directly with Commissioner Quiros when he was captain, major, deputy warden, and several other district administrators and individuals in the Department of Corrections. I dealt directly with individuals that were coming back to prison, those that were part of the recidivism rate. And when we sat and talked with them and asked them, we got the same answer every time, is that I couldn't get a job, I couldn't find a place to live. We hear about all the resources available, but individuals are not giving a chance. And so passing House Bill 6474 would change the narrative and open up the opportunity for those that really want to do the right thing.
My apologies, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, please continue, sir.
Oh yeah, so no, I'm done. This would definitely go so far into helping all of us. You know, we're coming back into the community. You want us to have secure housing. You want us to get jobs, which we're supposed to, right? As a man, this is what I'm supposed to do. I paid my debt to society. I committed a crime. I paid the price. I'm home. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm doing everything in my power, everything possible, except it's barrier after barrier after barrier. The first thing I went for so many apartments. I'm 50 years old. I'm living with my son right now, putting the burden on him. I'm working every day trying to find an apartment. First thing the landlord says or the management company is, you can't have a criminal record. Same thing with jobs. That's why banning the box in House Bill 6474 is imperative for those to succeed so we can change the recidivism rate.
Thank you so much for that answer. And thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you, Representative Sanchez, our vice chair and chair of this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, thank you so much for your advocacy and the work that you're doing, and keep up the good fight. We got a long way to go, but we're going to do it together.
Facts. I appreciate you. Have a good night, everybody.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Amber, please pardon me if I say this wrong, Langus?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Vlangus. You did a good job.
All right. Thank you. The floor is
good evening. My testimony actually says good afternoon, but I'm going with evening because we're far into it. to Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, ranking members and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. So I am Amber Valangas, and I'm the Executive Director of the Restorative Action Alliance, which is a regional advocacy group made up of anti-carceral crime survivors, individuals who've been impacted by the criminal legal system, and restorative justice advocates and practitioners. So I am here today to express my support for House Bill 6474, an act concerning the collateral consequences of a criminal record. And just for perspective, I did participate on one of the subcommittees for the council that explored the consequences of a criminal record that kind of gave rise to these efforts. As a member of a justice impacted family and an advocate, I've seen firsthand the over 550 collateral consequences that individuals who live with criminal records experience as it relates to all types of civic participation, particularly in the areas of housing, higher education, and employment. While I am aware of and have a family member who has experienced countless examples of discrimination, I'm just going to share one story with you today in the interest of time. So I recently spoke with a man who was formerly incarcerated who had submitted literally hundreds of applications in an effort to secure a job. Despite being highly qualified and motivated, having significant proof of rehabilitation, he's been unable to obtain employment over a number of years. So many times he would get to the end of a hiring process and even receive a provisional job offer, only to be rejected at the end due to his criminal record. At the time of our conversation, he felt so hopeless that he was saying he would take his own life. So this is not something that should be happening. When an individual has held up their end of the bargain, serving their sentence, doing the hard work of rehabilitation, and trying to get back on their feet, society fails them when we do not do everything possible to support their journey back to their community. HB 6474 is a great step towards removing not just the barriers faced by those affected by our criminal legal system, but also a step towards removing the lifelong stigma that a criminal record arrest can bring. So while there is much more that can be done to tackle the effects of mass incarceration, this legislation sends a strong message that a person who has done the work will be afforded the opportunity to realize their potential and have the opportunity to thrive. So often the conversation around discrimination against people who've completed their court-ordered sentences focuses on the flawed idea that providing opportunity to justice-impacted individuals is at odds with public safety. I would really like to encourage this committee and all decision makers in our state to expand their notion of what public safety really means. And what it means to be safe, who deserves to be safe. So safety should always be seen through the lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the disproportionate way that the criminal legal system and mass incarceration affects people of color and the poor does not create safety. So those with limited access to housing, education, and employment due to this discrimination, they do not feel safe. As a collective, we must
Thank you, Ms. Valangas. Your
I'll
3
wrap
minutes
up.
Please conclude. Thank
We
you.
must push for a concept of public safety that includes every person living in our state, focusing on who they are today, the work they've done, and to put their life back together, not the worst thing they have ever done. So this bill, HB 6474, is strongly supported by the Restorative Action Alliance because we believe that all people have value and a safe society includes opportunity for every person in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Well, I have to say that I'm so proud to be your state senator. I met you after, I think, my first town hall in Sherman.
Yes.
It's been an incredible friendship since first meeting you. Amber, for everyone on the committee and everyone listening, Amber, you have really been a guide for me. And your participation, as you mentioned, in the council made a huge difference to the council and to me personally. I've learned so much from you. probably more than anyone else on this issue. Getting to know you and your family has been a real honor for me and a privilege. So, you know, I think that everything you've said in your testimony, I know who you are, I know how you live, and I know that you really can bring a lot of wisdom to this work that we're trying to do. So I don't have a question for you because I can call you with any questions I have, but I know that, you know, the work you're doing is so important and I so appreciate it. And I also just want to tell folks, anybody who was here at the very beginning of this hearing, when we first started, if you all noticed, I mentioned that I was wearing red because of Aplastic Anemia Awareness Week. And you might notice that Amber is wearing red, and Amber is the one who educated me about aplastic anemia. One of her dear friends in Sherman lost a granddaughter to this dreadful disease, and you brought me into that work as well. And so I'm happy to see you're wearing red. I knew you would be. But it is a shout out to you and to Doris for raising that awareness as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amber, for your testimony. You know, I really appreciate, you know, your comments. You know, I want to ask you a question to be able to learn, because this is an important aspect for our state, and I am assuming for many and most in this committee, that how do we ensure that we get those who have duly paid their debt, served the sentence, and now to get them into the workforce, get them the opportunity for our faith and our ideas are about America is about second chances. You know, and you are not describing, you're describing of people who have served their sentence and are going forward, have been rehabilitated. And so I really want to go a little more detail, and perhaps a little bit we can do offline, that in this bill, what we're suggesting is that the employer should not be allowed to ask, or are we saying that they do not discriminate? Because some of that discrimination happens, you know, with fear or with many implicit concerns. So what are we trying? How do we ensure that there's transparency, but it's still the opportunity for those who we give them the opportunity, we give those who have done their due to get back into society. That's really valuable to them, to us, to everyone. That's the right thing to do, as somebody said earlier in this. So, you know, help me understand a little bit, where are you saying that, how does this discrimination end? Obviously, it's in housing as well as in the job, and the job is, and all of them are important. So, you know, and which one, how do we think about this whole thing to make this work, but at the same time ensure that the employers and the other side also understands what we are trying to do?
So I really appreciate your question, and I'll do my best to answer it. This bill is a very important step, because when we talk about reentry, and we do talk about it quite often, and pouring resources into reentry, all the job training and all of the preparation and all of the motivation is really not valuable if you just have doors slammed in your face. So just as the man, you know, I described, who had submitted hundreds of these applications only to have the door slammed in his face, this sends a strong message to employers that this is a discrimination that can happen. But it also provides them mechanisms to protect their business interests as well, because they are doing it via an individualized assessment of the person rather than the conviction. It does ask that, you know, the evaluation asks that you provide, you know, that you have taken steps for rehabilitation. I understand, you know, some of the concerns around the language from employers because of some of the vagueness. I do believe that perhaps it could be tightened up just a little bit. And I think at the end of the day that, you know, CBIA had some concerns, but they also are doing a lot of good work in the state to promote the education of employers about why people who have criminal records and have served their time and have been rehabilitated are good employees. So I think this is a conversation that we need to keep going, and that we can come to a resolution. But the anti-discrimination piece of this is important because it helps shift the narrative. Otherwise, it will continue to go on, and we can do all the reentry work that we want. We can prepare people, we can do all of that. But if the door is slammed in their face, we're no further along.
Thank you. I have been supportive of, I'm a big supporter of some great reentry programs. And I understand what you're saying because I hear it from them. They're like, yes, we appreciate you contributing and helping us train, but we need, some of this is necessary. Now, the question which I ask here is that these individual assessments, right? Some of them which are being discussed, the worry I have is that it's too much for the employers to bear it. Because they might come back and say, listen, I might not go into this detail, because you have to realize many of these employers who may want to do this really do not have the wherewithal to do much of this work, which is very, very carefully, has to be carefully done. So are you suggesting that perhaps somebody else, some agency does it, who pays for that? Because, all of these are good ideas. But we need to make them work and get them accepted with employers at large. Yes, and we can force some of it by law, but a lot of it has also been done very carefully. So we get this to be, we all need to understand this is important, and employers need to understand. Because my experience is that some people make some great employees. They're just unbelievable employees, and they made a mistake. It's unfortunate, but they have done what they need to do, and they make great employees, and many people just need to understand that. But having said that, this risk assessment which you mentioned, I just find it very difficult how a small employer somewhere will do such assessment and do it reasonably. So how do you propose, or how does this work in practice?
So I don't know if I have all of the answers or am qualified to answer all of those questions, but my response to that is it is necessary, and we need to provide the employers the tools to do it. So we need to explore how to do that. If it is going to take I'm just going to be frank, if it's going to take 5 years and 4 studies and all of that to figure that out, that is not going to get people back to work. So I think that the best way to proceed is to pass legislation that will help now, and we need to continue to support employers in developing that process so it is seamless for them and easy for them.
Okay, great. No, I would like to continue this conversation offline, because
Absolutely.
I do agree that, we have to get this right, and some of that, perhaps there is somebody else who can also come in, and I can't think who that would be. You may have more suggestions, but we need to get this piece of legislation right. I agree. I'm not a big fan. We need to do studies when we need to do studies, but here we need to act. It's been a long time, and I think we need to act, but we need to act with much more rigor, and getting it right is important rather than just doing it, because it may not have the desired outcome if we just do it without getting it right. Thank you, Amber, for taking the time and being here and educating us, educating me. And I look forward to working on this. This is an important thing. I 100% agree. We need to work really diligently getting this right and getting it done.
I will absolutely reach out to you so we can have further conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Roy. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Villegas, thank you so much for your testimony, your time, patience this evening. Next, we have Sheila Mulvey. I thought she was here. So I see her here. Sheila, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representatives Aurora and members of the committee. I'm Sheila Mulvey of Plantsville, and I am here to speak to raised Bill 942, an act concerning the on-time payment of wages. I am the employer representative designated by a family member who receives services from the Department of Developmental Services, Self-Direct Medicaid Waiver. In disclosure, I am former chair of the Governor's Council of the Department of Developmental Services, former chair of the Board of Office of Protection and Advocacy for Persons with Disabilities, and I have served 9 years as a member of the PCA Workforce Council. But I am speaking here today solely as an advocate and employer, and not with any affiliation. First, I want to say, as an employer of 5 wonderful, long-time direct support assistants, PCAs, I believe strongly that all staff should be paid according to current labor law, on time and accurately. Disruptions of the process need to be addressed through labor law. And in the case of the Self-Direct Services Program, through the dispute process as outlined in the collective bargaining agreement. I have 2 concerns with this bill. One regards the consumer employer and the other regards the fiscal intermediary. The Self-Direct program is a very unique and a groundbreaking approach for persons with disabilities to live their lives with freedom, to choose where they live and how they live in the community. This is an enormous right of choice that never existed before, and we must work together to preserve it. The consumer employer is the keystone of the program, and the bill before us, I fear, will weaken their role. It is a constant struggle to have all people associated with the program understand and respect who is the employer, because there are so many players. Some think that the employer is the union. Some think it's the state. Others think it is the fiscal intermediary. This bill will further foster an already confusing situation and make it harder for the employer to establish order and respect in their individual program. Our fiscal intermediary is Sunset Shores. And for over the past 12 years, I've never experienced anything but professionalism and helpful treatment from them. There must be ways that we can resolve these labor issues through contract management and better education for employers and employees. And I dropped a piece of paper. Hold on one second. Sorry. And
Thank you, Ms. Mulvey.
Proscribe.
Your 3 minutes have expired. Please conclude your remarks.
I will, thank you. And proscribing subcontractors to formally educate their staff in areas of communication, specifically in this arena. I respectfully urge you to not go down the slippery slope of raised Bill 942. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvey. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Next, we have James Bandery Alexander.
Hi, good evening. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the committee, thank you for staying up with us, and thank you to the staff, and thank you to our loved ones who are taking care of everything else while we do this. My name is James Bandar Alexander. I work as the director of the Medical Legal Partnership Program at the Solomon Center for Health and Policy at Yale Law School. In my current role, I teach and supervise law students providing legal services to low-income patients in hospitals and clinics in New Haven. The services address underlying social determinants of poor health, such as substandard housing conditions, unsafe workplaces, domestic violence, lack of immigration status, and the collateral consequences of incarceration. Previously, I was a legal aid attorney for 12 years, where I represented immigrant workers in labor and employment matters, including many domestic workers. I also served on the Domestic Worker Task Force and co-chaired the Connecticut Low Wage Employer Advisory Board. And I'm here to talk about in support of SB 943 and HB 6537, which are the domestic worker bills. And I know you've heard a lot of testimony, but I want to give you my context. Domestic workers have struggled for many years to raise labor standards and achieve legal equality with other workers. At the federal level, domestic workers were excluded in New Deal legislation from a variety of different statutes. Domestic workers were also excluded from federal and state employment discrimination protections. During the 1970s, domestic workers gained basic wage protections at the federal level and here in Connecticut. The state, oh, sorry. The state,
this morning too? Pardon me, James, I'm sorry. Thank you, John.
The state convened a task force on domestic workers in 2015, which I served on, which issued a strong set of recommendations for change. Soon thereafter, in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, the Connecticut legislature led by Senator Gomes and Winfield, along with Representative Terziak, took an important step by including domestic workers in the state discrimination protections for the first time. Senator Len Fasano, who led the effort for passage on the Republican side, commented afterward about the domestic workers. They stood here every night. That's what the system should be about, people coming into the Capitol and getting the same access as paid lobbyists. And in the different contexts we're in today, you've witnessed that tonight. You've seen the organization and the resolve and heard the stories of the domestic workers. And I must compliment both the organizers and the workers for their incredible progress in moving these bills forward. Today is another critical day in this long journey to create dignified working conditions for domestic workers. You have two bills that will positively impact the workforce, SB 943 and HB 6537. I'm going to focus on the wage education piece because I have a particular insight. One of the frustrating aspects of providing legal services to low-income communities is that there are never enough lawyers to meet the need. This is true across the board for clients needing assistance with housing, domestic violence, immigration, or public benefits. This is a long-term structural problem, which obviously will not be solved by any one bill or one approach, but by building a larger, more comprehensive vision for the enforcement of civil rights. But in my experience, there's not a population for whom the protection of law is more remote or more inaccessible than for domestic workers. There are many reasons for this. The isolation of the work, the ambiguity in the culture as to the work done in the home is actually work, the fact that women are often performing the work, that it's often women of color performing the work, and often language and other cultural barriers. Even where rights exist on paper.
Thank you, Mr. Bandry Alexander. Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. They're seldom enforced. So wage education is very important so people know their rights so that they know how to make a complaint. And I'll wrap it up there.
Thank you. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, James, for your testimony and for all the work that you've done and continue to do, but especially for the work that we've been able to partner with you in. Could you just expound a little bit more on your insight with the wage piece of this legislation?
Yes, well, I just presented in my written testimony that there are two sides of the problem. One side is, well, three. One side is a lack of understanding in the workforce as to what the rights really are. And it's not limited to the workforce. Many people who have come across this issue of domestic worker rights couldn't pinpoint for you which rights they have and which ones they don't. That's one problem. Second is the problem of organization, being specifically left out of the National Labor Relations Act without a right to organize, left domestic workers for a long time without the ability to create the long-standing institutions that would create a floor in the industry. Now, of course, the right to organize on the federal level is severely compromised for all workers. And there's legislation this year called the PRO Act, which would patch up these holes, including for domestic workers. The third problem is enforcement. Legal aid is not staffed to do these cases. I have done maybe 20 domestic worker cases in the last 3 or 4 years. I seriously doubt there's another attorney in Connecticut who's done a quarter that many, and there's no attorney that does it as a matter of practice. So we have a long way to go, but the very least is giving the domestic workers through a bit of help from the Department of Labor, the capacity to reach the people that only they can reach, which is their community. and start talking to people about what their rights are and talking to employers. So, so I think the bill is a modest step forward, but an important step forward. Sometimes with these bills, I think about the tortoise and the hare, that story. My parents told me the story of the tortoise and the hare a lot. And your committee is part of the road that the tortoise and the hare travel on. And sometimes we need you to take these small steps, and sometimes we need bigger steps. But right now we need to carry this small step forward to sustain basic rights for this workforce.
And thank you so much for that response. And could you just please tell me, because you've stated that it is modest, and I do agree, what could we do in efforts to move forward past the modest stage?
Yes, well, there's been a push in this state. When we were on the Domestic Worker Task Force, we proposed something much more comprehensive. What we proposed was patching up all the holes in Connecticut's employment statutes, and also putting some new requirements on the domestic work industry that were specific to that industry. For example, written agreements and so forth. Those domestic worker Bill of Rights, broad comprehensive bills have passed in California, New York, Nevada, New Mexico, Hawaii. I'm sorry, one of the Northwestern states. They've made a lot of progress. It hasn't happened here. I think that that your committee probably has passed through a larger, more comprehensive bill, but I think it got stuck later on. So, that would be the approach. If you ask many of the advocates who I'm sure you all know pretty well by now, they would say, of course, at the end of the day, what they want to do is overcome a really deep wound that happened a long time ago, and to go all the way and say, no, this is a workforce with dignity that deserves standards like any other workforce.
I concur, and thank you so much for that. And I look forward to having a conversation offline with you to further expound on those ideas. So thank you again for your patience and for hanging in there with us. And for whoever's doing that work for you while you do this. Yes. So I said, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Her name is Kavita Bandari Alexander.
Thank you, Kavita.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Well, yours is another one of the faces that I miss, not being at the Capitol and not seeing you. You worked on so many important issues and advocated for so many different people. And I really appreciate Representative Porter's question about how do we do the bigger steps, because I think that is a challenge for us. But I recognize that these small steps that you talked about are steps that advocates have asked us to focus on this year, and I appreciate their focus. What I think really is frustrating is hearing you say that there aren't enough legal aid attorneys to process and to advocate, to take up these cases. We hear from the Department of Labor that we haven't, as a state, given them enough resources to actually enforce the laws that we passed. It's like a catch-22 that people don't even know they have these rights, and employers don't know they have these obligations, and legal aid doesn't have enough resources to pursue all the cases, and the Department of Labor doesn't have the resources to truly educate about this workforce and what the obligations are. So I think it's incredibly frustrating. I do recognize, and I appreciate what you said about the bill would provide resources to trusted organizations. I would add organizations that are used to running on a shoestring, so they know how to make the most of these limited dollars. But I do think we have to figure out as a state, we cannot pass laws and then not do anything to either educate people about them or enforce them. And so that is, I appreciate this small step, but I do share some frustration that we can't do more. I want to know your views on that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much to unpack of what you just said. I wouldn't know where to start, but I will say that the Department of Labor in Connecticut generally does an excellent job with the resources they have. I think that we're lucky in this state to have, particularly the wage and hour division that we have. In my 12 years, I've been very impressed. And but they're under, yes, they're underfunded, they're understaffed. Legal aid organizations are underfunded and understaffed. And if you look at the education bill, I believe that it would actually allocate $200,000. And some people may think, well, $200,000 is so little. How could that possibly help? But I'm telling you, you can't get a grant for this work for $200,000. You know, you can't. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal. I've been working with these organizations now for a number of years, and this is a big deal. So don't undersell that either. I mean, I think it's important.
I thank you so much for that answer. I'm glad I asked the question because, you know, as I said, I know these are really good organizations. You know that they're doing great work when they can bring this many people to a hearing to testify. And, you know, so I do appreciate your remarks and how important this money and these dollars are for them. So we're going to have to fight to make sure we have every penny of that allocated. So thank you for being here and thank you for sharing that final statement. It was really important.
No, absolutely. I mean, and I know everyone has to think about so many different things during the session. And I think it makes sense to me that hearing from these domestic workers themselves is something you're not going to forget. So appreciate being alongside them.
Thank you,
further? Sorry, Senator. Any further questions? Seeing that, James, thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mo Mankling. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Mo Mankling. I'm the policy director at the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives. And I'd like to talk to you about HB 6120. I also want to thank you for allowing me to give the testimony and for your stamina and really thoughtful questions throughout the day. I've been listening in and out throughout the day, and it's been really inspiring to hear stories from your constituents, but also to hear how thoughtful you are, even though this is a marathon of a day. So we're a national grassroots membership organization. And as that kind of organization, I get a front row seat to the benefits of worker ownership as a means of building wealth, retaining jobs, and investing in communities across the country. And I have to say, as I was listening to testimonies today, I'm really heartbroken at the issues that many of these people are facing, like Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Curtis, Ms. Garcia. This is why I do this work. In the worker co-op community, there's a huge portion of the workers operate in these domestic worker fields. And we've seen this model be a way to create opportunities for people in those fields, for re-entering citizens, and in many other industries where workers are typically underpaid, they don't have strong protections, and where there's really high turnover. So worker co-ops don't just provide people with jobs, they create opportunities for growth and for innovation. For example, you talked a lot with Alex Kolokotronis earlier. He mentioned Cooperative Home Care Associates in New York. They lead the way in excellence and quality in the field of home care. They're nationally recognized for that, right? Not just in New York. They're able to raise the bar in their field because their workers are also owners. They're invested more than the average typical employee. These workers bring innovations and frontline knowledge to the table because they're out there doing the work, but they're also able to benefit financially from that expertise. As many people have mentioned, we really urgently need solutions to address income inequality and the loss of jobs due to the silver tsunami, this like business crisis, where a lot of baby boomers are retiring. I think someone might have mentioned this before, that like about half of Connecticut business owners are expected to be 55 or older by 2025. So that means in just a few short years, those businesses that have anchored communities for years will be in danger of closing as those people retire. So, like I said, worker ownership provides an opportunity to save those jobs, secure better wages. Typically, the average wage for worker cooperatives is $5 more than the average minimum wage in most of the states where worker cooperatives exist. And they also give employees skin in game where they work. So over the last couple of years, we've seen a tremendous uptick in worker ownership, both federally and a lot of states, including Massachusetts, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We really want to see Connecticut be a front runner in this work. Representative Aurora asked a great question about, why does this have to be a state-run thing? I'm happy to send this along with my testimony, but I know that if I look at a map of what states have state centers and what states have a concentration of worker cooperatives and a really healthy, thriving ecosystem, support system for those businesses, they're overlapping. It's I think 10 out of the 17 states that have employee ownership centers have a mass of worker cooperatives. So this center for worker ownership would fill an important need for education and readily available resources where those resources and infrastructure don't exist. It will allow us to keep these value-driven businesses alive and give up employees the opportunity to benefit from the value that they worked really, really hard to create. So
Thank you, Ms. Meckling. Your 3 minutes.
that's me wrapping up. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight.
Thank you.
Take care. Next, we have Sherry Luan.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sherry Lewan. I'm co-president of A Better Balance, which is a national legal advocacy organization that provides support, legal support to paid sick time campaigns around the country. We've basically worked on or drafted most of the paid sick time laws, and we are really grateful for the opportunity to testify tonight. I just want to say thank you to everybody here and to this committee. It just is so impressive how dedicated you are, how you've listened so carefully and asked such great questions of everybody who's testified. I testify all around the country, and I really have to say this committee is extremely impressive. I wish we could bring all of the people in Washington here to see how you function. So thank you for listening to everyone who has such amazing and important stories to tell. Nearly 10 years ago, Connecticut became the first state to pass a statewide paid sick days law. And a decade later, 15 states and nearly 24 local governments now guarantee paid sick time. Although Connecticut was a landmark as the first such statewide law to be enacted with respect to paid sick time, even when it passed, the local laws that were in existence then were more inclusive and broader than what was passed in Connecticut. And now today, 10 years later, Connecticut is an extreme outlier in terms of inclusivity and coverage. So we're really very excited that you are considering HB 6537, which would remedy that situation. The current paid sick days law in Connecticut excludes all workers whose employers have fewer than 50 employees, and applies to only a very limited number of sectors of the economy. And that narrow coverage renders Connecticut's law really barely protective of the workers who need it. Most state laws do not contain any business size carve-outs. And that makes sense because research shows that workers in smaller businesses are less likely to have paid sick time than those who work for larger employers. Similarly, federal data shows that there are workers across the economic spectrum who lack paid sick days. It's not just hourly service workers, which is basically what the Connecticut law covers. We've really detailed in our written testimony the numerous studies that have shown that workers without paid sick days are less likely to seek medical care, more likely to face workplace injuries, more likely to go to work sick and spread illness to their colleagues and community members. And that is so terribly relevant right now today. During the height of the H1N1 pandemic that 10 years ago, research was done that showed that paid sick days actually would have shortened the length of that pandemic. And today, over the last year, there's been other research with respect to COVID-19 that has shown that paid sick days has really helped in the places where there are laws that protect paid sick time in limiting the scope of the pandemic. Connecticut has the opportunity to take meaningful steps to ensure that all of its workers have access to paid sick leave by passing HB 6537. I also just want to note in our testimony, there are numerous studies of the many paid sick days laws in effect around the country that are inclusive, that have shown that business has thrived. There have been no harms to business. And in fact, these laws have led to savings by successfully reducing worker turnover, boosting worker well-being and productivity, and preventing the costly spread of illness. So based on all of this, I'm going to be just short because I know we're very late. We really hope that that you'll move this bill and that you'll see that comprehensive state and local paid sick days laws work, and they're good for employees, they're good for employers, and most of all, they're good for the public health of the community. We are so appreciative of your considering this bill, and we hope that you'll see it to passage.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Senator Kushner?
Yes, and Sherry, thank you for being with us tonight. It is really great to have you here. I appreciate the viewpoint you bring to it, backed up with research, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank you also for contributing so greatly to the development of our paid family leave program here in Connecticut. Better Balance was very instrumental in providing us with research, with data, connecting us with the resources we needed to build a great program. And I know you continue to work on that with the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. So Better Balance is just doing great work supporting families across the country, but particularly the work you've done here in Connecticut. Not too many people know because you're sort of in the background all the time. But trust me, folks, when I say Better Balance, when we have an issue or a question, not just the Labor Committee, I'm talking about the Paid Leave Authority, the board of the Paid Leave, people go to Better Balance for help and for assistance. And so I really appreciate your role in this. I do have a question for you about the program, the sick leave program, because, and we will look to your written testimony about the other states and what they've done. But just quickly, if you could tell us, are there other states that are ahead of us also on time off? Our bill that we passed 10 years ago had 5 days or had 40 hours of time off for a full-time worker. Are there other states that are doing more than that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the COVID crisis has really changed things in terms of how people are looking at this. 40 hours was definitely the most common number of hours. The more recent laws, the last few state laws, Colorado and a number of others, 56 hours has become more common. So I would say that. And then last year's FFCRA, the Families First law that the feds passed, gave 2 weeks for COVID to deal with COVID issues. So I think there is just beginning to be some recognition that maybe 40 hours isn't completely enough, but I think it is still the most common number of hours.
And I'm not trying to suggest that we all, change direction here and go for a bigger number. I know that advocates have been very clear with us about what they feel is most important right now, and that's expanding the number that receive benefits. So
yeah, so thank you for your kind words, and thank you for all you've done also on paid family leave, because it's a great state program. It's a wonderful state program, and it is really helpful in pushing that out in other places and hopefully eventually at the federal level. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Lewan, for your testimony and time tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. And do refer to my testimony because there's a lot more detail in there.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nicole Brooks.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for being here so late and listening to our testimonies. I'm going to speak to Connecticut Bill 6120, which was the act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. And I thank you in advance for your time. So my name is Nicole Brooks, and I'm a customer relationship manager at Proponent, which is an aerospace parts distributor here in Connecticut. And I'm also the Connecticut state captain for the New England chapter of the ESOP Association. My company has been employee owned since 1988. As many of you may know, an employee stock ownership plan, or an ESOP, is a retirement plan. But for me personally, it's just been so much more. With my previous jobs, I felt as though I was just a number. But when I joined the Proponent team, I felt as though I was an acknowledged and celebrated employee. The culture of working for an employee-owned company is one that celebrates individual uniqueness and strengths while simultaneously working toward a common goal. As employee owners, we are directly responsible for the success of the organization. The organizational success is directly tied to the employee success and vice versa. When the company profits, the employees profit through their retirement plan. Fundamentally, ESOPs recognize that success is bred through employee engagement. During my tenure at Proponent, I have had a multitude of opportunities for professional growth. I've had the privilege of expanding my knowledge of ESOPs through regional and national conferences. These conferences have allowed me the opportunity to network with other employee owners as well as legislators. And at these conferences, I was able to speak with members of other state centers and listen to their testimonials. The Massachusetts, Vermont, and Pennsylvania centers specifically have had great success with their centers for employee ownership. We were able to identify what worked and receive advice on moving forward to bring that back to start the Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership. There are several studies that show ESOPs motivate employees, increase productivity, improve worker retention, keep jobs local, and contribute to business longevity. Even with all these amazing attributes of an ESOP company, there's still a lack of overall awareness and knowledge of ESOP companies. Establishing a Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership, or the CTCO as we've been calling it, will provide information outreach to current and prospective ESOP organizations. Furthermore, the center will keep more companies within the state and contribute to the social and economic prosperity for both the organizations and their employees. Therefore, we're just asking for your support on the proposed Connecticut Bill 6120, the act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. And I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
Sorry, I was slow on the draw, but thank you for seeing me. I just have one question because you're so young, and you said that your company became an ESOP in 1988. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, we became an ESOP in 1988, and then 100% employee owned in 2002.
And what year did you join the company?
I joined in 2017.
Wow. So you've been there for a few years. And could you tell me what kind of work you do at the company?
Yeah, so I'm a customer relationship manager. So basically, I just have customers that look for aerospace parts, and they come to us, and I'm basically a sales representative at the company.
Well, it's impressive, and you're impressive. So thank you for being here. So, you know, there's been so much testimony today, and by experts and by people who study these things and fund these things. But you know, hearing from somebody who works at the place, like you just testified, is very compelling. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Brooks, thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Okay, up next, I just saw somebody we had earlier that was not here, Jeffrey Devereaux.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the proposed Bill 6120, an act establishing Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. As the host said, my name is Jeff Devereaux, and I'm a partner at Hartford-based community venture building studio, Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner. Our studio was founded by 4 young men trying to make Hartford their home and help to start and scale and steady ventures that help meet our vision of creating a collective culture here in Hartford and the Connecticut River Valley. We believe that one of our region's core challenges is our lack of common ground, shared culture, and connectivity to one another. To reach our vision, we work to support inclusive economic development, robust and vibrant arts and culture sector in our cities, and any project we believe will lead us to a more socially cohesive and sustainable future. Our studio became interested in cooperative business structures as we sought to find ways for our work to meet the needs and challenges that we see in our community. Cooperatives and worker-owned structures are able to formalize human networks and create the potential for shared benefits in ways that other structures simply just can't guarantee. Given our studio's view on the challenges that we face, it was unfortunately not a surprise to find that our region was not full of these worker-owned and cooperative business structures. However, we've been quite happy to find a great many number of individuals and organizations who, like us, want to see this changed and understand the opportunity it presents to both stabilize and better our community, and have been excited to see all the folks supporting that here tonight. A Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership could begin to provide the transformational change that so many in this region seek. The center will create opportunities to retain Connecticut's talented students, for if young people understand how to build businesses where their work equates to real equity and a fair say, then why would they bother moving away when they have the things they really want right here? To that end, our latest venture, named Cafeteria, is a cooperative media and entertainment company covering the Connecticut River Valley that we believe helps fill the void left by media owned out of state and driven by extractive practices. The situation is even more pressing to retain and grow our existing small businesses, as their owners are already struggling to adapt to the rapid changes brought on by technology, age out en masse over the coming decade. Industries like advanced manufacturing and machining have huge challenges with local workforce and supply chains. And with that challenge is also a huge opportunity to create jobs and ownership and maybe even build wealth in the communities that need it most. If an organization like the Center can assist in creating that transformative improvement seen in many ESOP and worker cooperative conversions, then we might be able to find a way to more quickly solve some of our state's most pressing economic issues. It's our view at Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner that our vision for the region is coming closer to becoming a reality. If one day there are robust networks of worker-owned businesses, from cooperatives to ESOPs, et cetera, in varied industries working together throughout the region. With the Center for Worker Ownership, we can get there much faster together. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the gentleman? Senator Kushner.
Maybe it's the hour, but it's taking me longer and longer to get my hand up. But I feel like my questions are getting, I don't know, I hope they're not annoying anyone, but I did want to ask you, how did you come up with Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner? Because when I saw that, I thought you were going to be some kind of food service organization. So what is that?
Sure, we get the question a lot. It's nothing to do with anything super exciting. One of our partners actually had an existing project called Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner, and the history of the organization is that it sort of slowly grew organically, and we liked the name, so we stuck with it.
Well,
it was a blog. He was a student at UConn reviewing music albums, and it was a writing practice. So we'd review an album for breakfast, and then an album for lunch, and an album for dinner to try to learn how to churn out content very fast.
That suits you. It got my interest, and I'll remember it, I'm sure. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Jeffrey, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight. Take care.
Have a great evening.
You too. Next up, we have Lucas Flynn.
Hello. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and
Lucas, I think we lost your visual unless that was intentional, which is fine. Okay, you're back. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Lucas Blinn. I live in Wallingford, and I'm a PCA caring for a consumer with an intellectual disability who receives DDS services. I like the fact that this job allows me to help my consumer live a quality of life that he would be unable to have without direct support. I like that I get to help him experience things in the community and discuss with him the hobbies and interests that we share. I enjoy that I get to help him with employment and increasing his independence. But though I love the job does not love us back, as you have heard. Because I'm a DDS provider, I make a higher hourly wage and I get paid on time every week by my payroll agent, Sunset Shores. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for my brothers and sisters paid by Allied. Allied Community Resources regularly pays home care workers late. No workforce should have to go without pay, but especially not the people who care for the sick and elderly and disabled. If this workforce was comprised of white men, this wouldn't even be an issue. But because this workforce is primarily done by women of color, Allied is able to get away with this criminal mistreatment. I've never been paid late because my consumer is a DDS client. But 2 weeks ago, I took a rest in a civil disobedience and solidarity with everyone that has been paid late, because I'm an elected delegate in my union, and that's what elected leaders are supposed to do, represent the best interests of the people that they represent. An injury to one is an injury to all, and we need working class solidarity. Step up, speak out, and please do the right thing. Though I have the privilege of getting paid on time every time, which I do not take for granted given the nightmare that my fellow PCAs have experienced with Allied, there is still not much else I can count on from this job. We don't have paid sick leave, so if we do get sick, we have to lose a day's pay, and many of us go back to work much sooner than we should. If we don't have sick days and we can't afford to not work, people are going to end up going back to work with a little bit of sickness, and we're caring for people that are already sick and have compromised immune systems. It's in the best interest of the people that we're caring for that the people that care for them have sick days. If we had paid sick days, we would be able to take care of ourselves and not worry about a health crisis putting us in financial ruin. We're calling on the state of Connecticut to help make sure that we can be treated as the professionals that we are. We love our consumers and we love our jobs, but we need the basic human rights that are long overdue in this workforce. We need the basic rights to be paid on time, all the time, all of us, and not just those of us who are lucky enough to be paid by Sunset Shores. We also need health insurance. Please pass Senate Bill 942 and House Bill 6537. Thank you for your time. Now, I know you're going to say, thank you so much for the work that you do, and that's all great, and I'm glad you guys appreciate it, but words aren't enough. You got to show it and vote accordingly. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blinn. Senator Kushner.
Well, I want to thank you, Lucas, for testifying tonight. And, as we get into the later hours, I know it's even harder on people who have to get up early and go to work the next day. But I mostly want to say thank you for your role here tonight. A couple of things that crossed my mind. One, you're not directly going to benefit from this act because you already are receiving your pay on time, and you are already receiving a higher rate of pay than some of your co-members. And so what I think you demonstrate is what I have seen over my 42 years in the labor movement. I saw repeatedly over and over and over again, people who they themselves had never had a problem at work, who stood up, stood with, got arrested with others because they were looking to promote a cause. And that's so important. And it's the best of what we see in workers. It's the best of what we see in the labor movement. You remind us all how important unions are and how important workers are when they stand together. So really appreciate your testimony. You didn't have to stay up this late. You didn't have to be here because you're getting paid on time. You're getting more money than some of your coworkers, but you did it because you stand together, and it just shows how good people are, and I really reaffirms everything I believe in. So thank you for being here. I don't have a question for you, but I take your challenge. We're going to try and fix this problem.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess great minds think alike, because Senator Kushner said all the things that I was thinking. I mean, you didn't have to be here, but you did. And that speaks to your character tremendously. And I just thank you for taking the time to do what you did tonight on behalf of for other folks that have not been as fortunate as you've been. And I'll just close it out with a amen. I was listening to you and I'm sitting here going, amen. Yes, amen, amen, amen. We are in total agreement, and we're going to put our heads together and hope that the stories that we have heard have not been a partisan issue, and that we will have bipartisan support on this and be able to work with our colleagues across the aisle to get this done, because it is the right thing to do. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, it's always the right time to do the right thing. So thank you for doing the right thing this evening, Mr. Lucas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Any further questions for Mr. Blinn? Seeing none, Mr. Blinn, thank you so much for your time and testimony tonight. Have a good evening. Next up, we have Kara O'Dwyer.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kara O'Dwyer. I'm a PCA. I've been a PCA for 6 years now. I've worked with 5 different consumers of varied age and disability. I've worked under waiver programs for both the Department of Social Services and the Department of Developmental Services. But as you have heard all of these horror stories all day, I'm at the mercy of Allied Community Resources for my pay. In regards to the hiring process, it has taken anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months to process each and every application for my consumers. I have not had federal taxes withheld from my pay, even though I asked to have extra withheld, except for the times that I wasn't paid and got a double or a triple check. I just got my confirmation call that I'll be paid tomorrow at 8:40. I'm shaking right now still because I was so anxious beforehand, wondering whether or not my paycheck is going to come in. It's not right. It's unacceptable. I'm a single mother who has to live with my mother. We both work 2 jobs and we're both PCAs, and we both have issues with Allied. We have had issues where Allied didn't pay us for shifts because there was a made up overlap in hours. My mom, they didn't pay her for 1 4-hour shift, and they didn't pay her coworker for her 4-hour shift, but they were ready to pay her for 10 hours because they thought that one shift from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and one from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. was an overlap somehow. Allied is incompetent. They have been on a punishment plan to fix themselves for years, and nothing has changed. They have to go. There's no other solution. They have to go, and DSS and DDS need to hold whoever replaces them responsible to do their duties. People should not be working for free. That's called slavery. It's illegal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Dwyer. Any questions or comments? Senator Kushner. You're muted, Senator Kushner.
I see my co-chair has also raised her hand, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to say that, I was very complimentary to Lucas as somebody who was standing up when he wasn't the one that was being harmed. I want to be no less, I want to be just as complimentary to you for standing up for your rights, because that is just as important. And so you and your mother shouldn't have to suffer the way you have. And hearing these stories, even though we've heard so many today, we need to hear them all, because every single person who has testified has underscored the problem, and we need to hear that. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say thank you, Kara, for being here tonight, for hanging in there with us. I know it's been a long day and we are well into the night, not even the evening, 9:14 p.m., almost 12 hours since we started this public hearing. That lets us know just how important this is to you. And I hope you know how important it is to us. And the one thing that I can say, the longer we go at this and the more stories I hear about Allied, the bellyache is really turned. I'm upset. I'm angry. It's unbelievable and it's unacceptable. And we are going to do something to address this issue. And just know that your story is not going in vain. It has not fallen on deaf ears. We hear you and all the others loud and clear. And we will be moving forward to eradicate this problem. This is totally ridiculous. And you're absolutely right. When people go to work and they don't get paid, that's what we call a plantation. It's no better than slavery. And those days are supposed to be done. But what we're hearing doesn't speak to the liberty, the justice, and the freedom that this country likes to tout about. So thank you. God bless you. I'll tell you the same thing that I've told others, not only to be blessed, but to be encouraged and to know that we're going to do our due diligence to right this wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Winkler.
Yes, we've heard the term waiver a couple of times tonight, and that's a term that our fans don't hear very often. That's more a human services term. Which waiver program are you part of?
The direct care under Community First Choice, but I've also been with developmental services and several other, there's different PCA programs, but they're all basically the same.
Like the brain injury waiver?
Yes.
Okay, so a waiver program is a special program for a discrete group of people that DSS has asked Medicare to fund?
Usually Medicaid, but
Medicaid to fund. So 50-50 state and federal. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Mr. Chair.
I got it. We're fine. Any further questions? Seeing none. Kara, thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Take care. Next up, we have Amaryllis Toshimani.
Good evening. Representative Robin Porter, Senator Judith Crotchet, and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. I'm a member of Connecticut Worker Center. My name is Amaryllis Toshimani. I am from Puerto Rico. I'm a mother of 4 beautiful children. And I have been living in Bridgeport for 15 years. My first job was with an agency where I had to clean offices in Fairfield County. They never recognized me as a normal worker. They paid me very little and took advantage of me because I was new and I didn't speak English. Therefore, I didn't have someone who can tell me my rights as a worker. This experience made me realize that I need to go to school after I learned English. I had to sign up for Training Direct, where I took my CNA course that gave me the opportunity to help the elderly take care of all their needs. During this time, I obtained the medical coding and billing course, which I have been able to finish with success and pride. Currently, I am dedicated to working with elderly people, but I don't have a stable job. Sometimes it depends on the calls that I receive from agency or people who knows and trust knowing that I can take care of their loved ones. I am worker who never receives sick pay days, personal days, vacations day, nothing. But when they need me, I go because I know their needs and not everyone can do the work that I do with love, care, and respect. Today, I'm very proud to be part of this special moment. I hope all of you can support us to make these bills SB 943 and HB 6537 a reality that includes domestic workers so that all the wishes of every working mother who deserves respect be fulfilled with dignity and a fair salary, paid vacation, medical insurance, sick days, and retirement for the future. We are essential workers and suffering during this pandemic too. Please support our bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Toshimani, for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Likewise. Next up, we have Sam Alex Bode. I apologize. I skipped you by accident. My apologies.
Please, no worries. Good evening. I am not Sam or Alex Bodie. I'm disappointed and I apologize, but it got a little bit too late for them. They both had to go to bed. They've asked me to read their testimony. It's not the first time they've asked me to do something for them, and I think it won't be the last. I am their mom, but I will read their testimony. Dear Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee, thank you for listening to our perspective of HB 942. We are Sam and Alex Bodie. We live in North Branford and are consumer employers, which means we are employers of our personal care assistants with the rights and responsibilities as employers in Connecticut. We utilize a Medicaid waiver program and have been successfully using the program since 2005. Services are meant to be self-directed, where we hire and train our own PCAs to help us with our specific needs and to make sure they are paid each and every week. Self-directed programs enable those who need help facilitating daily activities and has helped us stay active in our community. Because of the assistance we receive, we've been able to obtain college degrees, find jobs, volunteer in our community, and we feel become integral members of society. We have some concerns with the bill and would like to articulate our concerns. As consumer employers, one large hurdle is helping PCAs understand that we are the employer. Understanding we are the employer is the most important part of the program because of the philosophy of self-direction. It is a confusing relationship, and by giving the fiscal intermediary the role of employer, even for a payroll problem, would add to this confusion and thus potentially hinder the philosophy of self-direction. As consumer employers, we struggle feeling unsupported at times. To help you get a picture of what life is like in our home, together we employ approximately 20 PCAs. We have had very few problems with payroll over the years, and when we have, they have almost always been due to an error on our part or our PCA's part. We have used paper timesheets, and we were part of a pilot program for the new EVV system. It is our responsibility to oversee timesheets, and we take it seriously. If state agencies could put more effort into educating and communicating with consumer employers, it would be a more equitable way to address any potential problems. Creating a mechanism where an FI is fined for any error, even one made by an employer or a PCA, is unfair and enables thoughtless behavior at the FI's cost. It could create a difficult path to secure a future FI, knowing that they would also be responsible for such costs. We also feel it could eventually make the state-funded program obsolete, as the cost could have to eventually trickle down to the program and to those who depend on it for their existence. We thank you for your consideration and ask you to please reach out to your constituents for real-life examples. We also ask that you obtain accurate data. We genuinely feel that passing Senate Bill 942 will jeopardize the future of successful self-directed programs, which allow people with disabilities in Connecticut to live full lives like others in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time. And I would like to say, watching all day, I am so impressed with the level of dignity and respect this committee has towards each and every person that has spoken to you. And I thank you so much as someone in Connecticut.
Thank you for being with us. Senator Kushner.
Well, I don't know your name. I know you're not Sam or Alex.
I'm Mary Caruso.
Mary, I just want to say,
I am proudly their mom.
I was going to say that you must be so proud of them after reading that testimony. And I'm sorry we didn't have an opportunity to meet them and to ask them some questions because, you know, given the intelligence of the testimony, given the passion of the testimony that you just read, it's clearly, and you're not the first, you know, a good friend of mine testified earlier, Kathy Flaherty, who had similar comments about the importance of self-directed, and I don't know all the right terms, but the self-directed employer, is that the right way to say it?
So the waiver that they are on is a self-directed program so that they're able to direct their own care. When my son, who is 34, first started on the program, it wasn't exactly the same and he needed to go through an agency. And then as time went on, it transitioned. So they actually hire, fire, and train all their own people. And they've learned over the years to become very good employers. We're a 3-person household. I'm a single mom. They both have severe physical disabilities, but they've also both gone to college. They both work. They volunteer in the community. We have spoken in person. We have testified in person at different times. And I'm very proud that they also take an active role in advocacy. But the program really is set up so that because employers are each so different, every employer is different, including my 2 adult kids. They both have the same genetic disease, but it manifests differently. So they have different needs and different ways that they expect their PCAs to help them succeed. So that's what this whole self-direction is.
Well, I appreciate hearing that. It's very helpful to us to hear from this perspective. I wish they were able to answer some questions for me, and maybe you can, because it sounds like they work very hard at being good employers. And, you know, so I want to, you know, certainly recognize that. At the same time, we've heard so many PCAs today that have told us of the difficulty they've had getting paid and the struggles and the impact on their lives and the lives of their often single moms, often, you know, problems that they have paying their bills. And so I think we need to get ourselves together here and find the right wording for our bill so that it's clear that we're not trying to take away anything from this self-directed program. That is not our intent. But we also have heard way too much testimony that makes me believe that there is a problem with Allied payroll. And so we got to find the right way to fix it. We can't allow it to continue.
I agree. And it is so important to get paid. And, you know, I know from our perspective, we kind of work as a team here. So I know that my kids do have me as a go-to person. But for us, and we've always been with Allied since 2005. And I have to say, I think over the years, the workforce has really grown. And you know, the contract is between DSS and Allied, so we don't have any information on that. But I don't know how quickly it grew and how easy it was for them to adapt to that growth. But from the beginning, we just worked from day one at developing a relationship with them. And it's getting better with EVV. And as I said, we were asked to be a pilot family because there are so many PCAs in our home. And so we started piloting the EVV, and it's a wonderful system. I don't think people will have problems with it. Some people may need some more support. And I know both Sam and Alex do believe that there could be a better educational connection piece between the state and consumer employers to help them when they do need support and help. But we developed a relationship with Allied a long time ago, and we made a concerted effort to learn that you can't, on paper timesheets, you can't white out, you can't cross out. You have to be sure that if you put Monday, January 3rd, it's Monday, January 3rd and not Monday, January 4th, because things like that kick back. And I did hear a lot of PCAs mention that they sent their timesheets in multiple times to multiple numbers. And I think that could be a problem. And because if they're already getting 8,000 timesheets, and if 4,000 people send them 3 times, then you're getting inundated with timesheets when you fax in your timesheets. So I think there's probably a lot of problems that could be worked out through open communication. We're always offering to volunteer and help. I know Sam and Alex would be more than happy to meet via Zoom with anyone for any questions on your committee.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. And, clearly, we need to involve folks in the Workforce Council in finding the solution. But I have to say, after all I've heard today, and I appreciate that you have a good relationship with Allied, and I'm sure there are many consumers that do. But I have to say, after what we've heard today, it feels like there needs to be a change in the state, that it's just gone on for too long. And
It's heartbreaking, I agree.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Seeing none. Sam and Alice, lucky to have a great mom.
Oh, thank you.
Being with us tonight, and take care.
Thanks so much.
Bye. Up next, we have Susan Garden.
Good evening, Representative Sanchez, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner. I want to echo what Mrs. Crusoe just said, to thank you for your patience and your compassion with the extraordinarily powerful testimony we've heard since 10 this morning. My name's Sue Garton. I'm an attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and my legal services colleagues and I represent low-wage workers. And I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements. I testified before you last month in support of SB 6379, which was a similar bill, but 906 is more comprehensive than that bill was. And this bill has 3 distinct interrelated parts. It extends the prohibition on employers requiring low-wage workers to sign non-compete agreements to exempt employees who earn less than 3 times the minimum wage. It also limits employers' ability to forbid low-wage workers and contractors from working a second job. That's called an exclusivity agreement. And it balances these constraints on employers with constraints on workers, in that it forbids workers from soliciting a former employer's prior customers or workers after separating from employment. Now, in the first hour of this hearing, Patrick Hewlin from the governor's office and the expert witnesses he brought in, Evan Starr and Terry Gerstein, I thought did a tremendous job of explaining why this kind of legislation is so important for workers, for the economy, for businesses to increase worker mobility and allow workers to move ahead and not be locked into jobs that are no longer maximally productive for them. We do have 3 suggestions we'd like to offer for improving each section of the bill. First, we support what Attorney Lou Chimes testified about, which is making non-compete agreements non-enforceable if the worker was unfairly terminated not for cause or laid off. Second, the definition of a non-solicitation agreement should have parameters similar to those defining non-compete provisions. So the non-solicitation agreement shouldn't last more than 1 year, and it shouldn't be any more restrictive than necessary to protect the firm's business interests. And third, we're very concerned about language in Section 3, which concerns the exclusivity agreements. So as you know, many low-wage workers, including some we heard testify tonight, they need a second job in order to pay their bills. Senate Bill 906, though, allows employers to require an exclusivity agreement from low-wage workers if taking that second job would, and the language is, substantially interfere with the reasonable and normal scheduling expectations of the employer or contractor. But some employers use on-call shift scheduling, where the employer schedules or cancels a worker shift with little or no notice, and there's no pay for that lost work time. Those employers who use the on-call shift scheduling should not be able to require their workers to sign exclusivity agreements, since they do not provide reasonable and normal scheduling for their workers. And with my written testimony, I submitted language that should address that issue. So with those 3 tweaks, 1 to each section of the bill, we encourage you to pass SB 906. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Sue. It was your testimony at an earlier hearing that led me to think of you and wanted to know your perspective on this second bill. And so I appreciate the detail you've gone into in describing it to us. The only thing I want to ask is if you would make sure that in addition to your written testimony, if you could email us those specific suggestions, it will help us to track and make sure that we evaluate those and look at those as we contemplate moving the bill forward. So I appreciate that if you're able to do that.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Kushner.
And thank you for being here again tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Susan, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Matthew Starr.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Starr, active member with the Kent Volunteer Fire Department, past chief for the last, I've been with the department for the last 38 years. First of all, I want to thank you. I've been listening off and on all day since 10 a.m. and some amazing stuff you guys are dealing with and having to try and fix. And really, I had no idea. I appreciate it. The bill I'm on for is bill number 6477, and it's to do with Connecticut OSHA and volunteer fire and volunteer ambulance services. And due to a loophole that was pulled out with a lawsuit, Town of Goshen versus the state of Connecticut, they exempted volunteer fire and volunteer ambulance services from Connecticut OSHA in the state of Connecticut. Over the last few years, this affected our department because we had some issues and we couldn't get the assistance from ConOSHA. I've dealt with Ken Tucker, the director at ConOSHA. He's been very helpful, but he said his hands were tied because of this loophole in the legislation, in the general statutes. This revision, the 6477, also allows them to only be able to give a warning for the first offense to volunteer fire and volunteer EMS organizations. So I think it's a good step to get us back on board because we're not covered under federal OSHA. So really over the last years, we've had no coverage or assistance when there was a workplace hazard or a safety issue. So I just ask for your assistance with this, passing that bill. I know ConOSHA, like I said, Ken Tucker, the director, I assume he's submitted testimony. And, throughout the day, I've not heard anyone else speak on the issue. So I thought it was worthwhile to stay on and just speak my piece. And once again, I thank you all for your hard work and a long day of a lot of difficult testimonies. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Senator Kushner.
I'm so glad that you stayed on because I've been wondering about this issue from the perspective of a volunteer firefighter. And, I intend to speak to the volunteers in my community, which isn't too far from you. I live in Danbury and have spent many times up in Kent. It's a beautiful community.
Thank you.
But I really wanted to hear from some others that in your position, because it seemed logical to me that you would want the protection of ConOSHA, that you would want to have their assistance because health and safety is so important for firefighters. And so it's really helpful to have your perspective. I don't think we did hear from Ken Tucker, but it's good advice. We can certainly reach out to him. I just also want to thank you for what you do as a volunteer. I mean, it's amazing what our volunteer firefighters do, and we appreciate your service. So thank you for being here, and thank you for staying late.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Starr, thank you for all that you do in your service. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you all.
Take care. Up next, we have Kay Wright. Ms. Wright, I need you. Yeah, you're on mute.
How's that?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. In support of SB 942, an act concerning the on-time payment of wages. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Kay Wright, and I live in New Haven. I'm here to ask you to pass Senate Bill 942. I'll start by telling you a little bit about the role that home care workers like me play in caring for those who are most vulnerable. I'm one of 10,000 home care workers for those who can't live on their own in Connecticut. Everyone's story is different, but in my case, I grew up seeing my mom help out our elderly neighbor who had no one else to help her. I know my mother was never paid for it, but it was the thing to do. She needed help and my mother was there and she provided it. I got into home care after I retired from the telephone company of nearly 30 years. In my case, I retired with a union pension, but not everyone is so lucky. Today, I care for an elderly gentleman who is partially paralyzed on one side from a stroke. I do it because I love it. And after retirement, I wanted to do something and keep busy and give back in a way I knew that was valuable. I'd been in the workforce for about 50 years. Allied have messed up my pay more in the past 5 years than in the previous 45 years that I worked. Instead of payroll getting better, it's getting worse. Sometimes we send our timesheets and they claim they never got it. Or if they got it, we had it upside down or we had it on the wrong side. And we don't know that we're not getting paid until there's no paycheck and there's no money in our checking account. Other times, minor mistakes like leaving off one of the dates. I think there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places that you can put a date. And I put the date when I sign, and when my consumer, when he signed, there was no date, I wasn't paid. And when we don't get paid, we have to wait till the next week. So I can't count on my checks. And it should never be where I can't count on getting paid. To add insult to injury, we only get check stub sporadically. When those problems have happened, sometimes it meant I couldn't buy groceries or I couldn't pay a bill. I work to live, and to live, I need to be paid. But I can't count on my paycheck each Friday. I always have to have a backup plan for my pay, for the bills that I have to pay. If you work, you should be paid. That's the bottom line. I feel so strongly about it that 3 weeks ago, I took a rest along with my fellow PCAs to protest the unjust system. Today, I'm here to ask for your help to make sure Allied is held accountable. We're not asking for a handout. We're asking to get paid for our services that we provide. We and consumers should be able to have a payroll system we can count on. And I don't think that's asking too much. Please help make fair and timely pay the reality we deserve. Please pass the Senate Bill 942. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have no questions for you. I just want to say thank you, Queen Wright, for being with us tonight. Thank you for hanging in there. You've heard, if you've been listening, our vow to address this issue and right the wrongs that have been done. And I just want to really applaud you because I hear that you, and I think you stated this just now, that you took a rest with the civil disobedience 2 weeks ago. So I know that you're serious about what you're doing and how important it is to you. And I want you to know it is just as important to us. So thank you so much for not only talking the talk, but walking the walk. And I do believe that it's going to pay off in the end. So just keep the faith and hang in there while we do what we need to do on this end. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Wright, thank you so much for what you're doing, your advocacy, and staying up with us this late. We appreciate you and your testimony. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Brady Doubleday.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Brandy. I'd rather not have the video on right now, if that's okay.
I believe it shouldn't be a problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Brandy Doubleday. I'm a resident of the town of Norwich. I'm a mom of 3. My youngest is 16. He has autism. I've been a home care worker for a little over 5 years. I started because a friend of mine's elderly aunt needed care, and I've been with the same person ever since. I really love my job. I feel like I make a difference in the people that I help in their lives. They wouldn't be able to live in their houses if people like me didn't do our jobs. My biggest challenges are, the state of Connecticut does kind of cut short the people that receive the waiver program's hours just below really what the hours that they need, and some of the resources are lacking for those people. Also, I have a lot of problems with Allied and getting paid on time. There's times that I had issues paying my bills when I wasn't getting paid on time. I had a lot of problems in the year of 2019 and 2020. I was not given any pay stubs for my paychecks, even though I had called them over 100 times to resolve the issue, left tons of voicemails. I was told I could only talk to one specific person, and I would call that person and leave multiple voicemails, and I was never called back ever. Not one time by them to resolve the issue. There was times where I was missing up to 30 hours worth of pay, and Allied was refusing to pay me or to resolve the issue. So many hours spent myself and my employer on the phone with Allied to try to resolve the issue. And I don't believe that it was ever resolved or I was paid. I also have had my utilities shut off. Then the utility company required that I pay a $700 deposit to get my utilities turned back on, because I had gotten it shut off for non-payment. So many late fees on my rent and my other bills because they weren't paid on time. And all of this was because of the fact that I wasn't getting paid on time by Allied. I can also tell you that the other people that are also employed by my employer also had the same issues. They don't get paid on time. Sometimes their paychecks are short. It's just been an ongoing issue for years.
I'm sorry,
I
go
would
ahead.
like for you guys to please do something about this. It's very frustrating. I didn't even know I was getting paid tonight until 8:45. They called me. To finally tell me that I was getting my paycheck tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brandy. Any questions or comments from the panelists? Seeing none. Brandy, thank you so much for your testimony and time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carol Blackburn.
Hi. Good
Hi, Carol.
evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Good.
Only 12 hours later for you guys, but my name, good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and all members of the committee. My name's Carol Blackburn, and I live and work as a PCA in Norwich, Connecticut. I come before you to urge you to pass the House Bill 6537 so that PCAs like me are respected and receive the benefits we deserve as caregivers. I have been caring for my mom as her PCA for just a little over a year now. While I've only been a PCA for a year, I've been a caregiver my whole life. After receiving my CNA certification at Bayview and East Lyme, I worked as a CNA in the state for 10 years. My work as a CNA was in different settings, including nursing homes, regular home care, and also for hospice. It's no surprise I'm drawn to this kind of work. My mom herself is a registered nurse, and growing up, I wanted to be just like her. Now my mom is retired and total care, relying on PCAs to help her with every task. I love caring for my mom. I'm sorry. She raised me, and it's now my turn to return the favor to her. With that being said, it is incredibly difficult work. I am not my only mom's PCA, so there are times I do have help, but there are also many times I do not, and it can be very physically demanding, emotionally and mentally. And during these times, I must aid my mother with everything, including moving her, cleaning, feeding her, helping her with meds, and more. This is the work of a professional caregiver, yet we are not treated like professional caregivers with the wages we earn. We are constantly wondering how I'm going to pay bills. My mother is retired, and if it wasn't for my father's pension, we'd be completely underwater. My mom's income is not my income is just not for me. It basically covers the needs for her. A lack of Benefits is another huge issue plaguing PCAs. It's sad that we spend all day caring for others, but are not offered health insurance through our job, leaving us able to care for ourselves should be a health emergency arise. If we were able to take the time to care for ourselves the way we should, when an emergency arises, we will be able to deliver better care and focus completely on people who love and care for, instead of having to worry about our own well-being while also worrying about our consumers. By passing House Bill 6537, you can help us to the right to wrong and allow us to receive the benefits we deserve. Please do what is right by PCAs and consumers we care for. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments, Senator Kushner?
Thank you, Carol, for testifying tonight and staying with us for these 12 hours. The work you do is incredibly important, and I think that we recognize that it's undervalued, underpaid. And so I know this committee doesn't have the opportunity on its own to raise the wages, although I do serve on appropriations in the Human Services Subcommittee, and that is a subject that I'm sure we'll be discussing. But we can do something in the bills that you cite here. So hopefully we'll get these passed this session, and there will be, some forward movement for you. But I do appreciate what you do, and thank you for testifying tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Madam Chair, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Carol, thank you so much again. As Senator said, thank you for all that you do. Have a great night.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Luchetti.
Hi. Thank you all for your stamina today. It's been a long day. I've been on all day with all of you. It's been very educational. I am David Luchetti. I live in Manchester, and I'm a board member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. And I support SB number 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers. Unitarian Universalists believe in the dignity of all human life. As a faith, we are compelled to support and uphold anyone who's mistreated, marginalized, disrespected, or otherwise treated unfairly. Domestic workers, as we've heard a lot today, are among our most important and yet most mistreated workers. These workers struggle in ways completely unacceptable in the 21st century. They experience wage theft, abuse, undignified and often illegal working conditions and hours. SB 943 is necessary to ensure domestic workers and their employers are aware of the laws and their rights and responsibilities to fair wages and other basic necessities as employees and employers. Knowledge is power, and this bill will help empower these workers to support their employers to ensure fairness, dignity, equity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for staying with us this long, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thanks.
Take care. Next, we have Will O'Meara.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. Madam Co-Chairs Kushner and Porter, Vice Chair Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. Before I get into the bulk of my testimony, I've also been on since about 10 this morning and just wanted to express my personal solidarity with the formerly incarcerated, the domestic workers, and the local 1199 members that shared their powerful testimony with us tonight. My father is a PCA and a member of local 1199, so it's an issue close to my heart as well. My name is Will O'Meara, and I'm the co-owner and operator of Hungry Reaper Farm in Morris, Connecticut, and the Connecticut Field Agent with Land for Good, a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to ensure the future of farming in New England by putting more farmers more securely on more land. I also have the honor of serving as the chapter president of the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, a chapter of the National Young Farmer Coalition. Like my many affiliations, my interest in the development of a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership is multifaceted. Much of Land for Good's work is focused on supporting farmers in creating and implementing succession plans to keep farmland in production and to support our regional food system. As 30% of New England farmers are likely to exit farming in the next 10 years, and 90% of those farmers have no identified successor, the future of our farmland and those who manage it hangs in the balance. Worker-owned cooperatives have a role to play in the farm transition crisis, providing another creative tool for farmers who are ready to turn stewardship of the land over to the next generation. Beginning the succession planning process is often daunting due to the sheer complexity of such transactions, and the Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership would be a helpful complement to those individuals and organizations already working to support farmers. Speaking as a young farmer myself, and on behalf of over 400 farmers organized through the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, there is great interest in cooperative ownership and management of farms. Farmland in Connecticut is among the most expensive in the country, and many farmers struggle to achieve long-term land tenure or land ownership on their own. A Center for Worker Ownership would address this challenge in two ways. First, it would act as a conduit for startup farmers who are forming cooperative businesses in order to pool capital and risk in order to achieve secure land tenure, effectively lowering the barriers to entry. Second, it would aid existing farm owners like myself to attract and retain high-quality employees by providing a chance to build equity and to more easily facilitate the transfer of our farm business to the next generation of young, eager farmers. The New Connecticut Farmer Alliance is dedicated to building an agricultural system that builds up the communities around us in a manner that strives towards economic empowerment, racial equity, and cooperation among farmers. And worker-owned cooperatives certainly have a role to play in that vision. Most importantly, establishing a Center for Worker Ownership in Connecticut would provide both current and aspiring business owners with information and guidance in how to organize businesses that truly meet the needs of their communities. Cooperative farms have the potential to operate at a larger scale, allowing farmers to produce more food for their communities and to take on complex conservation and land management practices not possible on small plots of land. They have the potential to improve quality of life, wages, and representation for farmers and farm workers alike, and they can help to provide a seamless transition in the management of our dwindling farmland. I urge the Labor and Public Employees Committee to vote in favor of HB 6120 and to give it robust language to ensure its success in the General Assembly. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and have a great night.
Thank you, Will. Any questions or comments, Senator Kushner?
Well, one of the great things about being on a committee like this is we get to meet such an interesting group of people throughout the day. We've heard from so many people with stories to tell that are fascinating or are compelling. And now we are getting toward the end of the night. We hear from a young farmer, which I didn't expect when this day began, I must say. I actually was born in a little farm community in Iowa, and there's a very long tradition and history in Iowa of cooperative farming and cooperative businesses in the supply chain around farming. And so I'm sure you're familiar with that. If you're not, you should read about it, because there's a very strong movement in Iowa. And I didn't make the connection to farming and worker cooperatives and in ESOPs. So it adds a dimension that I never would have imagined when we first started the testimony today. So, I don't have any questions for you, but I know farming is hard work. I applaud you for being a young farmer. We need more young farmers. And I also applaud you for lifting up and recognizing the other workers here today and mentioning your father's work as a PCA to us as well. It's very meaningful to see all of these connections come together. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Will, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight.
Have a great night. Thank you very much.
Take care. And last but not released, Jennifer Little Greer.
Good evening, everyone. Can
Good
you hear
evening.
me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm excited to see you because I'm just thinking back to 3 years ago on this very same bill. I was the last one presenting, so I guess it's our anniversary. To co-chairs, Representative Porter and State Senator Kushner, and to our co-chair, Sanchez, and to the committee, thank you so much for staying here and being with me tonight to hear our testimony. Tonight, we're going to be testifying in regards to House Bill 6476, an act concerning a disparity study. As I mentioned, my name is Jennifer Little Greer. I am a resident of Hamden, Connecticut, and I am the executive director for the Minority Construction Council. The Minority Construction Council is a nonprofit organization that advocates, provides technical assistance, and offers training and development to minority contractors throughout the state. The Minority Construction Council and our 176 members find it necessary that the state of Connecticut allocates funding for CHRO and the Department of Administrative Services to put forth this proposal so that we can find a firm that is competent and experienced to perform the disparity study for the state. The last time the state completed a disparity study, it was in 1992. Since that time, the state did attempt to do another disparity study in 2013. However, as we all know, that study did not go well. It is so important that we put this study forward because we have to ensure that our ethnic minority, women, disabled businesses are able to be counted and have the opportunity that comes forward as a result of this disparity study. As you are aware, this disparity study takes into account the set-aside program that is put forward for minority women and disabled businesses to receive a piece of the public projects that are put forward. As we are aware, that percentage is 6.25%. Last month, I had the opportunity to listen in on the state budget and finance committee meeting. The director of the Department of Administrative Services, Office of School Construction Grants reported that the state of Connecticut would allocate $637 million in 2021 in grant funding on 15 school projects. Those projects range from 5 new school projects, 6 renovation projects, 2 extensions, 1 special education project, 1 equipment and storage project. Did I say that it's $637 million will be spent on public school projects alone? Minority contractors are pleading with you to follow through this year. Let's get this study done. We need to have this disparity study completed. We need to ensure that the correct guidelines and timeline are included in the proposal. We need to prevent this process from dragging on any further. The Minority Construction Council and our members, we are in favor of the proposed process stated in the raised bill. We need to ensure that qualified Black, brown, underutilized minority, and disadvantaged disabled contractors are able to participate in the construction projects that are taking place in our cities and towns. The Minority Construction Council, our contractors, we serve. Okay, I will wrap up. The Minority Construction Council and our contractors, we serve and we support House Bill 6476, an act concerning a disparity study. Thank you so much for being here with me. I enjoyed being with you all day. I got the opportunity to drive from Hartford back home, sit in my kitchen, eat my dinner, and listen to every testimony today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Reynolds, I apologize. You will be next. That was my error. Any questions or comments? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Little Greer, for being with us again as we attempt to get this done. Just really quick, can you tell me what's the benefit of completing a disparity study here in Connecticut as far as it applies to the minority businesses that you have expressed interest in this evening?
Okay, if the study is completed, it will allow for the set-aside program to be broken up into compartments. So one compartment may be ethnic minority contractors, one may be women-owned firms, one may be disabled. But allowing the study to go forward, it will allow the state to know how the percentages should be broken up. Right now, everybody's in a pot fighting for one percentage.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't have any further questions for you. I just want to thank you again for hanging in there all day into the night with us to provide us with that testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Jennifer, thank you so much for your time and testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You too.
And we have Mr. David Reynolds now. I apologize again, sir.
That's all right. That's all right. It's been a long day. I think my name's David Reynolds. I'm with the Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference. And before I testify on the bill, I've been watching this all day, and I'm listening to all the PCAs. That's a big challenge because I'm listening to them and saying, is this the year 2021 where payroll timesheets are getting so messed up? I hope this committee definitely addresses that issue. But I'm here also to address another issue. That's for SB 943 concerning wages for immigrants and domestic workers. And I'm fortunate, and I've learned a lot over the last few years as a member of the Connecticut Domestic Workers Coalition. So I'm here to testify in that bill. And over the last few years, the conference has become keenly aware of the abuse of domestic workers in terms of wages and conditions of employment. Many of these workers are immigrants, documented and undocumented, seeking to be participating and self-sustaining members in our society. Unfortunately, there's also members in our society who want to take advantage of them because these people do not know their rights. And English is usually their second language. They come in from other countries. So we need to address that issue as a state. These people, just like the PCAs, they need to be paid, and they need to be paid at least minimum wage or whatever the fair rate is. Now, the Catholic Church has long taught that all people have the right to economic initiative, to productive work, to just wages and benefits, to decent working conditions, as well as to organize and join unions or other associations. And that's why the conference has taken a position on this bill so strongly. Under existing state and federal law, most domestic workers are already covered by the minimum wage laws. The problem is most of them aren't aware of it. And if their employers are aware of it, they're not paying them a minimum wage because they can get them for cheaper by not ignoring what the law is. So this bill attempts to address that. It's not asking to mandate minimum wage. It's already done through law. What it does is it tries to educate the workers and educate the employers. So it does three things. It clearly requires a specific written agreement between the domestic workers and the employers. What am I going to get paid? How many hours do I work? Are there any benefits? How many sick time off do I get? The various things. Establishing a program to educate the workers. And that's key to this legislation. Of course, also to educate the employers because they have to know the law. And so what we tried to do here was look at the most economical, fiscal responsible way to do that and the most impactful way to do it. And that was to utilize existing organizations. I believe there's 8 in the state of Connecticut that these domestic workers are very familiar with. So it's a good use of state money. They feel comfortable with the people in these organizations. They trust them. They will go to them and get well educated. And we've express that, we've discussed with the Department of Labor as the chairs are aware of on these issues. And we're trying to help have a good cooperation with the Department of Labor. So the conference believes that this program as proposed and written in this bill with a supporting allocation of some funds will address the group of workers in our communities that have been far too long neglected, mistreated by employers, and frowned down upon many in our society. Their dignity are not only workers, but as contributing members of our society, whether they're documented or undocumented, must be respected. And I'd like to repeat, the funding